The Progress Tour presents the Novellus Easter Bowl. It's showtime.
Hey guys, and welcome to day 2 of the Novellus Easter Bowl event. Today we've got some exciting matchups. We've got live commentary, we've got some breakdown of their game, we've even got some coaching analysis to look forward to.
Yeah, thanks Alex Slavinsky for that intro. It's great to have you here once again on day 2. But let's take a look at the group standings. First, let's have a look at the Novellus group. So we saw those players go head-to-head yesterday. Finn Bass, he tops that group. What do you think of him yesterday?
Really strong player, like solid from the back, really good. Like he was impressive yesterday.
And then coming in second in the group standings for Novellus, we can see Alexis Cantor got a good straight sets win over Marshall Tutu. Thoughts on that one?
Became really aggressive. He's changed his game quite a lot, changed rackets, new game, new racket, new player.
There we go. And so, with some work to do for the rest of today, Charlie Swain and Marshall Tutu, they are in 3rd and 4th respectively. So that completes the Novellus group standings. But taking a look now at the Hotel Planner group standings, Ewan Lumsden, the Scot, topping the standings. What did you think of his performance yesterday?
He was solid from the back, wasn't he? And he did that big comeback. 3-love down yesterday, came back to win it 6-3, 6-love. So 12 game on the trot. Let's see if he can do it again today.
And then it was Ryan Story, who we had on commentary. He comes at the moment in 2nd place, so he's still got a bit of work to do if he's going to top the Hotel Planner group. What's he got to do today?
Well, I think it's anyone's game. It's a new day, new chance to win, and all the players, they look ready. They're training. They look ready to compete out there.
They sure do. Right then. Looking forward to today, I'm really excited. Let's have a look at the order of play, what we've got coming up. So, first of all, we have the Novellus group, as you can see here. It's going to be an interesting one because Shaw, we saw him play yesterday. He was 3-love up in that one against Lumsden, but then actually really failed to win another game. So what's he got to do against David Quail out on the first match on show court?
Yeah, I mean, he struggled yesterday. So, after getting that big lead at the start, took his eye off the ball. So, he'll need to really focus and step it up today.
There we go. And then it's not only that match, we've got 2 more matches coming on show court, and then the one over on court 4 that is actually sort of behind closed doors. But we're really looking forward to the first 3 matches on show court here at Cardiff Met Tennis Centre. But for now, let's take a little look at a challenge that the players were taking on Media Day. It was a difficult one, but let's take a look at that. A bad effort from some of the players, Alex. But what did you think of their efforts? Can you take them out?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to take a few practice goes at that, I think.
All right, let's see it. Come on, we've got a racket and ball in hand.
I can do bouncing ones, not the serving.
Okay, yeah. We've gone a little bit easier on you. So let's see it. Here we go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it's not a bad effort, you know. He backed himself at the start, and you know what? He's living up to those expectations. 40. Oh, 40.
Try it out yourselves, guys. Let's see if you can beat 40. I mean, first go. I'm not even warmed up here.
I mean, it'd be actually interesting to see if any of the viewers can try that at home. Send in their vids today, and we can have a little look at how they're getting on.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, actually. Let's see if you can beat me.
All right, then. Challenge game on. Right, then. that's a bit of fun at the start of the show, but we'll get more into the first match of the day. We spoke to them on Media Day going into this one, David Quail and Michael Shaw.
Hi, I'm David Quail. I'm 24 years old. I'm from Wigan in Lancashire and I train at the National Tennis Centre in London now. I mean, there's a few things I'm proud of, but I think achievements probably finals of the 25k in Sharm. I mean, doubles, it was, with a good friend Adam, so it was one of those things where I was just super happy to be in the finals. Come over with a trophy is always really nice, so it's great memory and a great achievement. Played Yannick Sinner in juniors a couple of times, played Jake Fernley, beat him actually at the Progress Tour, which is quite funny, I think 10-8 in the third. So yeah, shout out to the Progress Tour. Played Leo Borg, beat him in Sweden. That was a cool one. But yeah, plenty. Yeah. So the reason I came here, I mean, the big attraction for me was the good prize money, and then also playing a lot of matches. I mean, for me at the moment, I want to play a lot of matches, and I want to just kind of be on the match court rather than on the training court. So I mean, for me, it's a no-brainer. It's it's a 5-day event, I think, and to play matches, to get a lot of cash under your belt, it's only really a good thing that I can use to go away and play futures or UTRs. So it's a great stepping stone for me. Michael Shaw, yeah. So we've played a few times. We've probably been pretty close head to head. Done him a couple of times. He's also done me a couple of times. So that's a tricky one. Big forehand, big serve. So I've got to watch out for that. I know I don't want to tell the camera how I'm going to play him because I don't want that to get leaked before the match. So. Yeah, I know what to expect. I know how Michael plays, but it's going to be an enjoyable one. He plays fair, but he plays hard. So, yeah, I know that's going to be a good battle.
I'm Michael Shaw. I'm 26 from Milton Keynes, and I train at Loughborough University. Yep, I started playing through my family. My parents met through tennis, and my older sister played as well. From Buckinghamshire, and always played county tennis growing up. We had a really good group of players. And then slowly transitioned to sort of national, international, junior events, and then into playing some of the pro events once I was old enough. And then, yeah, I've always competed a lot, really enjoyed that side, and then went to Loughborough, and I've been there for many a year now and really enjoyed my time there. And I'm now doing a part-time PhD alongside playing for the university as well as playing other tournaments on the side. 2025 has included quite a bit of university tennis to start with. We had a good run in the cup. We lost to Nottingham, the eventual winners in the semi-finals, and I was runner-up in the British University singles tournament. And I have been prioritising my PhD slightly more at the start of this year, but I'm looking forward to competing here and next week. And then there's a long run of British futures coming up, which I'll be playing. I also played in Roehampton, played with George Houghton in the doubles, and we lost a close one. But I've been enjoying my tennis and hope to continue that through the summer. The highest ranked player I've played, I don't know if it's necessarily true by ranking, but I played Ruben Bemelmans in Nottingham a few years ago, just as he was coming to the end of his career. And I remember watching his highlights against Murray at the Davis Cup finals, I believe, and tried to copy what Andy Murray did in that match. Wasn't quite successful and lost, but I think I may have got fairly close in the first set. David and I have played each other probably at least 5 times over many years, and you know what you're going to get with David. Really is like a super solid player, competes really well, and yeah, we've had some different matches, and the conditions affect that as well. I think the last couple of times we played outside. I think in fact we've played here once before, and it was a really close match in 3 sets, so I'm expecting a tough one.
There we go. Well, good to hear from both players before they go head-to-head. They're obviously great friends, but also it's a crucial match because they both lost yesterday. So what do you think mentally? How do they approach this match?
Well, I mean, they've both got something to prove now. They both lost their first matches now. It's all or nothing, so they have to go out there. I guess it puts a bit of pressure off, maybe even takes a bit of pressure off, because you've just got to play, you've got to do your best and see what happens on the day.
Do you think they will be feeling a little bit more confident despite the loss yesterday? They're now used to the conditions, they're used to the format. Do you think that plays a factor?
Exactly, and that, as you said, they know each other already. They know how how each other plays. But yeah, now that they've played already, they've got a match behind their belt. They're going to be feeling a lot more confident today.
All right then, and as we heard there, David Quail is someone who's played some top players. He actually played the current world #1 Yannick Sinner in juniors.
Did he win? Do you know?
I don't think he won, sadly. But did you play any top players sort of growing up and in your pro career?
Well, my best win was against Jules Muller, so at Queen. So he was top 40 in the world, and I didn't win against Andy Murray. I've played him a few times. I even trained with Roger Federer as well. So that's my claim to fame. You can watch that video actually on our channel. So if you want to have a look at that training session, it's the full training session with Roger. Have a look at it.
Any practice points in that?
We did play at the end, yeah. A few return. He did even a few sabres. You know, the sabre attack against me. So he was practicing the sabre as I was serving against him. I tried to get him in for a set, but I think after a 2-hour session, I wore him out a bit, so he declined.
Well, there you go. That's a bit of insight into your pro career. That's pretty amazing. But we actually caught up with David Quail. We know what he's like on the court, but off the court, let's have a look.
What are 3 words to describe yourself?
Probably happy, competitive, and a little funny, I guess. But
And what is the first gig you went to?
first gig, G-Eazy when I was about 15, 16 years old.
And if you could eat one meal for the rest of life, what would you eat?
Pizza.
And what's your go-to series to watch on a flight?
Oh, Prison Break at the moment, loving it. Watching it for the second time.
What's your favourite podcast?
Podcast, Diary of a CEO.
What's a film that makes you laugh?
Laugh, Happy Gilmore.
What player was your idol?
Rafa, yeah.
Which music artist is your favourite right now?
Right now, I'm listening to a lot of Jeff Buckley. It's a bit out there, but yeah.
Favourite thing about being a tennis player?
Travel, yeah.
First tennis memory?
First tennis memory was going down to the local tennis club with my family and playing on the fake clay. Yeah, I love that.
Last book you read?
Last book I read, all the way through, I'm just trying to think. I'm reading Relentless by Tim Grover at the moment, so that kind of counts.
Dream practice partner?
Stuart Parker.
Favourite surface to play on?
Grass.
What sport would you play other than tennis?
Rugby. Yeah, I used to play a little bit.
Well, there we go. A little bit more insight into David Quail. He's known as Mr. Nice Guy this week, so yeah, there you go. One hopefully that he can turn around on the match court and be not so nice.
Oh yeah.
But just looking ahead to his opponent, Michael Shaw, what did you think of him yesterday?
I mean, he had a great start. Looked like he was in full control of the match. Then all of a sudden his game crumbled when the rallies got longer. I'd like to see from him today getting a little bit more aggressive, using that height. I mean, he's a big guy, really focusing on getting that first serve in, get the first hit in, and then get into the net. I mean, he has to, he's got such long levers. He can get to a lot of balls at the net. So I'd like to see a bit more of that from him today.
I mean, in David Quail, his opponent, he's playing it's a similar type of game to what he was playing yesterday in Lumsden. So you think that is going to be key in getting to the net and shortening up points a little bit?
Exactly. I think, he's got a big game and he's got to use it. He's got to use his height. He's got to use his advantages. And, I mean, he started doing that at the beginning yesterday, but, he didn't carry it on when he got a bit more kind of the pressure situations kicked in. So let's see if he can do it today.
All right, then that's what Michael Shaw has to do on court. But yeah, let's get a little bit of an insight into what he's like off the court when he had a go at the quick fire questions.
3 words to describe yourself.
I'd like to just describe myself as tall, resourceful and enthusiastic.
What was the first gig that you went to?
First gig was Coldplay with my dad. I remember Jay-Z was there as well.
What's one meal that you'd like to eat for the rest of your life?
Pizza, yeah, Friday nights always pizza. Change the topping up.
What's your go-to series on a flight?
Series, probably Breaking Bad, because I keep trying to watch it, getting halfway and then not finishing it off.
What's your favourite podcast?
Favourite podcast is either Serve, the Roddick one, or Modern Wisdom.
What film makes you laugh?
The Hangover.
What player was your idol?
Federer. It's a bit mainstream, but Federer.
Which music artist is your favourite right now?
Probably Noah Khan. I'm enjoying him.
What's your favourite thing about being a tennis player?
Getting to visit lots of different places and yeah, experiences those places.
What's your first ever tennis memory?
Being on court with my sister and my dad.
What's the last book that you read?
It would have been probably something sports biomechanics related for my studies.
What would be your dream doubles partner?
Andy Murray.
What's your favourite surface to play on?
Grass.
What sport would you play other than tennis?
Basketball.
Well, yeah, good to get to know Michael Shaw a little bit better. But as we speaking, Mr. Nice Guy, David Quail, is coming in as he's walking onto court. So let's get a little bit of an insight how you're feeling before this one.
Yeah, feeling good. Just treating it the same as really any other match. You know, it's still group stages, so still a lot of tennis to be played. Had a tough one yesterday, so see if we can get back on the horse and you know, really go after it. So yeah, I've played Michael before as well, so I know a lot of the kind of game plan that I'm going to go out with. So just be see, you know, how we play on the day. So feel good.
Is it more difficult, you know, playing a friend, knowing each other beforehand, or do you prefer playing, you know, someone that you don't know?
I mean, I think it's easier playing someone you don't know, because then you have like no expectations and no kind of like
Nothing to prove.
Yeah. Whereas, you know, so for Michael and I, we played a good few times, so you know, there's kind of those expectations of, oh, last time this happened or the time before that happened. So yeah, I think we're pretty close head to head. So yeah, I think it'll be a good one.
All the best. Good luck. We won't keep you too much longer. There we go. Yeah, it's interesting because Michael Shaw leads the UTR rating, but actually David Quail has an ATP ranking and Michael Shaw doesn't. So that's going to be interesting, isn't it?
I wonder if that's something that they will be thinking about. I mean, if there were some ATP points at play here, then maybe. But
here we go. Here's the man that David Quail will be facing, the big man indeed. What do you do in the 15 minutes before a match?
Yeah, I think everyone has a bit of a different routine. I tend to just try and focus on my game plan, make sure I've got all my stuff ready, and especially like things like supplements and drinks and stuff like that. Try and get myself feeling as good as I can.
And yesterday you had quite a tough one. Are you going to approach things a little bit differently today? Are you going to do anything else, anything different?
Yeah, I was unfortunately struggling quite a bit physically yesterday, but we've got a really good support team here which have helped a lot, so feeling a bit better today, and hopefully that will continue into the match. And yeah, be a bit smarter when things aren't going my way, try and maybe shorten points a little bit more, and yeah, we'll see how we get on.
Good luck.
All the best, mate. Enjoy. There we go. Final thoughts. What are your final thoughts heading into this one? How do you think this is going to go?
Well, actually, it's interesting that he said, I want to keep points a bit shorter, and that he struggled a little bit physically, which, you know, kind of makes sense, because when those rallies got long yesterday, he did struggle a little bit, and you could visibly see that. So, you know, coming forward and keeping those rallies short, you know, it's perfect for him. But yeah, I think it's a tough one. Judging by the scoreline yesterday, I don't know, how far he could go. But, you know, if he keeps himself in good shape, keeps himself fit, and stays aggressive, I think he's got a good chance.
And of course, yesterday we had lots of fan engagement. We had loads of live chat going on. We've got Will Shepherd up in commentary. We're going to have you up in commentary. What would your message be to them today?
Well, get involved, ask questions. You know, we are going to have players in the box as well, answering your questions. I'm going to be there answering your questions, keeping you entertained with my commentary.
It's entertaining. I can guarantee.
Hopefully not sending them to sleep, but and then we'll even maybe jump on court and do a little bit of kind of lesson tactics, something to kind of help you with your tennis. So, you know, stay tuned for that. There's going to be a big program, and of course there'll be other matches coming up as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So live coverage underway, and our first match of the day almost here for us. We're going to throw you up to Will Shepherd in commentary, and Alex is going to run up there too.
Of the Novellus Easter Bowl Pro Tennis event, Progress Tour live at Cardiff Metropolitan University's Kincoid campus, and we are shortly going to be getting underway with the first of 3 matches that we will be bringing you from our show court today. And this one sees David Quail take on Michael Shaw, and we are sure to be in for a competitive match between these two players. While there might be a cool 550 places between their current rankings, their UTR Universal Tennis rating 12.15 compared to 12.63 should suggest that these two players will be very evenly matched. Wigener against Shaw from Michael Keynes, two right-handed players facing off against each other. Fairly similar in age as well, 24 years old, David Quail, to Michael Shaw's 26, and the two players at the moment just getting themselves warmed up. Quail is in the orangey t-shirt with a white backwards cap on, and it's Michael Shaw in the white top and the black shorts. And this Progress Tour events, do make sure that you are following the stream all the way through the day, and if you have any questions that you would like to send through to Alex Slabinski, who will be shortly joining me on commentary, or indeed Alex Hyman, who may be making an appearance later and was showing his expertise on camera just moments ago, do send those through, and we'll have answers from them. We can also take questions for the players as well. So use the live chat function on YouTube to send your questions through. This broadcast is being brought to you by students at Cardiff Met University working on the sport broadcast course. And, lots of people that will be superstars in the sport broadcast industry in years to come. Could well be bringing you events from Wimbledon and Roland Garros. For now, our attention is fully focused on the Progress Tour. As Quail just practices his serves. Hammering those down the centre line of the court. 13 matches won, 10 matches lost this year so far. Still early in the year, of course. And he's just on the right side when it comes to the win column. I'm sure that the Wigener's northern grit will come out through this match as it gets into the tight and tough stages. Great to see a player like Quail at this level, someone who started playing tennis just as part of a family hobby that has snowballed into a profession. That's really what you want for elite athletes. It to be something that they enjoyed with their family, with their friends when they were younger. They've been able to progress to a higher level rather than not really being given any choice. But the way Quail plays, it does look like he's enjoying his tennis. Michael Shaw, I'm sure the same is true for him, even though he may have joked that if he weren't a tennis player, he would be mentally stable. But certainly a character is Michael Shaw. Currently completing a PhD at Loughborough University. One of the best university tennis players in the country. That's the direct quote I can bring you from Alex Hyman on Michael Shaw. Shaw also having a family connection that brought him into tennis. His parents, in fact, met through the sport, so without the sport, he wouldn't quite be here. His older sister played, and their dad taught the two of them how to play. So I'm sure there'll be lots of family watching on for both of these players. Feel free, if you are doing so, to send through your good luck messages to the two players as they get themselves ready to begin in this one. We will be monitoring that chat on the YouTube stream throughout day 2 of this Novellus Easter Bowl Pro Tennis event. Match 1 of the Progress Tour is underway. Shaw opening the serving and opening the scoring. He had Quail off balance in the return and goes 15-love up. First exchange of shots that we have seen ends the same way as the opening point. Shaw in the ascendancy. And it's looking like a fairly routine opening service game for Shaw. Speaking of routine and a man that can do it all, delighted to say that in a slight change of plans, Shaw looks to serve to win this game. Slight change of plans. We are joined by Mr. Alex Hyman on comms. Alex, welcome back to the comms box.
Thank you very much.
It's a hit long there by Quail at the end.
A comfortable hold to start things off.
That's what Shaw would have wanted.
For sure he would have wanted that one.
We're 10 minutes into the commentary, and that's the second Shaw pun, because I already opened with one before you got up here, I'm afraid. Did you manage one on Prez down in front of the camera?
Annoyingly,
as well?
I didn't. That's why I was like, let's get one in early.
Get it in straight away.
Because yesterday didn't manage too many either, or knowingly managed. I'm sure I probably said it a few times. But yeah.
You're sure you probably said it a few times?
I don't know if I was sure or wasn't sure.
Yeah, you just...
All I know for sure is that Michael Shaw is playing. Anyway, okay, let's stop that nonsense. Right. Down to business.
Are you a Quail leg fan?
Oh dear. Let's hear from the viewers what you think of this early chat and commentary, because
no one so far has come through and said get those two jokers off. Yeah, we will, as I've said, we will be monitoring that chat all day long, all through the 3 matches. So if you want to chat with us, send us your opinions, questions, or even tips. Is that tips for commentary or tips for tennis? I'm not
based
quite
on our
sure.
start, probably commentary.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, these two will be, you know, they'll welcome some tips probably, because they both lost yesterday. So they'll be looking to improve what they put on show yesterday to try and get their first win on the board this week.
And if I know anything about elite athletes, it is the fact that when they've lost, they appreciate a tip from a fan. So Quail moving Shaw around there and doing an excellent job to move to 30-love in his first service game. So we're yet to see a point against the serve in this opening set.
Yeah, it's just huge serving already in this match. I mean, we know how tall Michael Shaw is. In that pre-match interview we did I was having to hold the microphone almost above my head. So he's tall and he has a huge serve, but so does David Quail. He's not as tall, but he's so good at using his legs to generate that power.
Shaw looks to close out here. Oh, so Quail looks to close out. I think will do.
Does indeed. Really, really solid serving performance so far. Just what they would have wanted heading into this crucial group stage match.
240 love games to the servers. And we're sure back with the opportunity to repeat his feat from the opening game. But yeah, you're talking there, Alex, about Shaw's height. I mean, how much of an advantage in tennis is that extra height?
I think it's huge. I think it's really, really important. Because not only are you talking about the height on the serve, you're talking about yes, the width span of round strokes, forehands and backhands.
Well, that's our first really long rally that we've had of the set so far. The two players showing themselves to be pretty evenly matched.
And that's a prime example there. I mean, yes, he missed the volley, but Quail has hit a decent passing shot there, but Shaw has got there with ease because of how much he can reach with the racket in hand. So I think that's a huge advantage for tall players in tennis.
Well, I'd be interested to know whether Michael's dad is just as tall, because it's a good morning and welcome to the stream for Adrian Shaw, Michael's dad, who does indeed say, get these two jokers off. And I'm sure he's not talking about his son and his son's opponent there. So I think that might be us, Alex.
Yeah, good to have you. Glad to see that family and friends as well are tuning into this brand new event put on by the Progress Tour. Not just fans of tennis, but yeah, great to see.
And also, you know, questions and tips for sure, but supportive messages for the players and even for the commentary and the broadcast crew are always welcomed.
Yeah, yesterday we had some great questions come in just around tactics of the players that were playing, and Alex Slabinski, who's obviously we are streaming to his Top Tennis Training Official YouTube channel. He's going to be on comms very soon. He's just running a few errands at the moment. But yeah, he's going to be on and giving so much more insight.
Well, I'm hoping that through hearing Alex Slabinski's tips and even yours and watching these days of the Progress Tour here at Cardiff Met, that my tennis might improve by osmosis.
Yeah, I think that's the idea as well, that people watching do get something out of it. Like, they're not just tuning in for the match itself, but they're actually learning about the game, learning from both the players and Alex Slabinski as well.
Well, and you.
Well, I wouldn't say that too much. I don't think I've got too much to offer, sadly. Called good by the chair. Quail actually thought that might have been just long, but accepts the decision.
And lots of infrastructure in this broadcast, Alex, but not quite Hawkeye just yet. So
not yet. Yeah, there's actually interesting when I was over the Christmas period out at the Australian Open, and it's actually Hawkeye as well as a company called Bolt 6 now that are challenging each other on the electronic line calling sort of platform, I suppose. So yeah, it's interesting because it was Hawkeye for so many years. And I think Bolt 6 are now there to sort of, yeah, challenge them a bit and provide a cheaper alternative. So it's interesting that now lower level tournaments are now being able to implement electronic line calling because of this new structure they have that enables it to be a little bit more affordable. So who knows? One day we could have electronic line calling at the Progress Tour. That would be something.
That would be great to see. And yeah, I mean, having more companies involved in that aspect of broadcast is only a good thing. Federer would not have got to the level he got to if it wasn't for Nadal and Djokovic and Murray challenging him. So.
Yeah, competition is good for sure.
So, still being a server's set to this point. Quail did manage 1 point against Shaw's serve.
Oh.
In fact, Quail goes long after that exchange of shots there. So, he will open up this service game. Love 15 down.
Loved the initial angle from Quail there, but actually Michael just responded, but with more angle, and it was a little bit too tough for Quail to get back on that occasion. He tried to switch it up the line, but just wasn't successful. But yeah, I would have thought that's a tactic that Quail will use because of Michael's height. Just try get him off the court, get him running, use those angles to full effect.
Quail frustrated with that one. He's going to hold a second service game. He's going to need to mount a little bit of a comeback. 30, I love 30 down right now.
I mean, it was interesting yesterday, just looking at this scoreline. If Michael can get a break here, that's obviously going to mean only good things. But yesterday, Michael Shaw went 3-love up in his match, and then lost that set 6-3, and then the second set was 6-love or 6-1, I think. So he's obviously happy with the starts he's been making. It's just how he finishes matches or how he closes out sets. That's something that he'll look to improve on today.
Both players going for the two-handed backhand. Consecutive shots there.
Yeah,
and
just testing out each other a little bit.
It's brought up break point for Michael Shaw. I mean, psychologically, how important do you find these opening games are in a match in terms of just finding out a little bit about your opponent and trying to work out where their weaknesses are going to be?
Sorry, yeah, I was just checking David Quayle's start position there. I thought I noticed something, but yeah, the start of the match is really important, because if you think about it, as long as the warm-ups remain in tennis, that 5-minute warm-up that we have before the match starts, that's all they've got to really suss out their opponent. Yes, if they know the player before then, of course that helps. But if you're playing someone who you've never heard of before, you've only got 5 minutes of hitting to really get a feel for what they're good at and what they're bad at, and that's just so tough to do. So, to be honest, yeah, the first few games are key to be able to just buy yourself a little bit more time, work out really what your tactics are going to be, what your game plan is going to be, but also for yourself as well, just to ease your way into the match. I was always taught, you know, in the first few matches, just play with big margins. Don't go for the line. Don't go for big shots, because if you miss them, you know, you're not giving yourself that opportunity to ease your way into a match. If you make them, great, but all of a sudden, if you start missing those midway through the first set, then you've got nothing to fall back on. You've got no base. So yeah, I think it's really important just to ease your way into matches and not go for too much at the start.
Well, speaking of easing in, Quail did start to ease himself back into that service game, getting a couple of points at the end, while Shaw had the opportunity to break. But Quail not able to sustain that, and Shaw goes 3-1 up in this first set. And it is Shaw who will serve here.
Okay. All right. I'll turn it on.
Quail's managing to get a point in on Shaw's service here. It's important for him to look to be able to break back fairly shortly, but Shaw 15 or 30-15 up in this game. And just see this serve first. That's 30 all, as Alex Hyman has stepped off the mic for a moment, and so I'm pleased to say that I'm joined by Ewan Lumsden. Ewan, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
And you're fresh off the back of a victory yesterday, in fact, against Michael Shaw.
Yeah, it was a good match. Yeah, started a bit slow, but got into the match and yeah, ended up playing a good match in the end.
And at the moment, Quail finds himself finds himself 3-1 and 40-30 down in this one. But if you were Quail's coach, having beaten Shaw yesterday, what would be some of the tips that you'd be giving Quail right now?
Yeah, I think just you know, keeping in the points and making him move a little bit more, and just keep asking the question of him and making each point, you know, as tough as possible for Michael. And yeah, I think that would be the main thing right now.
Yeah, I mean, the height difference between these two, but I'm fairly certain you, and I'm shorter than you, but the height difference between you and Michael as well. How did you manage to use that to your advantage?
Yeah, I mean, he's got yeah, he's pretty tall. He can you know, crack a serve a few times, so just have to, you know, get into the point off his first serve, and then trying to work the point from there. And you can really start to, you know, return there, get him moving, and lucky there was a pretty good point known until then, but yeah, see if you can stay in this game here.
It's advantage Shaw. We're seeing our first juice of the match being played out. So just stick with this one through to the end of the game. Shaw just taking his time to compose himself. He did have this game fairly under control after the opening couple of serves. Last tough for Quail there. He was putting so much power into those early shots. He'd forced Shaw almost back against the wall, and it really seemed like all he needed to do was just hit that winner in, but he's gone down the tram lines and lost the game, finds himself 4-1 down.
Yeah, that was the point though, it took the really good return from David, and was getting up the court well, just missed that last one. But it was a tricky smash to make, but better play for sure going forward in the match.
And these matches here, the Progress Tour coming thick and fast. So you were in action yesterday, and then you're the next match up here. How are you feeling after yesterday's match? Rested up overnight?
Yeah, rested up. Yeah, just got some physio, and feel good for today. It'll be a tough match. Ryan's playing well, so just just prepare and see how it goes today.
Where are you staying in Cardiff? You down in the city? Or?
We're staying at the Mercure Hotel, just really close to here, 5 minutes away, so it's good.
You were able to get back and get a good night's kip, and
exactly.
Not have to get up too early this morning.
Exactly, yeah.
How do you find that turnaround between days in a tournament? Are you good at being able to shut off from your previous match and not lie awake thinking about the next one?
Yeah, it can be hard sometimes, but you just have to, take some key stuff from the match and then just try and use it towards the next one, see what you can do better and improve on, and hopefully you just keep getting a little better from each match as the matches go on. So.
And you're playing Story next up. Have you played each other before?
I haven't. No, never played him actually. Just seen him play a bit, but no, we've never played against each other. He was always a few age groups older, but always saw him around at some of the tournaments. So yeah, expecting a tough match.
And Alex and I were talking about the way broadcast is evolving for smaller tennis events and becoming more affordable, and obviously online streaming helps with that. That means there's so much more tape out there of different players these days. Have you had a chance to watch some of those matches and learn anything from that?
Yeah, I do that sometimes, obviously with matches being on live streaming on YouTube you can watch. I do that sometimes, but probably more if it's probably a foreign player, just because I don't know them as much, but I've seen quite a lot of the Brits play, so but yeah, definitely would use that for matches.
Well, Quail certainly knows he is in a match here. 15 all in this game, and 1-4 down.
If you can try and get this game on the board and then put a bit of pressure on Michael next game, that could and find his way back into the match here. Definitely still in this set for sure.
Second serve here for Quail. The unforced error for Shaw makes it 30-15. Now, Ewan, I hear if you weren't a tennis player, you would be a football player. How late into your tennis career were you still playing football?
Not that late, actually. Only about when I was, I think, 12 or something. Tennis was mostly the main sport, but you always enjoyed playing football as well for some teams, but yeah, did enjoy it.
From Glasgow, so you one side of the Celtic Rangers divide, or are you out of that and you support someone from somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm out of that actually. I'm sport team in Edinburgh, Hearts.
Okay.
All my family supported them, so I don't support Rangers or Celtic. So I'm out. Hearts is my team. Great serve.
A really positive way for Quail to see out his first service game after being broken by Shaw. So 4-2 to Shaw, his serve to come. Well, I promise you that David Quail was still on the court there. I know on our Cam 1 position, you would have struggled to see him. Shaw forcing Quail so far back from the baseline and out of position. But Quail did his best to stay in the rally, but it was Shaw that was able to win the point. Quail calling that one out. Called in by the chair. And Ewan, was just hearing from Alex that you had quite an interesting week last week from a tennis point of view.
Yes, yeah, I played the doubles event with Johnny O'Mara, so that was fun. Yeah, he was playing well. Steel was on my brunch bars though when we played, but apart from that, it was good. So, we won the doubles tournament. So it was a good experience.
And for people who might be tuning into this because wanting to find out more about tennis, get into the sport and follow some of these athletes, you know, maybe they're friends of these players, but they might not know as much about tennis. Why is Johnny O'Mara a bit of a big name?
Yeah, he's I think he got to around 14 doubles and went deep in some Grand Slams. So he's he's been one of the top British players. So a lot of people know him.
And he's part of your coaching setup at the moment at the University of Stirling?
Yeah, he coached me a little bit. So it's always he gives a lot of good advice and a lot of funny stories from his experiences. So it's always good talking to him.
And in that doubles tournament, was he coaching you through it, or were you able? You obviously won the tournament together. Were you able to give him some tips and some coaching points?
Yeah, he would mostly be in charge on the court. He was sort of, give me tips during it and just, things to recognise when you're playing doubles, just to be more aware of, because he reads that really well. So, and I would just give him the snacks at change of ends, so he had some energy to keep going.
You were giving him the snacks, or he was stealing the snacks?
Yeah, both. Yeah, stealing them, really.
Quail has forced a really good juice here in that last rally. Some very powerful shots, a lot of energy behind them, and he worked his way up the court, moving Shaw backwards, eventually opening that right-hand side for him to fire the winner down. Just takes the power off there.
Oh, that's a great point from Dave there. Good little chip return, bringing Michael forward, and then hitting him with a nice pass there. Great point.
He did well to get in position to make that passing shot. It looked like it was just a bit too far back, but the ball hanging in the air and able to get the winner. So advantage Quail and a chance for him to get his first break of the match. Shaw having to go a little ways off court to collect the ball and try and set himself for this one. He had the set under control. And Quail, he is delighted with that. Long rally between the two by the measure of this match so far. What was it for you there, Ewan, that Quail's managed to do to get that winner and get that break?
Yeah, he just managed a few really good returns there and some big points, pushing Michael back, and you know, got rewarded with the short ball, and you know, took it on, and yeah, I think he for sure deserved to get the break back there, and you know, now it's right even again going into this next game.
Yeah, we saw the frustration from Shaw as he sat down, just tossing his racket onto his bag. And Alex was saying about how yesterday he'd gone 3-love up against you, and then you were able to come back. And okay, it wasn't 3-love here, but he had the advantage. He was in the ascendancy. He just needed to continue as he was in this set, and now there's a chance of yesterday repeating on him. How easy is it to get into that sort of funk as a player and find that patterns are repeating in your matches?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're up, it can sometimes, you know, you can just sometimes concentration can go a bit, and then, you know, suddenly you get, you know, broken once, and then it can get, you know, it can get close again. So it's just, you know, it's just when you're up, you know, trying to just stay on the opponent and, you know, make it as hard as possible for them to get, you know, way back into the match.
Quail looking comfortable on the opening point of his service game. 15-love.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to become more aggressive, and you know, he's using that first serve well.
Would you say you're someone that grows into a match as it goes on, or do you find that you've got to get those big points, those big breaks in early in a match and early in a set to give yourself the best chance?
Yeah, I think so. I'd say, you know, as the match goes on, I feel like I start to, you know, play better and get into a groove more. Start, you know, yesterday didn't start too well, so yeah, I think if you can just weather that storm, and you know, and then once you're in it, then you can really start to feel the ball.
Shaw strode up the court on that last point there to get the winner. Really comfortable stuff for him in the end. Let's get down low to put in that return, and perhaps that unsettled him. Trying to play the backhand winner, but just gets it wrong and finds the net instead. Have you played here at Met before, King Quail campus?
Yeah, I've played here a good few times. I played the UTR a couple months ago, and then also played last year here also, I think once at the start of the year. So yeah, always, yeah, nice to come back here.
How do you find the bounce on these courts? Do you have to adjust, or is it fairly consistent with a lot of the hard courts you play on?
Yeah, I would say quite consistent. Yeah, it was the balls can get here quite heavy, so we'll just have to. I took a bit of adjusting to. Last time I was here, it was different balls, and they were quite hard balls and tough to control. But these are a lot more fuzzy, so it's just adjusting to them. And you know, but the courts I would say are pretty normal to a lot of the hard courts that they have indoor.
So after Quail manages to hold and to level things up 4 apiece in this first set, Shaw is back to work with his serve, trying to get his nose back out in front in the opening set of this opening match of day 2. Slice. Quail's got to it really well, but the backhand winner coming in from Shaw.
Shaw likes that inside-out drop shot. He used it a few times yesterday. I think that's one of his shots he likes to play. Sneaky one.
How frustrating do you find it when you've been beaten by a player on a particular shot and then they do it again,
yeah.
and they do it again?
It's not just hopefully you manage to read the next few a bit better, and you're able to get to it next time, and you know, not so it doesn't happen, you know, too many times.
Trying the same sort of thing there. Too low. And moves to 30-15.
Big point here just to get to that 30 all, and you know, it's probably the biggest point of the set.
Long in the end from Quail. He was playing right to the baseline on his previous couple of shots, and in the end just misjudges it a little bit. And that opens up the opportunity for Shaw to see out this game. You got anyone down here this week supporting you, Ewan?
No, I don't know, just alone this week. Yeah, but it's good that we're all kind of staying together, and we're all pretty good friends who are playing this. We all know each other quite well, so we always have a good time together.
As Shaw does see that game out, he moves 1 game ahead. An important game coming up for Quail to keep this set going. I mean, how easy do you find it? Talking there about the fact that you will get on well, but when you've spent an hour and a half trying to figure out each other's weaknesses, get under one another's skin, smash some balls past each other, how easy do you find it to then head back to the same hotel and see one another in the restaurant and around the lobby and still chat and get on?
Yeah, it can be tough sometimes, but I think that's just tennis. You play people who you're with, and you know, it can be tough, but just whoever loses or wins, like, you just take a few hours to go, maybe be in your own, and then you know it's you're fine after that, and you can, you know, just a match at the end of the day, so you just move on to the next one.
And the grass court season's just around the corner. You looking forward to getting back outside?
Yeah, looking forward to. We'll see. Not sure if there's any. You know, there might be some tournaments on UTRs or British Tours on grass, and then maybe some futures. So probably try and play some of those. And yeah, always like watching in the grass season.
Quail managing once again to draw Shaw into the unforced error. Looking for the ace. Not quite able to get it. Consecutive errors from Shaw. I think, you know, psychologically, tennis compared to a team sport like rugby or football or hockey, where you can be involved in action and what you do isn't necessarily a point gainer or a point loser every single time. You carry the ball into a tackle, you dribble past someone in football. Psychologically, every single point is ending in a small victory or a small defeat for you. I know as someone who's not played tennis to a high level, I'd find that very frustrating to keep having to reset after losing a point.
Yeah.
As a tennis player, is that something that you're so used to from the very beginning, or do you have to work on that?
Yeah, I think you have to work on it. I mean, you're playing on your own. You're not in the team sport. You're not have your teammates. You're having to, it's a lot of problem solving. You're having to figure it out yourself on the court, and figure out if you've lost some, if there's momentum switches, or you have to figure that out in order to change it. And so it's hard, but I think through matches you really get to you get to see how you do with that, and you learn from there. So it's definitely challenging, but
so far, Quail has looked to sort of have the power advantage over Shaw. Shaw looking to turn to a bit of a strong hitting game in that rally, and unfortunately not able to keep the control of his shot. Quail closes out, and we're at 5-5. Just coming back to that psychology aspect, are there any players that you've watched who you feel particularly sort of set an example for how they manage their mentality through a match and keep their composure?
Yeah, I would say got to be Rafa Nadal. I mean, he's probably the best at it there's been. So yeah, just how composed and he is, throughout all the matches, throughout the whole match. And so I'd say he's definitely got to be the prime example of that. I also really like David Ferrer when he played. He's retired now, but he used to have a really good mentality, and would be there for every point.
Quail taking the pace off the ball with that backhand, leaving it short, and on his return just didn't have enough on it to get it over the net. 15-all. Really nice winner down the line there from Quail. Don't forget about our live chat function that we have on the YouTube live stream, being hosted by Top Tennis Training, Alex Slavinsky's own channel. Great to be on Alex's accounts and be able to bring this tournament to you. But while we've got Ewan sitting next to me, we've got the advantage, the opportunity, I should say, to to ask a top player for some tips on your game, then feel free to send them through. You, and I'm sure you'll be happy to give some coaching pointers.
Yeah, for sure. Any questions? Yeah, try and answer them best I can.
Relatively long exchange of shots in that rally there, Ewan. It ties things up at 30 all.
Big point, yeah. Big point here.
Down the middle of the court goes Shaw. Quail having to reach for it, two-handed, and he was certainly off balance and not able to keep the ball on the court. Exactly what Shaw needed in that moment there. Can he follow up? Just take us back through those shots there, Ewan. Expert play from Shaw.
Yeah, he did well with, you know, it was another good serve, and you know, that backhand cross, he got it, you know, he took the pace off it, got it pretty low and short, and it was just quite an awkward shot for David to hit, and it, you know, it popped up a bit, and then he got the down the line, the passing shot. So yeah, he did well there, those last couple of points, just to consolidate that hold for a 6-5.
How far ahead do you find you're able to think in your shot selection? Are you planning it like a chess grandmaster, or are you really sort of seeing what comes at you each shot?
Yeah, I mean, you can always, you know, off the serve, you can always sort of visualize where you hit where you want the next ball to come for your shot to set up with your serve. But yeah, I think you can, if you know the opponent, you can see where they, you know, where they hit the ball, and you can, there's definitely, you know, ways you can do that well.
Really strong serve there from Quail, and Ewan, will wish you good luck, because I know you've got to shortly go and get yourself warmed up for your match. Don't want to eat too much into your warm-up time, and we've talked a bit about mental preparation, so you'll need that time. But
I think Finn's getting a bit, he needs to be out there, and he's getting a bit annoyed, so better go so he doesn't get too annoyed.
Well, thank you for joining us, Ewan, and best of luck for your match. That is the second one up on this show court here on day 2.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Quail, 40 love up, and a chance to tie things at 6-6. Shaw just clinging on in this game, 40-15, and great to have had Ewan Lumsden with us ahead of his match later on today. Really pleased to say that we are joined for the first time today by Alex Slabinski.
Yeah.
Alex, how are you doing?
Nice to be here. It looks like I've come just at the right time.
Yeah, it's been a good set between these two, very competitive. Shaw at one point in a 3-1 lead, having broken in only Quail's second service game, but a few games later, Quail able to break back, and we're all tied at 6-6.
Always such a nervy thing to have as a tiebreak in the first set. I guess both players will want to secure that first set, so very important to get the first few points on the board in the tiebreak.
That is first point for sure. Quail hitting it long, and sure, we just need to refocus there as Ewan, having made his appearance on the mic, makes his appearance on camera. Just running past the bottom of the court. So Quail's 2 points that he will now serve in the tie break.
Big first serve there, straight into the forehand. Oh, and another mistake there. 2 forehand errors so far, both unforced, I'd say. Could be costly.
I mean, I've been struck so far by the power that Quail has in his shots compared to Shaw, and how much he sort of favoured that. But yeah, on occasion, working against him with his accuracy.
But big serve there again, just to get him back into this tiebreak.
Yeah, maybe he heard me say his power game working against him, because it certainly did everything he needed it to there.
He has got the mini break here, sure.
Yeah, chance to move 3 points clear if he can convert on both his serves.
Being a tall player always helps. Bring the serve down into the court. It does just that. 3-1. 3 forehand errors so far from Quail.
Do you get the feeling that that's something that Shaw has just figured out?
Well, he keeps on going there, isn't he? Was that a net cord?
I believe so. Shaw not in agreement. But, the point will be reserved.
Gets a lot of height on that forehand this time, so a little bit safer. Accelerated through it, made the ball bounce up on the other side into Shaw. Made it very difficult for him to handle. Got a lot of racket acceleration, Quail, on that forehand. If you're just joining us, guys, let us know who is your pick for this tiebreak for the first set.
Quail only able to score on 1 of his 2 serves last time. Ewan hitting that one, sorry, Michael Shaw hitting that one right off the court for 3-3, and
got jammed up on that serve. Being a tall player, of course, the body serve is such a big play against a tall player. They have bigger levers, tougher to return those body serves, and we could see why there.
And as Alex mentioned just a moment ago, if you want to chat with us about the Novellus Easter Bowl, you can do so using the live chat function on YouTube.
And not just the Novellus tour, you can always ask us any questions, any tennis-related questions, any technical issues, any tactical help that you need. We're here to answer those questions. Of course, anything that you see in the match as well. But at the moment, it's all level, 3-all in the tiebreak. First set.
Alex, how much time when you're coaching players do you spend focusing on tie breaks?
Well, probably not enough. It is such an important part of the game, especially if you're playing a big server. They tend to hold serves well, and if you can do that on your own serves, then tie breaks are inevitable. That's why you see players like Isner, they become the tie break kings because they are constantly playing those tie breaks. For the players that are maybe not as powerful and big servers, then they don't play them as much. But yeah, definitely a very important part of the game. And I guess when you play a tie break, you have to focus every point at, 1 point at a time. Shouldn't really be too different. It's just the focus has to be a lot higher. The energy has to be a lot higher because you can't afford to really give away any cheap points because you don't have many points to play.
Well, Quail has moved into his first lead of this tiebreak, 3-1 down at one point, but he's now 4-3 up. Shaw's serve to come.
Quite a turnaround there. Shaw was 3-love up yesterday and lost 6-3, 6-love in his match. So I wonder if that will be playing on his mind a little bit. Now he was up in the tiebreak.
Up in this set as well.
And they seem to be finding a way to come back against him. Tried to come in there, played the right way, but that approach shot just wasn't quite good enough. He went for that low slice, but it wasn't enough to trouble Quail, who was able to get there and hit a proper forehand. (3-5) here. Needs a first serve, ideally.
Crucial moments. We've not seen too many aces played much so far.
Big serve there, but Quail was on it, and a long rally now. Big shot there from Shaw. Needed it.
Quail looked well positioned, but just got all sorts of out of shape on that final shot on the net.
Shaw winning and pure power there on his forehand, troubling Quail with that speed of ball. Couldn't quite control it.
So a narrow lead in the tiebreak.
Is he going to try and body him here on the second serve? Always fine when you miss a ball like that and you have to go and collect it. Now you have to come back and serve a second serve. You always think, oh, it's like you don't feel in rhythm anymore. But he makes it. Oh, I think just wide there.
That's what Quail's claiming. Shaw and the chair umpire in a bit of a discussion about it. I mean, it's a tough call to make.
Well, I think the issue here is the umpire didn't call it until the player called it. And because Quail called it out, then the umpire responded with an out. And I think it's frustrated Shaw because he's not sure whether that would have happened if the player didn't react.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to play the umpire as much as your opponent at times. Big opportunity on Quail's serve to put himself in pole position. He's loved that, and well he might. What a winner for Quail.
Really controlled that volley. It's not an easy shot because Shaw made him play it. He was on the stretch. He made Quail hit that volley, and he was just so solid, never in doubt. Good soft hands to control that ball. Hit it just far enough for Shaw not to bother running.
And so Quail in the end coming back in both the set and in the tie-break to win this opening one.
Sure looks like he's having some medical issues there, some treatment. He mentioned some fitness concerns in his previous match yesterday. So I wonder if there's an injury here that he's experiencing. Hopefully it's just a matter of taping something up.
Do you find that sometimes taller, rangier players are more prone to injury?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean he's got longer levers, and especially if there's long points side to side, and that's I guess the job of the other players to get them out of position, make them stretch for balls, make them as uncomfortable as possible, and of course low balls are a lot more difficult as well for them. But they do of course have the advantage of the bigger serve, so I think I'd prefer that. I'd take that over being short.
At this point in time, I think Shaw might take Quail's 1-set-to-love lead, and it's Shaw who headed to the changing room second there. I know you only came up to the comms box in the latter stages of that set, but for you, Alex, what is it that Shaw's got to do differently in the second set to get himself back in this match?
Well, I think at the start of the tiebreak we saw Quail miss a few forehands, but actually his forehand I feel is the weapon. I feel like his forehand is the weapon, and I think it's up to Shaw to take it away from the weapon and make sure that he gets in charge of the rallies a little bit more. So if he wants to keep the points a bit shorter, if he is having some fitness concerns there, it's important that he takes the opportunity, takes the game away from Quail a little bit, because right now Quail is dictating a bit with that forehand, and when he's not missing it, it's really tough for Shaw to handle.
We can see on screen right now Ewan Lumsden, who is now moonlighting as a tennis player after his professional career as a commentator. Maybe it's the other way around.
Okay, one of these.
And we also see Ryan Story. Finn Bass, I apologise. The 25-year-old with the nautical name from Rock in Cornwall. So I'm sure lots of bass to be caught and eaten around there. Maybe bass is a river fish. Alex Hyman, I'm sure, will be able to give us more fish-related information later in the day. But Ryan Best, the 25-year-old from Cornwall, ranked 626th at one point in 2018. So nice career high for him. He'll be taking on Ewan Lumsden, whose career high last year was 648. So that's the second match of the day. And we are going to be bringing you 3 matches through the day before Dingle's event. We are currently in our first match.
I'm looking forward to that professional Dingle's event. Don't quite know what to expect. I've played it before in practice, but this time it's actually, you know, there's prizes on show. You know, there's everything to play for, and it's pro players doing it. I'm looking forward to it. Can we get involved?
You don't want to see me get involved, I can tell you that, Alex. As we just take a look at the order of play, we're currently in a match between David Quail and Michael Shaw, where Quail leads 1-set-to-love. At 11:30, we'll have Ryan Story taking on Ewan Lumsden, and then at 1 p.m, Finn Bass and Alexis Cantor. So 3 singles games coming at you today before the Dingles. Alex, is the Dingles coachable, or is that just...
I mean, there are tactics involved, you know, feeding a certain way. I think the feed is vital here. The timing of the feed is vital. And yeah, I guess it's a little bit more tactical on where you hit, and you're trying to outmaneuver your opponents while keeping position for yourself. It's a fun game, usually played in practice as a kind of something fun to do, but yeah, it's to bring it into an event. It's very interesting. I've seen some pros actually doing it in the US. They started doing it as a format of tennis, just to bring something different to the court, which I think it's good. It's anything different. It's always welcome.
I mean, a lot of what people love about tennis is the tradition of it, and being able to see sort of the exact same venues and formats through the years. Yeah, as I say, Dingle's bringing something different. Do you think it's got a chance of catching on at major events?
No, probably not. But it's definitely something fun to watch, and yeah. I mean, you never know. You know, after the success of this event, it might just be, but I doubt it. Well, we'll let the viewers decide. We can ask the question. It's going to be happening towards the end of the day, so if you are just joining us now, we've still got a few hours before that Dingles event, but we can definitely keep you updated on when we're going to start that.
Yeah, we'll be going off this current live stream and taking a bit of a break before the Dingles around about 6 p.m. So I will give you a chance to put the kettle on.
And prepare yourself mentally.
Mentally, indeed. Bring up the Dingles rulebook online, although we will be doing our best to guide you through it as it takes place.
Well, here we have Michael Shaw has returned back from his injury break. We do know that apparently the injury was something that occurred yesterday, so he was struggling with a bit of an injury issue, which is, I guess, still the issue today. Let's hope he can find a way to deal with it and come back into this match.
Well, a fast start to this second set, where David Quail has a 1-set-to-love lead. He opens the serving on this occasion. But, just wasn't able to get that winner landing the right side of the line, and find ourselves at 15 apiece. On to Quail's second serve. Bit of an exchange of words there from the umpire. Don't have the umpire mic'd up, unfortunately.
Or to get their insights as well.
Yes.
On the stream.
I was commentating on Bucks Big Wednesday just under a month ago, where we did have the umpires mic'd up, and when one of the players disagreed with a call, we could just listen in on the the disagreement that they were having and see how the umpire handled it. Umpire did actually handle it really well in the end.
Yeah, come to free.
Again, dominating with that forehand, Quail. I think Shaw needs to find a way to get it away from that side. And if he is going into that forehand, he needs to go in and attack it rather than allowing Quail to attack him.
Playing around with the audio. Now I can, yeah. Coming to one, on one.
They do have different playing styles, these two for sure.
Okay. Well done. That was good effort. Owain, yeah, I'll come to you for that.
Quail describing himself as an aggressive baseliner.
Yeah, easy.
Sure.
That's nice.
Considers himself to be an all-court player.
That was a big serve, that.
Hopefully on the stream, the mics on the cameras caught how hard that ball went pounding into the padding at the back of the court for Quail to see out.
Right, Owain, if you get David Quail, the guy in orange, in shot, I'll come to you too.
So, apologies if there was a little bit of a leak on the mics there. It's good to hear again from Michael Shaw's dad, Adrian, who has rejoined the chat to say that there's a bit of a clue that Michael is having to manage an injury that he picked up yesterday. Let's see, Alex, that conversation he was having with the physio at the end of the first set. I mean, tournaments come thick and fast. You know, how important is it for a tennis player at the top level to be having an eye on the next tournament and the one after that, rather than overexerting themselves to get the best result in the tournament they're currently playing, and if they're managing an injury like Michael is now.
Oh yeah, I don't think they're going to be thinking about the next tournament. I think it's one match at a time, trying to keep yourself as healthy as possible for the week, unless you're playing a practice event where you're just using it to get a little bit of form, a little bit of practice, a bit of confidence. Then perhaps you wouldn't push yourself as far for those wider balls, or not to risk a further injury. But normal events, you just play each event as it comes, and you give it your best. I mean, that's the only way to be, I think, if you want to do well.
Another forehand error from Quail. Lovely slice from Shaw. Quail managing to get all the way up the court to play it back, and almost kind of felt like Shaw wasn't expecting there to be a return that he would have to deal with there, Alex.
I mean, the slice was good, but it wasn't that good. Yeah. I think that injury is definitely having an impact on his game.
So Shaw has closed out his first game of this second set. And Quail now with his big serve, looking to come back, and he's got Shaw fully off balance, fully off the court, and that leaves him whole court to fire that overhead smash in as the winner. 15-love. Quail, of course, from Wigan. Is Wigan a place that you spent much time, Alex?
Never been. I'm not sure if it's on my visit list, but I may just have to visit now. Have you been?
I have. I do like Wigan. I'm a big fan. My granddad was from not too far away in Rochdale. Of course, I know people from Wigan wouldn't like me to make any connection between Wigan and Rochdale. But, lots of nice people up there. Of course, more famous for its rugby league and its football than its tennis. But Quail, foregoing both of those sports to focus on tennis, and it's turning out well for him right now. His aspiration is just to keep on climbing the ATP rankings as much as possible. His career high, 907th, so he cracked the top 1,000. A little bit lower at the moment, 1,586th. Let's see whether he was unsettled by having to move that ball. Last time that happened, he wasn't.
Big serve. Troubled Shaw there into the forehand.
Shaw just having a word with himself. And I mean, how frustrating is it as a player when you are carrying that injury and you know you could be playing better, you know you potentially could be beating your opponent, but you're just not, your body is not allowing you to do the things you can normally do?
Well, I guess when you're at the top of the game, when you're playing pro tennis, it's part of the game. I think you're always kind of carrying something. There's always a niggle, there's always an injury, there's blisters, there's all sorts to deal with. So I don't think these players are going to be new to the idea of playing through an injury. I think it's just something you have to learn to do, something you learn to manage, and try and put it out of your mind as much as possible to try and play your best and protect the injury as much as possible while using your strengths to play to your strengths in order to win. Yeah, I've had a fair share of injuries in my time as well. 2 knee surgeries, a hip issue, and shoulder, back, wrist. With tennis, I guess you're using all parts of your body, either for movement or hitting the ball. It's what makes it so unique. But of course, then you risk injury, and when you are playing at a high level, it's the hours of constant trainings and matches where you're pushing your body outside of your comfort zone, outside of its limits. Injuries start to creep in, and that's why it's so important to do a lot of injury prevention work before and after the tournament. Good warm-ups, good warm-downs. So these guys will be doing that. So if you are someone who's watching, who's a junior player just starting out on tour, make sure you put that into your routine. It's so important to keep your body in good shape.
It certainly is, says Quail. He did think he maybe got the winner in this game at 40-30 up, but finds himself having to serve now with the advantage to see it out after the umpire's line call. Judged his shot to be out and brought up deuce. Still a little distracted by what was going on the practice courts. And does, in the end, get the winner, forcing the error from Shaw. And moves to a 2-1 lead in this second set, having won the first.
Still on serve here in this set, so Shaw will be looking to come out strong and hold, and see if he can get stuck into that return game again. Had some chances there, which is a promising thing to see, especially as he's had to come off injured. Now he's back, so we may just have more action here to come.
Do keep your questions coming through. It's not every day that you get someone with the expertise, the coaching prowess of Alex Slabinski able to answer your questions at your beck and call. And so a great opportunity for you. If there's something you particularly want to work on in your game, maybe you see one of these players get caught out by a shot that always gets past you as well. You want to know how to position yourself better, how to deal with it better, and Alex is on hand. Alex, what would you be saying to Shaw right now if you were his coach between the two sets, in terms of managing that injury and refocusing, not having his mind so dominated by the niggle that he's carrying?
Well, it seems like it's something to do with his foot, possibly, just in the way that he's walking. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously he needs to find a way not to do as many miles on court, has to try and keep the point short, look to get in, take a little bit more risk, which I know is difficult, especially when Quail is attacking his forehand so well. But a little mistake there, so he does miss.
There are fallibilities in Quail's game for Shaw to exploit. He started to find some of them in that previous service game as he worked his way back in, which was good to see, because the trend has tended to be Quail coming back at Shaw, whether it's in the game or in the set, or indeed the tie break at the end of that first set. But Shaw needs to have the same ability when Quail starts to build up a lead. 30-15. Lots of time for Shaw to get positioned and then fire that winner through.
Drive volley there, like it. He has to do that more often. And I think by coming in, like if you're serve volleying or coming forward, chip and charging, he needs to do a little bit of that so that he just shows his opponent a different picture on the other side, just makes him a little bit more rushed. So much more difficult to play against a player who's rushing you, coming forward, making you come up with the passes. And if he's to miss a few, some important moments, you can really trouble them. A little double fault there doesn't help. And he had a chance there, Shaw, that first forehand from Quail, landing quite short. Didn't step into the court, just stayed behind the baseline, hit another rally shot, and quickly lost control of that rally. He had a chance there, so he has to take them. He has to be actively looking for the short ball, not just being happy to rally. A much better forehand there.
Shaw has the advantage, and you won't quite have seen, but on the previous exchange that brought Juice up in this one, as Shaw tried to get to the ball where he then eventually found the net, he did take a little stumble. Not too bad fall, but certainly not the type that you want to be going through when you're already feeling pain in your foot. Juice again. A sign perhaps of how these two players are working out each other's serve, that the last two games have gone to Juice.
Yeah, and I think just listening to the other players before the match is talking about the balls fluffing up quite a lot. They've had some long games on both serves, so the balls will be getting a little bit more fluffy, become more difficult to generate power, and naturally get even longer rallies. So slightly suits the baseliners, not the players that want to come forward and attack. But Shaw did that pretty well, and just by coming forward there, forced the error.
Only just long from Quail, but too long as far as he is concerned. Another opportunity for Shaw to try and hold, which he does. 2-2 in this second set.
Still electing to serve to that forehand of Quail's quite a lot. I'd like to see a few more out wide serves on the outside to, of course, open up the court. But was successful at this point. There's that body serve again. So tough for the taller players to deal with.
You could see how cramped up Shaw was for room. Trying to navigate his way around that.
Positive response there, coming forward again. That was great. Needs to do a lot more of that if he wants to get something out of this match.
Just limp back, but do you feel that he is growing back into it? Thank you.
Just by the way he's walking, he's definitely not quite right, but wonder if it is his foot. Just noticing how the shoe size he's got. I'm going to find out what shoe size he's got. Really big, big feet.
Big feet for sure. Big serve for Quail. Too long on that occasion. Once again on his second serve in this game.
Little drop shot there. He's used that on a number of occasions in this match with great success. Again, it breaks up that rhythm of keeping Quail on the baseline where he loves it. It's giving him something different, making him come forward. And on this occasion, wrong footing him and getting the winner. So many ways of winning a point. It doesn't always have to be with power through the baseline. There's precision, which you can go for angles or drop shot. You can take time away by coming forward into the net. And then, of course, you've got the power aspect, which he sometimes uses. Well, so often we think when we want to attack, it's just with power, but we have so many tools at our disposal that we can use depending on the kind of player you're playing against.
Quail just distracted by noise from the gallery. Takes a moment.
Definitely struggling there on that point.
Yeah, and you feel the longer the rallies go on, the more the advantage is going to shift to the fitter Quail in this situation.
Has to avoid that, has to come forward, has to do something, answer the question.
Level things up at 30-30. Now for 3 serves in a row, he's not got his first in.
Great return. And an error there from Quail for coming in from the backhand side this time.
Can't quite believe it as he waits for that ball to come back to him.
Apparently he gets his shoes from Isner. Sure.
One of the most famous tall tennis players in recent times.
It's not his foot, apparently the injury. Could it be his knee or hip? Definitely something to do with his legs, I'm guessing. I mean, the way he's walking almost reminds me of how Murray was walking when he had his bad hip. Not taking too big a step.
Yeah, those are short strides for a man of Shaw's height, so I wonder if you are narrowing it down, Alex.
We will get to the bottom of it.
Will indeed. And if any of Quail's family are watching and also want to give us some insights into Quail's game and show their support on the stream, as Adrian Shaw is for his son Michael, then do feel free to send through your comments and your inside tips. But, so far, this second set looking just as compelling as the first, with Shaw having got the first break there, moving him into a 3-2 lead, and his serve to come.
So important just after you get a break is to consolidate it with your own service game. You have to really focus on getting as many first serves in as possible. It's something that I'd be telling myself. You know, every time you step up to the line, you're picking a target, and you're trying to get the best first serve you can. Put yourself ahead in the point. Because if you can get a hold here, you'll feel a lot more comfortable returning the next game.
Well, it's one of the things, Alex, I always feel watching tennis, calling tennis, that that break mid-set or after, how quickly it turns the set round, and you go from two players that have been holding and so evenly matched, and all of a sudden one is just a game or two away from taking a set.
Yeah, and especially against players like with a big game, tall players who serve well. So much more important. That break can be vital. That's why it's so important to stay mentally strong when you are not getting any opportunities on their serve, just to wait for your chance, to know that it's coming, and take it when it is there.
Short, long in the end, tried mixing up his shots, took some pace off it. Quail reading things, drawing the error.
Again, Quail, a longer rally there. Trying to move Shaw as much as possible, exploit his injury. Big serve there, so nice to be able to do that. If you're love 30, just send a big serve down. That's the dream.
Can he get 2 big serves in a row? If he does, it'll need to be on his second serve. Big wind up.
And a big hit, found the line there. The umpire calling it in. We're at 30 all. That's the kind of play he needs to do more of. You know, just going for it a bit more. He could have even approached there on that backhand when he hit it down the line. It was a great approach, potential, but chose to stay on the baseline and had to hit another 2 shots after that. But luckily it worked out for him.
Do you feel we're seeing a different short currently to the one that we saw in the latter half of the opening set?
Again, another big forehand. And again, could have started following it in just to show Quail that he's coming in behind him, behind that big forehand. Very good aggressive play there from Shaw to take the game. Holds for a 4-2 lead now.
Not bad from love 30 down in that latest game. Quail, who was broken on his last set of serves, must hold. Have any chance of turning this second set around. Came back from 3-1 down in the opening sets. Now he must come back from 4-2 down.
Oh, didn't even move for that ball there, Shaw. I wonder if now he's just thinking, right, I'm going to just focus on holding serve here, try and save the body as much as possible, not chase any balls down.
I was just about to ask you how much that comes into a player's mentality.
Yeah, 100%.
Can win from here if I hold.
Yeah, he'll just be focusing on the serve. I mean, that doesn't mean he won't take any risks on the return. He's got a bit of kind of free play, free hits at the ball. If he can trouble his opponent and come forward just like he's doing now, he asks the question, it becomes a lot more difficult for Quail to settle in and get into the long rallies. So the more he can do that, sure, the better he'll perform, I think, as well as save his body for those service games when he really needs to hold.
all. Quail finds the top of the net. Let on that serve. Winds up again. Now it's Shaw, who seems to be getting under Quail's skin a little bit. Frustration showing for the Northerner. Around 15-30. And again needing to rely on his second serve.
A great pick-up volley there. Not an easy shot, but just shows how important it is to come forward on that, not giving Quail any room to breathe. Consistent attacking play.
So often you see a player find the net in this position that Shaw was in there. Instead, he moves into a 1-point lead in this game.
Wow. Looking dangerous out there, kind of swinging free, Shaw. Not giving anything away, making himself extremely difficult to beat at the moment. Even carrying that injury is almost helping him to play slightly more aggressive tennis, take more risks, because he knows that there's no other way around it, and it's proving to be a good tactic.
Certainly is. We'll just have a slight break in play. Umpire said to come down from his chair.
I think we're having some scoring issues there. We'll wait till we update the score on the screen for you guys. Should be 5-2 now in that second set to Shaw. And the first set, of course, 7-6 to Quail.
So consecutive breaks of serve achieved by Michael Shaw.
Double break up, I mean, yeah. He'd be thinking, okay, I'm in good position here. Hold out the set. And Quail will have to do something in the third set as he comes out. So, but it's still not over, still has to hold out here.
Perhaps there's something in the comeback mentality for Shaw. Just down after the first set and struggling with an injury. You could argue he was the underdog, which incidentally is his walkout song by Kasabian. Maybe he has the lyrics of that hit going through his head right now.
And we could see Shaw there doing a little bit of mobility work in the corner. So it seems like it maybe could be his hip thruster, maybe.
So, official guess
Could
from
be
you
is
is that Alex hip thruster?
Yeah, it could be a hip, or it could be a maybe a hamstring issue as well. I'm not sure, but he was moving his leg.
Well, Adrian, if you're still watching, then do let us know whether Alex has managed to diagnose, or if not, just play a game of hotter or colder. So Shaw serving for the set. 15 love up. 2 more needed. Just hooking that one a little too much. What a return from Quail.
Yeah, we see Quail unleashing a little bit on his return, getting a little bit of frustration out, and I guess he's got nothing to lose now. He's 30 love down in this service game, 5-2 down, can swing away free if he finds a few balls that go in and trouble Shaw. Could just find a way to get back into this set. And a mistake there from Shaw could be a costly one. Now it's 30 all. Really needs to play a good point, good solid point here, or at least an aggressive one to force Quail to defend.
First opportunity to close out this set. He's not going to want to let it slip. Psychologically, that would be a massive opportunity for Quail. He's going to have to do it the hard way. Quail well positioned, working his way up the court, forcing Shaw back. Gets the winner to move into the lead.
It's interesting that both players seem to play a lot more aggressive, a lot more free when they're down, forcing the opponent into difficult situations.
Players having to really reach to dig some of those shots out.
I think Shaw did really well there. It wasn't an easy slice to hit there, and he found the corner, made the ball slide into Quail's forehand, making it pass that much more difficult.
We will have juice again. 2 consecutive winners needed by Shaw to take this second set and tie things up.
Just missed it, I think, on that one.
He would have wanted.
I feel like he took a little bit of pace off his forehand on one of those shots, gave Quail a chance to attack, and then he had to come up with something incredible on that last one and failed to do so. The break here from Quail. 5-3. It's not over yet.
It's not, no, but Quail will need to hold on his serve, something he's failed to do in his last 2 opportunities. Still a chance for Shaw to take this second set, but frustrating to have missed out on the opportunity to do it the easier way on his own service game.
If you are guys looking to improve your own serves, we have got a little serve guide, serve technique guide PDF that you can download. I've left a link there for you in the live chat. It's pinned to the top, so use it to download a little step-by-step guide on how to improve your own serve. Hopefully get you guys serving like these guys out here on court.
First points to Shaw in this latest game. Did look to be bouncing around fairly freely there as he set himself for the return. Shaw almost looking more comfortable
when returning rather than serving, right? They've switched roles. The serve seemed to be the difficult one to win. Missed that volley as well. after a break.
So we are at set point.
3 set
Three
points.
of them.
Surely you can just have a swing on the first 2. Go for a little bit more, a bit more attack. When you have the luxury of a few. Oh, big serve there.
Quail was alive to the possibility of that just making its way over the net, sprinting up court. One break point, 1 set point rescued. 2 more to go.
Second serve here. Serving to stay in the set. Big second serve, really went for it, no holding back, but a great point from Shaw there to secure the second set. So we're 1 set apiece.
Well, 1 set apiece, but this match feels like it has a totally different complexion to it than it did after the first set. At that point, Quail, who'd come back in the set, come back in the tiebreak, he walked off first while Shaw sat on the bench managing an injury. It looked like the match was only headed in one direction from there. Shaw twice breaking Quail in this second set. He doesn't need to wait for the physio on the bench on this occasion as he heads to the changing rooms.
Definitely doesn't look comfortable even walking, so it's definitely something that's bothering him, but he's just trying to play through it, trying to get the win. Only 1 set to focus on now, the third set. Everything to play for. Of course, both of these guys are playing to stay in this group.
So, Quail winning the first 7-6. Shaw the second 6-3, and we'd love to hear your thoughts on the match so far. We'd love to know who you are backing in this intriguing third set that we've got coming up. Big serve of Quail against the injury management and the guile of Michael Shaw. One of 3 singles matches. We are bringing you through the day here at the Tennis Centre at Kincoid campus of Cardiff Met University. Alex, have you played some matches here at Kincoid yourself?
No, never. I have played in Cardiff before, but not at this venue. Many years ago, probably like 15 years ago now. How things have changed.
How did you get on that visit to Cardiff?
I think not too bad. I quite enjoyed playing Wales. Yeah, good courts. I guess it doesn't matter as long as you've got your tennis racket and net to play on a tennis court. You can make it happen.
You're not one of those who gets too tied up then on whether there's a bit more bounce in one court than another. You just focus.
I mean, I don't really like too bouncy a court, like when they start, bouncing too high into my backhand and so on. But usually that's probably the only thing I don't like. Don't like playing in altitude, which of course we don't have here. But if you go to somewhere like Mexico, for example, that some of the players will play at, it becomes a lot more difficult to play there because the balls fly a lot faster. They don't come down as much. The big servers seem to have a much bigger advantage because the points are much more difficult to play. The balls, they play with balls that are less pressurized, so not like the normal ball that you'll play on with here. You'll have balls that are They contain less air pressure inside them, so they don't fly out as much. So it becomes a completely different feeling on the ball, completely different feel of how you play. So I can't say I enjoyed that one either, but everything else I'm pretty good at.
Well, not too many meters above sea level. We return to action. The opening game of the third set. 7-6 to Quail in the first, 6-3 to Shaw in the second. And Shaw opening up serve here. Quail with the opening couple of points against the serve. So will we see the trend of breaks continue?
That would be the fourth break in a row, wouldn't it? Had a break, followed by a break, followed by a break.
It would indeed.
Something that you see more of on clay courts and slow courts, where the serve plays gives you much less of an advantage. Of course, on indoor usually, it's something that doesn't happen that often. But here we have 3 breaks in a row, and now we're at 30 all.
Shaw having to stretch painfully, it looked, in an attempt to play that. Wasn't able to dig it out. 40-30, Quail break point.
Close call there, I found. Could have been in. Had an opportunity there, Quail, to come forward on that slice. Chose against it. Chose to remain in the rally. Possibly due to the fact that Shaw is carrying that injury, maybe thinking prolonging the point would work in his favor. But in doing so, ended up giving Shaw the opportunity to take over the point.
Quail's done well to recover. He's certainly got himself back in this rally, although as I say that, completely miscues that one. Fires it into the back wall.
Well, he was really struggling with that one. He had to deal with a smash there, then a really fast forehand that's been hit by Shaw into that backhand side, was on the move. It was hit with a lot of power. Not easy to handle. Now we're going to see the first hold in 4 games.
Well, if we are, it's not going to be on that point. Go back to deuce.
So much more dangerous, Quail, when he's in attack, like we saw on that point. If you have just joined us on our live stream, got a great match here. We had a lot of ups and downs, comebacks, injuries, and now we're at set all. And Michael Shaw is serving the first game to try and get the first hold in 4 games. Great slice there, but Quail was able to get to that. Should have followed it in, really, to make himself look big at the net. Tough to pass on the stretch for Quail. By staying back, gave Quail the chance to just make the ball back, which proved too short for Shaw to get to.
Quail did really well with the amount of ground that he covered in that point, didn't he? Ties things up again.
The right kind of play, I felt, for Shaw there. Coming in, it was the right way to do it, but just didn't hit that approach shot with enough conviction. So Quail was able to get his body behind the shot and do his passing shot. It's more like it. Chose to come in again. That's the way he's going to win points here. And I think even if you end up losing the point and you play the correct way, the right way, and you come forward, that feeling that you give to your opponent when you're doing that, it becomes, it really presses on them. It makes them rush, makes them frustrated. Can earn you a lot of points in the long run. Really can change the match around as a tactic.
Quail's turn on this occasion to get forward and secure the overhead winner.
And of course, it's as a player who's facing someone who's coming forward against you, I guess one of the tactics you should be trying to do is do the same back to them. Stop them from coming in by being aggressive, get them moving, and then come in yourself. Those players generally don't like making the passing shots themselves.
Break point once again for Quail with Shaw on his second serve. It was a lot softer.
And we have a 4th consecutive break of serve.
Surely it's got to end at some point. But for now, Quail heads to the bench with the 1-game lead in this deciding set. Looking for the first time in 3 games to manage a hold.
Someone betting on this match right now would be having a field day if they were betting against the server every time. If you're just new, you've just joined us, thanks for watching our live broadcast coming to you here from Cardiff, Wales, the Novellus Easter Bowl event with 8 pro players competing for $10,000 pot.
Could get you a few Easter eggs, wouldn't it, Alex?
Definitely. You have to win the matches first, though.
You do. And it probably wouldn't be the players that would get to enjoy the Easter eggs, really. They might have to be buying them and giving them to their friends and family.
Yeah.
Another half, so yeah.
Because we're so strict on our diets. The ultimate professionals. Players and commentators.
Of course, yeah, of course, it does take as strict a diet to be a commentator as it does to perform the highest level on court. Quail, 30 love up. We've seen margins like this in this match of breaks it's turned into. Those kind of advantages overturned. Quail putting a lot more pace on the ball than Shaw. And moves 40 love up.
Has to find a way to stop Quail running away with this one. Doesn't really want to go 2 love down in the third. But nothing you can do about that serve.
The first time that Quail has led 2 games to love in this match. And that's off the back of that opening game of this set, which was the longest we've had so far. It's a deuce on a number of occasions before a far more regulation game to follow it, the game to love for Quail.
Let's hear your thoughts, guys, on the match. Let us know in the comments. What would you be doing differently now if you were Michael Shaw? Is there a tactic that perhaps you should be using? And another big point there from Quail, and it seems that Shaw is in quite a bit of pain there. Not easy out there for him today. We of course have our Dingles challenge match coming up later in the day. I'm not sure if Michael Shaw is competing in it.
These 2 players met a year ago. And, with a match that ended in straight sets, and it was Shaw who was able to assert his dominance on that occasion, winning 6-2, 6 love. Much closer match today.
Wow. Just shows what full fitness can mean for a player. Mind you, you never know, maybe Quail was not feeling his best on the day either.
Could well be the case.
Although you always have to find a way, even when you're not feeling your best, to try and find a way to compete, try and find a way to win. Because during a tournament, it can all turn around from one day to another. So if you're feeling bad today and you get through it, the next day gives you another opportunity to play well. Always looking for that for the next day.
Quail put an end to the run of breaks when he held his serve in the last game. But he starts a new run here. Breaking Shaw once again, who now goes 3 games in a row without winning. Sorry, correction, 2. 2 games in a row without holding his own serve, and Quail moving into a 3-love lead.
It's a mountain to climb now for sure, I feel. It's not going to be easy, especially if you're injured, to try and continue playing, find something, some strength to come back and get something out of this match. The next couple of games are vital. If you're just joining us, guys, let us know what you are currently working on in your game. Anything that you have seen in the match so far or heard from us. Make sure you leave a comment under the video in the live chat section. We do try and reply to as many of you as possible. Any comments? There's that body serve again from Quail. So difficult to move around.
He's using it really effectively, but importantly, he's using it selectively as well. He's disguising when he goes for it. So, Shaw struggling to respond. Not long since Michael Shaw played in the Bucks Individual National Championships, where he lost to Phoenix Weir, who then, having won that, went on to win the team championships with the University of Nottingham at Bucks Big Wednesday. They beat Stirling University at Loughborough. Loughborough, of course, where Shaw is based as a player, where he trains. Quail, man who, if he wasn't a tennis player, would be the front man of Finn versus Band. Really starting to sing here as he wins another game to love and moves 4-love up in this third and deciding set. Really said it was a mountain that Shaw needed to climb, Alex. It's looking a bit insurmountable now.
The mountains are growing and getting bigger. It's not going to be easy. I don't know if Shaw has the belief that he can come back from this with an injury as well.
It's a shame to see, because he did manage it a lot better than we were maybe expecting in that second set, to be able to come back into it and in the end take the set relatively comfortably, 6-3.
I feel like you put quite a lot into winning that second set, that then you have to start from scratch, start again in the third, and it's a lot easier, I think, to continue winning if you've got that slight lead. But when you're facing a 4-love deficit, you gotta find something inside you to keep going, and it's as Quail is growing in confidence, it's not easy.
And there we see the impact that's had on Shaw. Slamming the ball into the back wall as he goes to collect another for his serve. He'll really want to get one game at least on the board in this third set.
That first serve is vital. Has to get it in. Go big, find a target, pick a target and go for it. If you are guys looking to improve your own serves, we have got a little serve guide that we left for you in the live chat, pinned to the top, with a little step-by-step technical guide to serving better in tennis, so check it out.
I think it's something we should probably have a look at some point, Alex, but I worry I might be beyond even your capabilities to help. I've known Alex for a little while now, Alex Hyman, and he's not been able to help my game.
Well, after watching these guys, maybe you'll get inspired.
That's the hope. That is the hope.
And you guys watching at home, I hope you're also getting inspired by watching the pros. Of course, these guys are competing on tour. Of course, today's, well, for the next 4 days, we've got the Novellus Easter Bowl event here, which is a money tournament. But these guys are competing on the ATP tour, playing the ITF Future events. Some of them ranked, or have been ranked as high as 400 in the world. So they're competing most weeks out there. So this is your chance to watch them in action.
Shaw, having got himself back into this game and forced juice, finds himself contesting another break point. And he needs to get these next few to avoid Quail being able to serve for the match in the next game.
Can't really see him coming back from this one now. 5-love down. That's tough.
Yeah. Quail seems to have worked out the issues that were plaguing him on his serve towards the back end of the second set. He's looked very confident on it in this third one. And you would expect this to be fairly procedural. A man who has beaten the likes of Jacob Fernley prior to this. Played against Yannick Sinner in his junior career. Now looking for the service game to win this one. And just a reminder that we are bringing you the Novellus Dingles Challenge at 6 p.m. tonight. If you don't know what that is, and you'll be having a crash course with the players on court and myself and Alex. Fast-paced action starts off as 2 singles matches or singles games on either side of the court, and as soon as one of the balls is out, it then transitions into doubles, hence the name, the portmanteau of doubles and singles. And yeah, promises to be a lot of fun, and be really great to see it being played in a competitive nature and on a live stream. So do come back after the conclusion of singles competitions at 6 p.m. for that one. Quail now just 3 points from securing victory in this opening match of the day. looking very confident now, Quail.
Yeah, he's playing a lot freer now. He has that advantage. Can afford to go for a little bit more, play with a bit more aggression.
Just a bit long on that occasion from Quail. (30-15). Wow, that's really good at this stage in the match, given the troubles he has had, to be able to see Shaw stick in a rally like that.
Definitely, maybe he still does think he could challenge. Got nothing to lose.
This would be the mother of all comebacks. We're at 30-30. Just floating over the net. But Shaw not able to reposition himself, and Quail up to it.
I think that was wide though. I think he missed it.
Oh, yeah. Good indeed. So break point for Shaw. My apologies. But, Quail had got the winner there. He does on this occasion. We are at deuce once again in this match. So a shootout between these two. Quail looking to win. Shaw to cling on. Advantage to Quail.
You can see just how difficult it is for Shaw to get to those wider balls when he is pushed out of position.
Those steps getting even shorter than they were after the first set for Shaw. Just look to be in some discomfort. And that will be that. Quail letting out a roar of triumph as he secures this match. 7-6, 3-6, 6-love. Three highly contrasting sets between these two players, Alex. But it's Quail who emerges on top.
Yeah, I think Shaw will be disappointed that he wasn't able to continue that run from the second set and get something for the third. At least get on board. But yeah, once he went down in it, it was going to be one-way traffic, especially carrying that injury. It was going to be very difficult to come back from. But he played a great second set. Was able to put the injury, out of his mind for that set. Couldn't do it for the whole match. That's tennis.
It is indeed, as the 24-year-old Arctic Monkeys fan, David Quail, moves on in this competition with another win, and he's looking a lot cheerier than he was just a set ago. And he found himself, perhaps unexpectedly, having to play a third in this rubber. That's a 3-6 loss in the second set. Perhaps a bit of an aberration. compared to the march that he'd got on late in the first set and then all the way through that third and deciding one.
We are going to hear from the winner of the match in just a minute. David Quail will be joining Alex courtside, and we'll hear his thoughts on how the match went in just a minute.
And I mean, what would you be saying as Quail's coach after that match?
I mean, he kept his nerve there. He did really well to get ahead in that third set. I think it would have been disappointing for him to lose the second, and he had to find a way to turn it around.
He did, and he was able to find that way to turn it around. We're going to hear more from Quail now. He is courtside with Alex Hyman.
Very much, Will Shepherd, great commentary out there. I'm now joined by the winner, the first win of the week for you, David Quail. How was it out there?
Brutal, yeah. Michael was playing really well, especially towards the end of that second. I just was hanging on a little bit towards the end of that, but then, I don't know, in that third set, I was like, I've just got to go after him. But yeah, great battle. I hope everyone enjoyed watching that, because I mean, I enjoyed playing it, so yeah.
No, they sure did. I mean, there was lots of engagement, lots of praise for the tennis out there, because it was a good level.
Yeah,
what did you think of the level?
I mean, I feel like I started a little bit rusty, but then the end of that first, I served probably some of the best that I've served in a little while. I mean, I think I went into the break going 3 aces on the due side. But yeah, I mean, I think the level from both, especially from Michael in that second, was lights out. And yeah, I think I just managed to kind of keep my level a little bit more in the third, and and plus the ball changed helped as well. So yeah, I enjoyed it a lot though. I mean, I'm happy with that one. It was a good win.
So when you do play like a big server, a tall guy, how much pressure does that put on your serve?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was feeling in that second. I mean, all I was thinking about really was just trying to kind of get up on the ball, because I started to feel my legs a little bit. You start to feel a little bit kind of tired. So yeah, there is a lot of pressure, especially with Michael's serving, because he can just go like 3 aces and say if you go 4-love up, you can just be back to juice so quickly. So yeah, there is pressure, but it's just trying to control what you can control. Like, for me, I was just like, okay, I've just got to keep serving as well as I can, and any returns I can get on, like trying to put them in the court. So, but it's easier said than done with something like that. So.
No, it was awesome. It was great to watch, and getting ready for tomorrow now. What are you going to do?
Dingles.
How could I forget?
I was gonna say,
6 p.m. tonight. Don't forget to watch. You excited?
I'm pumped for it. Yeah, I mean, I think Finn and I have both been like really excited about it. Yeah, we've got a game plan already. I won't tell you, but you'll see later tonight. But yeah, I'm excited for it. And then yeah, got to focus up against you and tomorrow, which is another battle. We've had a couple of really tough matches here. We've only ever played in Cardiff actually. On these 2 courts, so it's quite third time lucky I think for me. Got close but never got over the line, so I'm pumped for it. Yeah.
Good. I'm glad that the Dingles is at the forefront of your mind. Forget the singles match tomorrow.
Yeah.
This is the real deal.
Yeah, that's the main entertainment. I think that's why everyone's tuning in to watch, really. I know Finn's going to be on good form, so yeah, I'm pumped. I'm so excited for it. But yeah.
No, awesome. Well, there's your reminder, 6 p.m. tonight. But we've got a couple of matches still to look forward to in terms of the singles action. Are you going to catch some of that action, or?
Yeah, I think I'm joining you on comms for the third match. So yeah, I'm going to go shower, eat, kind of get myself sorted, and then I think I'll join you up there. But yeah, I was going to stay and watch. I think the level's been great. So I enjoy tennis, as a fan, and I enjoy playing. So definitely go and stick around and watch. So yeah.
Well, we'll let you get off. Get ready for Dingles.
Yeah, thank you.
See you later. Thanks, David. Well, there we go. That's post-match thoughts from David Quail. We're going to say a quick thank you to our sponsors before we come back with Alex Slabinski for some post-match analysis. Well, welcome back. First match of the day, David Quail with the first win of the week for him. How did you see it, Alex, from commentary box?
I mean, it was he played a good match. The match had a lot of ups and downs at the beginning. Both players had the chance to win that first set, but then in the second set, after losing the first, Michael Shaw was able to find something to win it. He has been injured, from yesterday's match. He was carrying an injury already. We found out that, when he was 3-love up that fourth game, he did suffer an injury, causing him to lose 6-3, 6-love in the previous match. So he was carrying an injury already. I think it got aggravated, got progressively worse in that match. He was able to carry on playing throughout the second set and actually played the right way, I thought. He was coming in well, was trying to keep the points short. Everything that he should be doing, he was trying to do. But I think at the end, the quality of Quail just was a little bit too much. And in the third set, once he got that lead, it was kind of one-way traffic. I couldn't really see Shaw coming back from that deficit while carrying an injury at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because now David Quail has got that first win on the board. It's still very much alive in that group. What do you think he'll be feeling confidence-wise, having got that first win? That's got to be huge.
And it's interesting because the last time they played, he lost 6-2, 6-love to Michael Shaw. So actually having a win against a player who he's lost to quite easily last time, even though Shaw was suffering a bit of an injury there, I think he'll take a lot of confidence from that match. Now he's played 2 matches on these courts. He knows the conditions. He's ready to go for the next one. I think he'll get a lot out of that.
Yeah, no, perfect. I think that's a good summary of that match because it was a little bit, not all over the place, but a bit topsy-turvy. You didn't really know who was going to take it. But it was David Quail with the first win of the week for him. Next up, it's Ryan Story, who's second in his group. Let's take a little look. He spoke to us on Media Day about his career so far.
Hi, my name is Ryan Story. I'm 27. I live in southwest London in Sheen and I train at Duke's Meadows. A couple of highlights of my tennis career is probably playing Wimbledon when I was 19, played men's qualifying, I played at ATP 250 and I won a couple of ITFs. I chose to play this, obviously handy that there's some money involved, and then break from coaching for the week, come play some tennis, why not? I pretty much know every player here, and I'm sharing with Alexis this week, who I know very well, so all familiar faces. Mentally, physically feeling pretty good, just ready to have some fun, hit a few balls, looking forward to it. He's a bit of a ball machine, so going to be some long rallies. I've actually been hit with Maya the last couple of weeks, his sister. So now I get to play the other sibling.
Well, there we go. That's a little preview of Ryan Story's career so far. But now we've got him in the flesh, in the real life. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Looking forward to it. Just ready to go have some fun.
Fun, and have you got anything that any kind of tactics that you're carrying into the match? Anything you're going to do different today?
No, I'll hopefully try and do what I did yesterday. But I played pretty well yesterday, so let's see.
And just quickly, we spoke on commentary yesterday a bit about your time in America. Did you play much indoors then?
No, I didn't play indoors for like the 6-7 years I was over there.
And how are you liking these conditions this week?
Loving them,
A man of few words, but he's just locked in.
He's locked in, he's ready to go, he's pumped. Have you done a good warm-up before coming here?
I have, seen the physio, been in the gym, just had my coffee, so ready to go.
What's your coffee order before a huge match you got coming up?
Double macchiato,
I like it. It has to be a double, just to make sure he gets that energy kick.
Exactly.
And what do you bring on court with you? Do you have something in your bag that, for our viewers out there to know, like what is there anything specific you bring in with you apart from like water?
Got a few tennis rackets.
That might be needed.
Spare pair of shoes, a few electrolytes, a couple carb shots got from here.
Nice. I need to get myself a few carb shots.
That's it.
That's it. So not too much going onto court with you. It's the rackets, the shoes.
Bag's big, but there's not much in it.
It's all about the heart.
Yeah, it's all about that. That you've certainly got. Good luck, Ryan.
Cheers.
All the best. My earpiece has just fallen out, so that's very good. But we're going to welcome in Ewan Lumsden as he walks onto court too. Just so great to get these pre-match interviews and hear their insights. But Ewan is with us now. Ewan, a good win yesterday. How are you feeling coming into this one?
Yeah, feel fine, feel good. Good way to start yesterday with a win, and just looking forward to playing now.
It was good to have you earlier doing a little bit of commentary as well. The match ended up going to 3 sets, so it actually gave you a little bit of time to warm up and prepare for the match. Is there anything that you did specifically before coming into this match?
Not really, no, just hit before it, got a 25, 30 minute hit in, and just bite to eat, but that's it. Yeah.
What is going through your mind in these moments where you're just about to warm up? What will you be thinking during the warm up for the viewers?
Thinking just trying to get locked in for the match and just play the way I can try and play, and that's it.
Any final questions from you, Alex?
Well, we asked earlier your opponent what he brings with him to the match. Is there anything specific that you bring with you in your bag apart from your tennis rackets and a water bottle?
Good question.
Let's see. Not really, actually. Just maybe a couple of bananas, brunch bars, spiky ball, but if I need to loosen off during the match. But yeah, not much else.
Great. Well,
a towel as well.
Yeah, that's what we needed. In these conditions, it's warm, it's sweaty out there, but all the best for the match, and we'll speak to you after, hopefully. There we go. Both players have been spoken to. They seem pretty locked in, but also they're up for a bit of a laugh too.
Definitely, and brought some bananas. That's quite, I used to bring a banana, and it of course contains, a lot of nutrients that you need not to cramp out on court. It's something that if you go into a long match, it's important. One of the other players said they bring electrolytes as well. So if you are someone who's competing and is looking to get the most out of your game, make sure that you bring things with you. Interesting, he said he has a spiky ball in order to, in case he gets tight. Maybe it's something that Michael Shaw needed with him in order to loosen off that leg, or know. But yeah, let's see how this match unfolds. I'm looking forward to jumping in on a commentary and seeing how it goes.
Yeah. And when he said spike ball, I thought he was talking about the game. Have you heard of spike ball?
No. Oh, the one that
bounces off the trampoline.
Maybe he was, but I'm not sure.
They're such good friends that they'll just have a game of spike ball in between.
Well, hopefully not. Look, we have to get a match win here. We have to finish off. But of course, we do have the Dingles event later on, so you guys can hang around for that. That's looking, it's going to be interesting. I actually completely misunderstood the rules before, so I'm going to be quite new to it as well, just to find out exactly how to play it. I know it's quite big in the US. Some of the pros have played it in the past, so yeah, I'll be watching that and even maybe trying it. Who knows?
Yeah, watch out for that. So 6 p.m. we'll go live for the Dingles event. Watch out on our social channels as well, because tournament director Barry Fulcher will be basically giving a lowdown of the rules, because no one really knows. So it's going to be a fun event, isn't it?
Love it. Looking forward to it.
There we go. So the players are warming up. Ewan Lumsden against Ryan Story. We're going to have a bit of a coach's eye in this one. So if you're all right with it, at some point in this match, you're going to come down and give us a bit of insight, literally where we're standing whilst the players are playing.
Yeah, hopefully. Teach you something new, maybe something you haven't worked on before, or something that the players are doing. Yeah, we're going to be looking out for it. I'll come down on court and get involved. Love it.
So we're not only watching the pros, but we're learning from the pros too.
100%. That's what we're about here at Top Tennis Training. So yeah, and of course we're going to leave a little guide for you to improve your own game in the live comment section as well. So check that out as well. It'll be like little technical guides to improve your own game.
Awesome. Yeah, so many little widgets that are going on today that are helping everyone with their game. But for now, let's get ready for this second match on the show court here at the Cardiff Met Tennis Centre. We're going to throw you back up to Will Shepherd.
Well, it was an engrossing first match here on day 2 of the Novellus Easter Bowl here at Cardiff Met's Kincoid campus. And we have a second one coming straight up for you as the 27-year-old Ryan Story takes on the 25-year-old Ewan Lumsden. A Londoner against a Glaswegian. See there, Ewan ranked 659th on the ATP Tour. Story not ranked yet. Any close in their UTR. And once again, 2 right-handers, just as we had in the last match. They're going through their final warm-ups. Lumsden just on the baseline right now, firing in some shots for Story to volley back at him. We obviously heard from Ewan earlier on comms. Both players just been courtside with Alex Hyman and Alex Slabinski to give their final thoughts prior to this match. So we heard about Ewan turning things back on after his victory yesterday. We'll see how well he can continue his form. Story has only played 1 ITF event so far this year in Roehampton. He went out in round 1 there. Lumsden has played a few more, but he's only won 1 match on the circuit so far. He's reached 3 doubles quarterfinals this year. Lost to Bass and Story. Also closer to where he is right now in Cardiff. He played in the Progress Tour 25k, where he lost in the semi-finals to Alexis Cantor. Story, of course, will be hoping for more fortune today and through this week than his football club that he supports and used to play for, Ipswich Town. They are firmly rooted in the relegation positions in the Premier League. It's only really one outcome that we're expecting for the Tractor Boys. Story can be aiming much higher than that today. So previously been coached by Brian Teacher, the 1980 Australian Open champion, and the coach of Greg Radetzky when Radetzky was on his way to world number 4, during which time he also reached the US Open final. So lots of pedigree for Teacher, and really great coach to have in your corner for Ryan Story. It's the umpire. Really cooling time on this warm-up. It's great to see such high-level tennis here at Kincoid campus. Famous for the quality of sport that it hosts. Just a week ago,
End of warm-up.
Just a week ago, it was varsity here. Cardiff Met University against the University of Bath. And Cardiff Met triumphing for the first time in their history. The varsity between those two universities, they'd gone into it 7-0 down, and they won here on home turf, home field, home court. It was Bath that held the ascendancy in the tennis. There's also the National Indoor Athletics Centre here at Kincoid campus, where Olympians, world champions, have trained and continue to do so. So this level of tennis certainly not out of place.
Ryan Story, serve. Ready, play.
As the umpire calls play, and Story serves to open the match. Really varying his pace a lot on his opening shots.
15 left.
And drawing Story into, drawing Lumsden into the error. That shot's just sliding down the right-hand tram line as Lumsden looks at it. For a 15-love score after the first point.
Love.
30 love now. Story. Positive start. Both of these players describing themselves as baseliners. Aggressive baseliner in the case of Story.
Five. Five to 15.
And Story trying to advance up the court there. He'd been moving Lumsden around on the baseline, trying to race up and assert himself. But Lumsden found a way past for 30-15. Well, an incredible winner there from Story. Lumsden, it was his turn now to be the one coming up court and looking to have the dominant position. Looking like he had got Story caught out of sorts. Somehow, Story finding a gap and getting the winner. So just in on the far corner from where he was.
Forty.
Lumsden pulls one back.
Five.
Just showing Story he's not going to have it all his own way on his serve in this match. Lumsden mixing up the forehands and the backhands here. One looked a little long, but called in by the umpire. Story then finds the net and deuce in this opening game. Lumsden really being made to move there and off balance, trying to find a way past Story, unable to do so. Advantage to Story.
Yes.
Deuce again. Advantage once again for Story as he looks to close out this first game.
Game 30. First game.
And he does so. One game to love for Story. Perhaps not as comfortable a hold as it might have looked like it was going to be. 30 love up. Lumsden working his way back into that, and that will be positive signs for him. ahead of the contest to come. Story, who breaks from the benches, back onto court first.
Evan Lumsden to serve. Left. All.
15. Oh. Lumsden back and then
30-15.
Can't dig that one out. 30-15. And I am happy to welcome Alex Hyman Events back to the commentary box alongside me. Alex, you had the opportunity there to chat to the two players courtside before they went on in this one. Could you detect from that who was heading onto court the most confident?
Honestly, they both looked pretty chill. Yeah, they understandably, as Lumsden puts that one away nicely, well watched. Yeah, both pretty relaxed out there. Yeah, couldn't detect too much. They didn't give too much away. Men of few words, but yeah, not surprising before going on to a big match. They obviously both clinched good wins yesterday, so it is an important one for them. But it's not tournament. Completely forgotten the word, but everything doesn't come down to this match, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Well, I mean, describing them as men of few words. Lumsden had used up quite a few, doing a stint on commentary prior to the match. And I was struck by how politely he asked whether he would be all right to go down to his warm-up. I was thinking, if I was him, playing in a tournament where there's a reasonable prize pot at the end of it if you win, I would have been wanting to be down on court warming up. So very kind of you and to spare his time to have a chat with us. Fierce rally this between the two players. Story puts in a slice. So back by Lumsden.
It's gone big off that one, off that backhand line. I think he had enough of that rally. Both players have such secure backhands. I feel like I've said that a lot this week, but often it is the backhand which is solid, and it's actually the forehand that does, hits the winners and maybe makes a few more errors as a result, because they're, hitting with a bit more risk on that side. But yeah, both players have such good backhands.
Out. 15 all.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it is sort of the backhand cross-court exchange that we see a fair bit in this match. As I said, it's the side that they'll feel really comfortable on, and yeah, they'll just be trying to break each other down or find the opportunity to then run around the backhand and hit the forehand with a bit more pace, a bit more width.
And have you played either of these two, Alex?
Yeah, I played Ryan Story probably a year and a half ago. It was in a progress tour in Sutton. He went on to make the final. I think he lost in the final. Yeah, yeah, not one I like to think about too much, to be honest with you. We'll put that behind us. But yeah, he was pretty good.
What round did you play him in?
Played him in the second round. Got a nice little win under my belt. Was feeling good, maybe a bit too good, a bit overconfident. But no, he's a quality player. He's been ranked inside the world's top 700 in the world. He's just missed that cross-court little angle there. Tried to go down to the feet of Lumsden, which is a good tactic against someone who's coming into the net, makes them hit up, and then Story, if he had made that backhand, he would have been looking to really drive through on the forehand on that second shot. But yeah, unfortunate on that pass. What I did find when I was playing Story is that we were speaking yesterday when he was on commentary, but he's obviously, he's not a tall player, he doesn't have huge weapons, but he's had to develop that side of his game a lot, because we know how important that is when you're trying to take out big time players, to have a weapon that you can use to punish players.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, what tennis on display from both.
I mean, Story's done so well to get himself from one side of the court to the opposite corner there and keep himself in the rally. But in the end, just a matter of time before Lumsden was able to put the ball away.
Not only an aggressive baseline of Lumsden, good at the net too.
At 1 game all, we move to deuce.
Lumsden's actually fresh off a doubles title on the weekend. I don't know if you spoke about it when he was up on commentary, but playing with Johnny O'Mara, that one, former coach of Andy Murray in the latter part of his career. So he plays with some really good partners, which obviously helps. But he's a quality player as well, and actually is coached a little bit by Johnny O'Mara at the University of Stirling. What a return that was! God, didn't waste any time getting up to that one, chaps.
Wow, sure, Johnny O'Mara will be delighted if he's watching to see his young protege playing like that. Yeah, it helps when you're coming straight off the back of a victory. It just gives you so much more confidence. And when you are struggling for wins.
For sure. I think it was Ryan actually who was talking about it, and maybe Finn Bass too yesterday, how tennis is such a confident sport when you're coming off the back of a win or tournament win, singles or doubles, it doesn't really matter. You have that winning feeling. Oh, pounded the return. What a return from Lumsden.
Yeah, that's incredible, that.
Good enough for a breaker serve as well.
An early break in this first set of the second match of the day here. Progress Tour. And such a powerful return that Story's attempt to get to it, grasping, causes it to go off the side of the court, not even into the net. And how easy do you find it, Alex, when you've been playing doubles 1 week to then switch back to a singles mindset the following?
I think, yeah, it takes a little bit of adjusting, if I'm honest. I remember having a period where summers I was actually just playing a bit more doubles just because I enjoyed it more than the singles. And then when I did go back to singles, it just takes a little bit of getting used to again, personally. I mean, it'd be interesting to hear what Ewan thinks, because, yeah, it's different from player to player, I guess. But, yeah, it's just you're not hitting as many, obviously, ground strokes. It's obvious. If doubles, you're obviously hitting a lot more volleys. You're up at the net a lot. So movement-wise, it is very different, but Lumsden seems to be adjusting just fine this week. Obviously unbeaten so far with a great win yesterday over Michael Shaw. And looking good so far in this one. Up a break in this first set.
Story, not best pleased with that one. Just goes back through it in his head as he waits for Lumsden's next serve.
Interesting. Story's gone for the ankle socks today. Would have thought he kept with the... oh, maybe he did yesterday. He wasn't on show court yesterday, so we didn't get to see as much of him as we would have liked.
how much
What?
there's a consistent choice of sock selection through a tournament week. How much does that keep you in the zone or potentially rock you off track if you open a drawer one morning and find that not the socks that you were looking for?
Well, I think you've got to keep with the same socks you've gone all week. You can't switch that up halfway through. Like, okay, fine, if you're at the end of your career, things are getting a bit dry, then you go to ankle socks. But in terms of a week, you've got to keep with the same socks. We saw it with Andy Roddick. He went to the ankle socks in the latter part of his career. Maybe Story's doing the same thing. But he's a quality player, so I think he could forget about the socks and just worry about his tennis. That's nice. That's really, really nice. Forehand down the line. No need to hit a volley on that one. It was so good.
Lovely stuff. Yeah, I mean, for me, tennis socks, it's part of the look. It's part of the tradition. I had a PE teacher who didn't matter what sport he was teaching, was always in tennis socks and sort of had a perma tan.
Lumsden leads by 3 games to 1.
2/5 of the way up his leg. That's where it stopped, where it hit the sock. I got the feeling that he probably got a tape measure out each morning and just checked that they were the right distance beneath the knee. But either Story forgot his tape measure or he was in ankle socks yesterday.
It'd be important for a Story to just keep with Lumsden in this first set because he's a set down. Looks a little bit flat, if I'm honest. Maybe that's after the match yesterday, just testing him physically. But yeah, I think if he just keeps with Lumsden in this set, you never know what can happen towards the end of a set. We saw in the first match of the day on this court. It went to a tiebreak in the first set between David Quail and Michael Shaw, and it was tense. And you just never know what's going to happen.
At 5-15.
Interesting. I think as I just was talking in that last point, over on court 4, Marshall 2-2, and Charlie Swain's match has just come to an end. And I think it was Charlie Swain who clinched the win. He came off after his first set with blood on his shirt. It looked like he had been in the war zone. But he has managed to find a way out of that match with a win, which is incredible. So he's clearly fought really, really hard to get that first win on the board for him. And yeah, it's all to play for going into the third day.
Story, having been broken on his previous service game.
Beautiful return.
It's now looking to close out here. But yeah, Lumsden, as you say, with that return, trying to keep the game going. Oh, so much time to set up that shot. So agonising to only find the net.
Yeah, he was a bit shocked that he missed that one too, because he did, as you said, had so much time to think about it, and sometimes that is actually a bad thing because you've got so much time to think about where you're going to hit the shot. Had so many options, so he's got work to do now in this game if he's going to hold his serve. Lumsden's just taking it so early. You can tell he's cutting off the angles superbly on that final forehand that actually caused the error from Story. Just cuts down the angle so well. Less lateral movement and more diagonal movement. He is so good at being the aggressive baseliner that he is.
Saves the break point. The Story.
Game Lumsden. Lumsden leads by 4 games to 1.
It is the break.
It's in the end. Sorry. But, got myself slightly
ahead of the game there
with the points. And So 2 breaks in a row for Lumsden, who's looking well in control in this opening set. 4-1 up now. And a serve to come.
It's going to be fascinating, Will, because we are going to speak to the winner of this set down on court. Either myself or Alex Lubinsky will have a quick chat with him after the set, just to hear their thoughts. And yeah, it's going to be really fascinating to hear what they think of this first set. But at the moment, it looks like that player will be Lumsden.
Great to see the Novellus Easter Bowl on the Top Tennis Training stream on YouTube, and the students here at Cardiff Met University bringing innovations to tennis broadcasting. And the opportunity to hear from the players in the match.
Yeah, it's not often allowed inside. Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. We saw the US Open trialling some pre-match interviews when they're coming through the tunnel onto Arthur Ashe, but rarely do we get to hear from a player during the match. And whether they do that in, you know, official Grand Slam matches, probably not. Be interesting to hear what Alex actually Slavinsky thinks of that when he comes back on commentary in a little bit. But yeah, I don't think we'd see that on the tour, on the WTA tour, on the WTA tour, on the ATP tour. So it's really nice that we have the ability to be able to implement that into our live streams on the at the Progress Tour.
That's a slight delay of game. There was Lumsden just going over to switch the rackets he was using. Whether that's it wasn't happy with the one he had, or perhaps more of a routine to rotate rackets that he'd slightly wrong. As he leans back and sort of snatches at that. Finds the tram line. Love 15.
Out. Love 30.
It is interesting, that point about the interviews in the game, saying you don't often hear from players, but I suppose there are some through the years who have who've let everybody know, whether they were watching in the stadium or on the broadcast. You know, people like John McEnroe come to mind. You hear almost every thought that that he had during a match. And these players here a little quieter than that.
Just missed wide. Story going for the backhand line winner early on in that rally. Saw an opportunity at love 30 to take hold of the game, but yeah, just missed. Not a bad shout, really. Has that buffer of 2 points in this game, so why not go for a little more risky shot? Don't mind that.
Well, he has got to take the opportunities. 3 games down in this set as he is. Otherwise, it is going to get away from him.
Love the change up from Story there. He was going so pacey on the backhand cross and then decided to switch up the rhythm of the rally and go that slider into the forehand of Lumsden and cause the error, showing that the change of rhythm does actually really affect players. That was really nice from Story to bring up a couple of set points.
(40-15) and Lumsden for the first time this match.
What?
Challenged to hold his serve. Just when he'd started to look pretty comfortable.
Game Story.
And a double fault
4-2.
will hand the break to Story, who will now serve at 2-4 down.
Yeah, it's a tough way to get broken. You never want to double fault on break point down, but that's what Story was able to sort of do to Lumsden, just put on that pressure in that game. Really, really good, and showing much better performance in that game. Oh, just at the final hurdle. What a rally that was. Cat and mouse tennis.
Incredible stuff between these two, and it felt like Lumsden had just managed to get himself the advantage back, having raced up the court and into the net. Team Love Story.
Just missed the mark.
This perhaps becoming a little bit of a feature of the day, as the players having to go digging for the ball in the nets.
Yeah, bit
corners
annoying.
of the court.
Yeah, when I've played a lot of university tennis on these courts, and when you're getting a bit fed up of your game and you're losing, which I lost a lot, so I'm a bit annoyed most of the time when I'm on the tennis court. And then you've got to go scrambling through a net to get a ball. It's the last thing you want to do. Really nice from Lumsden. Really, really good. The forehand set up, the nice easy finish on the smash.
Little fist bump as he walks back, set himself up for his next return. Yeah, it's difficult to establish your dominance psychologically over your opponent if you're having to shake a net to get a ball out that doesn't want to come.
Yeah. Extraordinary ball striking out here. So good. We've obviously got a monitor, and then I'm watching as it happens, and it's just such good striking. So clean. So clean.
Does sound really good off the racket from both players. As you touched on earlier, their ability to change up the forehand and backhand and be equally adept off either.
Yeah, it's
great to see.
Both sides of both players are just so solid. God, he took that so early off a first serve that's coming in quick. Yeah, it's just one other thing that I notice when watching them. I quite like when I'm watching just to focus on one player. Obviously, normally when we're watching tennis, you just go back and forth to both players. But I tend to quite like to just keep my eyes on one player, just to look at the movement. And I find it really interesting to see how Lumsden is moving. Keeps himself so low on the ground. Whenever he has a chance to step in, he does so.
And often quite balletic like that on the return of serve.
Really nicely done from Story. Too good on that one. But yeah, I know what you mean. His sort of acrobats are actually pretty cool to watch, but also are really important because he's not tall. So when it does sit up a little bit higher, as opposed to waiting for the ball drop, he's actually going after it and taking it early, which means he's then rushing his opponents, taking more time away, and eventually that brings in the error. Yeah, Ryan Story did extremely well there to stay hold of that game, and he's back within a game after being 4-1 down.
And yeah, that hold crucial for Story in this one, and a completely different complexion to the set after the most recent two games. Suddenly back within a game, having been 3 away. And Lumsden looking decidedly more ruffled than when he last sat at that bench.
Yeah, he's going to have a little think about what happened in those last 2 games, because he was cruising. There's no 2 ways about it. He was really enjoying things out there, and yeah, it was interesting to see in those last 2 games just how Story managed to turn things around. But you know, as much as I say that, it's not surprising. Story coaches a lot. Like, a lot of his time on court is coaching. He doesn't get to play that much anymore. He obviously still mixes in some ITFs when he can and some progress tours. But my point is that he's got a coach's mindset. He knows how to work things out. That's, at the end of the day, what he tells his players to do. So don't be surprised when Story works his way back into this match.
Some lights have just dropped off on court 3 to add even more atmosphere to this match. Whip from Lumsden.
Oh, Story. Stop it. Stop it. Really, really good. Anyone would be pleased with that forehand. Yeah, just a little bit of frustration, unsurprisingly, given the scoreline and given where we've come from 4-1 Lumsden to now Story pushing to get level.
Lumsden just taking a little bit more time as he goes to collect the ball. A few words with himself, just needs to settle here. Similar picture perhaps to what we saw in our previous match in their first set. And Shaw had been in the ascendancy. Both players electing to take a bit of pace off the ball for a moment. And then it's Story that goes long.
Yeah, I think just on that one, potentially just physically lost his footing. He just didn't look quite as secure on that backhand. On the previous 2, looked so secure and strong and loaded well, but that one, yeah, just I think lost his footing a bit.
All.
Really big point here. As I said, we've mentioned it before, but Story, having worked his way back into this set so well, he's still got a lot of work to do. But get these 2 points and we're back level. On the other hand, Lumsden, he's got to stay mentally strong here. Just goes long. I mean, pressure. There's got to be.
Hands, break point to Story.
Be interesting to see how big he goes with this return, or will he play it a little safe? I think he'll go for this one. I think he'll step in and crunch it. Doesn't need to.
No.
Don't believe it.
4 games all.
I mean, what do you think is going through Lumsden's head at this point in time? Was up and looking comfortable and now has to do all of that work all over again, having given Story an opening.
I think he'll be noticing in himself that he's lost his way. Obviously, that's pointing out the obvious, but from a mental point of view,
up over the top, the scoop shot working really well for Story, and I was just really impressed in that rally with how quickly he was repositioning himself and regaining his balance after each shot. And
yeah, they're both really good movers, both really good movers. And like you say, that was a scoop, and he scooped it over so nicely. He's going for the drop shots, isn't he? I mean, it's interesting. Just keeping the point short. He's liking that tactic.
Of course, maybe you might have some questions for these players. Remember, as Alex said, we are going to be speaking to the winner of the first set courtside at the conclusion of this one. So do make sure you're still sending those questions through on the chat, on the live feed. So far we've had a nice bit of back and forth with Adrian Shaw against his when we're discussing his son's match previously up. Good to hear from Theo E, who's described this as a high quality match so far. I definitely agree with that verdict, Theo.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it's been back and forth. We've had drop shots, we've had lobs. That's the type of tennis that we love watching, is when it's got variety. And these two players have it in spades. Oh, wow. It's the backhand up the line for me that was just such a quality shot. Stayed so low over the net, hardly any top spin. So flat. That's the money shot for Ryan Story.
Game 30. Ball change. Score released by 5-4.
Story managing to see out that latest service game to edge back into a 5-4 lead in this first set. And starting to really move Lumsden around and frustrate him in this one. As the umpire walks out to put the new balls on the court. And indeed clear up the old ones from the previous 9 games. Story is up from the bench first. And again, Lumsden checks one racket and then goes for the other. So he walks down parallel to the side of the court. preferring to keep his towel close by, where Story leaves his at the bench. Lumsden to serve. Needing to regain his control in this one. Be a let.
Left.
Story just returning the balls over to Lumsden's side.
Red. Last service.
Net rattled once again on Lumsden's serve.
Net. Last service.
And again, starting to struggle a little bit. We saw that double fault when Story broken a couple of games ago. Again into the net.
That's 50 now.
A looping shot from Lumsden goes long. 15 all.
Sorry? Me?
Umpire and Lumsden just discussing the balls.
What?
Lumsden thought that was in. Nicely down the line.
Right, 15.
And the passing shot to win it. That looked important psychologically for Lumsden, given his reaction to the point. (30-15).
40-15.
Second serve. No, not second serve.
What? What? 40-30.
Double fault from Lumsden, having had the ace on the previous serve. It was on this side of the court. (40-30).
Game Lumsden.
The error coming from Story to take Lumsden back to 5 all in this opening set.
Let. First service. Left. At 30 left.
Long from Lumsden. 30 love Story.
Left. Evan.
Story looking at a game to love here if he can convert on this next point. On the advantage side of the court. Lumsden fires his return into the net. Trademark half leap on the return, not working for him on that occasion. And, looks like as people are engaging with the poll on YouTube, Story it's been rated 75-25%, more likely to win the first set than Lumsden. And a couple of questions coming in for Alex Hyman from Mike Castle. Thank you for sending those through, Mike. We'll answer. Get answers for you from Alex Hyman when he's back on comms. And a good question from Ayush Sharma: how to become world #1 quickly? Well, Alex Slabinski, I feel, is probably the best qualified person here at the Novellus Easter Bowl to give you an insight into how to climb the rankings. As Lumsden now serves to stay in this first set, a first set that he had looked to be very comfortable in, and all of a sudden Story able to change things around. Nice rally between the two ends with a reaching forehand from Lumsden. Story out of position.
At 50 now.
Lumsden going long. 15 all.
Right to 15.
30-15 for Lumsden as he sends Story scampering from one side of the court to the other.
I'll tell the number.
It looks to be in a bit of discomfort himself as well. Lumsden just stretching something as he went down into that squat position. Back onto his feet now for the serve.
What? 30 all.
30 all. The problems Lumsden has started to find with his serve continuing, and obviously he still has a way to go in this first set in terms of trying to get the win. Whether or not he gets it, he will definitely be heading to the changing rooms at the change of sets, needing to reset what he's doing in that department. The story goes a little bit too scoopy on that one. So Lumsden here, point away from sending this opening set to a tie break, which in the picture of these last few service games would actually be quite a good outcome for Lumsden.
Game Lumsden. 6 games all. Tie break.
Into the tie break. Story with the opening serve, just checking where that ball goes on its rebound from the back wall. Lumsden
1-0 Lumsden.
firing his way up court with that return, shutting down Story's option past him. Story's shot lands out. Lumsden with first blood.
What?
A much longer exchange between the two players on the second point of this tiebreak, and it ends with the ball in the net on Lumsden's side, 1-1 in the tiebreak. Lumsden's second of 2 serves to come. And a warm welcome back to Alex Slabinski.
Again, I've come at the right time for the tiebreak. The pressure situation. Big serve out wide. Oh, an unlikely error there
2-1 Lumsden.
from Story.
Not the first time we've seen him just get underneath that ball a bit too much and send it long in the last couple of service games. 2-1 Lumsden. Lumsden very unhappy with that one. That
in our poll,
percentage,
yeah, has Stories now at 62% to win the set, with Lumsden at 38%.
So that's given the viewers confidence, Lumsden sending this to a tiebreaker, that he can see out this first set. But Ayush Sharma has messaged in Alex to ask what the rules are of the tiebreaker.
Well, you have two serve. Well, you start with one serve, then each player has 2 points where they're serving, and then you switch. You change ends after 6 points, and the first player to get to 7 points.
3-all.
Going then with a 2-point advantage to finish off, so you have to win it either 7-5, and if it's 5-all or 6-all, then you have to be 8-6. So you always have to win by 2 points, and yeah, you just keep playing until that happens.
And that's the more traditional way of deciding a drawn set than some tournaments use these days. The last time I was calling a tennis tournament, they were favouring the 10-point shootouts.
Yeah, so you have the 10-point tiebreak. It's, I guess, a prolonged, longer tiebreak. Championship tiebreak is called. So yeah, it's now used to cut the last set. But usually it's it's a 7-point tiebreak. Big smash there.
The amount of movement Lumsden had to do up court and back there, he's done really well to get that winner in with such aplomb.
Ayush has also asked if is a person allowed to use both hands on the forehand, so 2 forehands, so they can serve with both hands, play with both hands. Yes, totally allowed. It is quite difficult to do, usually, even for ambidextrous players. Usually one side is better, so they always struggle with grip changes. But if you can do it, it can definitely be an advantage. There was a player from Scotland, of French player. His name was Rosenzweig. And he played with both hands, both sides. World ranked 600 in the world, I think he got to. There are a few players out there that do it, but not easy.
Story winning that latest points. Lumsden forced to try and take the pace off the ball in that rally on multiple occasions. And Story really looked to have the control throughout. At 4-4, he now has his next 2 points that he will serve.
5-4 Lumsden.
Not too dissimilar from Lumsden's last winner in this tie-break, Alex.
Really taking on that return, coming into the court, taking it on early, coming forward, applying maximum pressure. How much of an advantage are the players' dispositions at this point of the match? Is it better to remain cool, calm, collected, to not be afraid of getting a bit of emotion out there at the right time? I think nothing wrong with being emotional as long as it's not impacting your game. If you can control it, and it's all to do with your character. Some players like to get a bit more emotional because it pumps them up, it gets them a little bit more energetic, and they end up playing a lot better. To some, it can be a waste of energy. So some players get too emotional and they get dragged into that the emotion more than the play. So there's always a balance to be had.
We'll come back to that calm and collected or emotional conversation in just a moment, but now Lumsden serving for the set. And Story not happy with the umpire's call on that one, but an ace to do it for Lumsden. Wins the tiebreak 7-4, wins the set 7-6.
I think the ball was up.
And Alex, that set's gone one way and then the other. Lumsden really in control in the first 3 or 4 games. Story came back at him, and Lumsden suddenly was having quite a lot of difficulties with his serve. Just managed to force it to the tiebreaker, and then come through that test.
Yeah, I mean, both players are playing well. It's a good match to watch, good quality of play. Some mistakes creeping in on big points, but yeah, I think Lumsden done really well there to take the balls on early. use his return to his advantage, and Story didn't quite get enough first serves in play, so Lumsden had that first hit at the ball, and it cost him that tiebreak.
And a couple of overhead smashes to win points in that one. He was doing well, Lumsden, to move Story around, get him out of position, and open up the court for the winner. And speaking of the winner, as promised, we have the first set winner, Ewan Lumsden, courtside with Alex Hyman.
Ewan, a good showing in that first set. We've had one question come in, just talking about your court positioning at the baseline specifically. What are you doing tactically around that?
Yeah, just trying to dictate as much as I can. I mean, Ryan's, hits big from the back, so I don't want to let him dictate too much. So I'm just trying to take the ball early.
Is that something that you do against every opponent, or is it against Ryan that you're wanting to counteract his court positioning too?
Yeah, I would say so. I'll mix up with different opponents, but I think it's good, especially in indoor, to get up the court and try and take control of the point.
Perfect. Well, we'll let you go. Good luck for the second set.
Thank you.
There you go. A little bit of insight into the court positioning of Ewan Lumsden. It's interesting because he's taken the ball so early. He's cutting off those angles really well, and his opponent, Ryan Story, is also someone that does that. But I'm going to throw you back to commentary now with Will Shepherd and Alex Slabinski.
Thank you, Alex, for that. Great to have the insight of Ewan immediately after closing out that first set.
And it's the beauty of this event, being able to hear the players' thoughts at the change of ends. Of course, a different type of format. We've got a question here asking if this is a university or college tournament. It isn't. It's an international event. Anyone can enter. It's a money tournament. So there's a prize pot involved, and 8 pro players playing for the prize pot. So it's it's not just college or university, and it's not a US-specific series either. So we're now transmitting from Cardiff in Wales. So we're in the UK at the moment. But yeah, it's open to players worldwide, I guess. Although all the players here are from the UK.
Well, good to see the homegrown talent that we have in this country displaying their skills and putting on some really good tennis for us today, as they did yesterday, and I've no doubt that will continue through the rest of the Novellus Easter Bowl. Story first back out on court, although of course he does have the advantage in this case in that he didn't go over to have a chat.
Interestingly enough, all people who were in the poll, they made a mistake. We got 64% thinking that Story was going to win, but in fact we got it all wrong, and it was Lumsden who came through there. That's tennis for you.
I mean, I've got to say, the time that poll went up, Story looked to be well in control of that set. So he's going to be frustrated, isn't he, that he did let that one slip?
100%, and now he has to regain that composure, get himself back, and try and find some of that form that helped him play well in that first set. We've got another question here. Which is better to be a better player? Of importance: technique, fitness, practice and training, string, rackets and gear. Well, I'd say rackets and gear and string, that's all, at the end. I think the player's the one that makes the biggest difference. So, you give Roger Federer a bad racket, he's still going to play pretty well. So I think, strings and rackets and gear would be at the end for me. Technique and fitness are important. Practice and training, well, I guess they all go hand in hand, and you have to have a good balance of all of those aspects, because if you don't have good technique, it's very difficult to execute your game correctly. I think being fit also gives you the confidence to stay in long rallies and play to your best. So you need a bit of both.
Just going back to the discussion that was brought up before about emotion versus composure, and whether you should allow one out or try and limit yourself on another. have you worked with players who have both been in that cool, calm, collected category and then the red-blooded heart on their sleeve side of the coin?
Yeah, I mean, I was one of them. So I was very hot-headed and made a lot of emotional gestures and was very emotional on court. My coach at the time tried to stop me from doing it because he thought it was wasting my energy, and I actually stopped reacting to points, stopped doing my commands, and in order to maybe stop myself from being negative when things don't go well. But then I found that actually it worked against me because I felt like I was deflated on court, like I couldn't really express myself. So for me, I had to get back to having that fire, to fire myself up, even though, it was at a cost of a little bit of energy. It gave me, pumped me up. It gave me the energy to keep going and keep playing well. So it all is based on your character, and I think depending on the player, it can work for someone. But then, for others, if you're a little bit more introvert and you don't like showing it, I think there's no point manufacturing emotion. You should just play within yourself. I think it can be a negative if you just fall into that negative emotion and you're, throwing a racket or you're displaying negative body language. I think that can work against you because not only are you showing your opponent that you're upset, you're giving them confidence, but you can also kind of make yourself play worse. You get into that downward spiral, which then becomes quite difficult to get out of.
Speaking of spirals, Lumsden's spiral is heading in the other direction, having won the tiebreak and secured the first set. He's then opened his accounts in this second one with a game to love and now faces the serve of Ryan Story. With a confidence that Lumsden would not have had just 15 minutes ago when the pole went up.
Out. 15 left. Out. 30 left.
Not the most attractive of initial returns from Lumsden, and he always looked to be second favourite to Story in that rally thereafter.
Out. 40 left.
Be interesting to know whether any words were spoken between these two players as they both headed back into the dressing room between the sets.
I doubt it.
People might imagine watching this that each player's got their own changing room that they're going into, that they're not having to come across each other, but that very much isn't the case. So the psychological games sort of continue off court between the two sets.
Yeah, usually I think the players, when they go off, they keep to themselves. Very rarely do I see some interactions where they're being friendly to each other. I mean, I guess there could be some, if they were not happy about something, they could maybe make a comment, but usually I think players just like to focus on themselves. Of course, I often see in club tennis, during the change of ends, players are sitting there discussing what is next for them and what they had for dinner, but that almost can make you lose focus. Not when there's high stakes like this event.
Left 15.
That was a big forehand down the line.
Both players look to be getting more and more power through the ball progressively as that rally continued. In the end, just a little bit too much.
And I will try and get on court in just a minute and give you a little bit of an insight on some court positioning and look at the positioning of both these players and get you guys thinking a little bit about your own game and how it can improve your court positioning depending on the phase of the point. So yeah, I'm going to try and make my way down there.
Again, another great innovation that we will have at the Novellus Easter Bowl here at Kincoid campus.
What?
Not often you get to hear from such a high-level coach mid-match to get insights on what's going on in the match itself, but also tips that you can then look to apply on court yourself. As Lumsden gets underneath that one, Story's floated return forces Lumsden to sprint towards it, and then just too much momentum causes his volley to go over the baseline. And 15-30 in this third game of the second set. Break point now for Story. Two of them. A big opportunity to wrest the momentum back in his direction.
Game Story.
Story does
Story
break.
by 2 games to 1.
Couple of snatched shots in that from Lumsden, including the error. It's just to the advantage side of the court. And on the backhand, hit it out on the opposite sideline. So Story now holds the lead in this second set, 2-1, and his service game to come. His multi-talented sportsman is Ryan Story, with interests outside of tennis. He enjoys his horse racing, his golf, paddle, running, boxing. He's certainly looking for a 1-2 hit in this one, having countered with the break. He's going to try and hook back with the hold here. That's with his interest in other sport. Oh, Lumsden's done well there. Really moving Story out of position. Opening the advantage side and getting the winner there. Yeah, with Story's interests outside of tennis, he does suggest that if he were not a tennis player, he'd be a racehorse trainer or a runner.
Love 30.
Finds himself now, having broken Lumsden in the previous game, love 30 down on his own serve.
Out. 15-30.
Gets one back there though.
What?
players engaging in a series of slices. Story continuing with those a little longer and getting the winner. Story. He's got himself back into this game at 30 all.
30-40.
And now moves to have a chance of holding. Well, Story ought to have been the favourite for that point throughout it. He had sent Lumsden toward the ground. See on the return. And headed up to the net. In the end, Story finds himself broken back by Lumsden.
What?
Lumsden not happy with that, understandably. We did have a great series of questions coming into us on the chat, on our live stream. Do keep them coming in while Alex may have headed down to get himself set up courtside to give you a coach's eye view on the match so far. He will be back with me on commentary not long after that, and we can put more of your questions to him. I'll do my best to answer some of them in the meantime. I'll leave the technical ones to Alex, but a couple of questions coming in about space for the audience here at Cardiff Met University. Yes, there is. We do have a viewing gallery here. Not a huge one. It's not a massive stadium here. And another question about whether this tournament is being streamed elsewhere. We have exclusive rights with Top Tennis Training on the YouTube stream.
Yeah, that's right.
It is on the Progress Tours Twitch channel, but not on any paid streaming services.
I can see why. Sorry, it's Alex Hyman back here.
This is just so people are fully aware. The two Alexes, it's Alex Hyman who's rejoined on commentary here.
Just for a quick moment, but yeah, I can see why you thought Amazon Prime. That's previously what the UTR Pro Tennis Tour is streamed on alongside the Progress Tour, but this one is exclusively on the Top Tennis Training official account and on the Progress Tour Twitch too, so you can have a look at that.
I more assumed that the question, Alex, was coming in because the quality of the broadcast was so high and the quality of tennis on court as well, that perhaps the viewer there felt that they ought to be paying to watch this kind of tennis.
No, yeah, absolutely. The tennis has been such high quality that it's no different to the likes of what is being streamed on Amazon Prime. I know they've streamed the ATP Tour before, of course, the Masters 1000s. So yeah, I'm not surprised. Good to see some questions coming in from Ayush. Have you?
No, well, I was waiting for
the right time
for Alex Slavinsky to come back to us the technical ones. But now that you are here, Mr. Hyman, we've got a question about your take on flat spinning versus top spin. Do you...
It's interesting because Ayush says she loves hitting flatter. And yeah, I mean, it's personal preference, isn't it? I think nowadays we see a lot more players hitting with more spin because it just keeps the opponent behind the baseline a lot more. If you're hitting flat, you've got to hit with such good depth to keep your opponent pinned back. So, yeah, to be honest, I prefer a topspin forehand and a topspin backhand. Personally, because I think I have more chance of, as I said, push that player back, and then I'm then got the advantage from a court positioning standpoint. Yeah, we are going to hear from Alex Slabinski at the moment when these two players come back out of the changeover. We're going to have sort of a coach's eye take. So he's going to have a little look at the court positioning, more specifically, of Ewan Lumsden. So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, when he's back on, it'll be interesting to get his take on hitting flat and hitting topspin. I know he was a player that actually probably didn't hit with as much topspin because he came to the net a lot, liked playing on grass too. Did well at Wimbledon, won a round at Wimbledon. So yeah, clearly he likes that flat stance. But yeah, in a moment's time, we are just going to go courtside into this brand new take on the coach's eye from Alex Slabinski.
Yeah, it would be great to hear that. And as Story and Lumsden head back out, and Lumsden having ridden over the break against him, but we can now hear from Alex Slabinski courtside.
Now, as the players have just come out, I thought it's a great time for us to go into a little bit of detail of the court positioning and the court zones. So what we have is when the players are pushed a little bit further back, we have the defensive zone. This is where players are looking to get a little bit of height at the ball. They're looking to stay in those rallies and try and turn that defense to get themselves back into the rally by using either the slice or topspin deep. Then we have the neutral zone where players are rallying. This is the rally zone where both players are trying to exploit each other and trying to get them into that defensive position. We then have the attacking zone where you're looking to step inside the court, take the ball on and do something with the ball. And then all the way in front of that service box, you have the kill zone. This is where you're looking to put away balls. Now, as players are having the rally, let's see which position they're in. You see he was in an attack zone there. So as he was returning, he's in that attack position, looking to flatten out the shot and go for the ball a little bit more. You expect to make a few more mistakes, but you're looking to be aggressive with the shot. Notice the positioning on the defense. On the first serve, he's going to be standing a little bit further back and then looking to defend. As he gets into the rally, he's now in that neutral position, looking to chase that ball down. So good point there. A good point there that you saw a lot of change of position. And this is important because when you should be looking to change the defense into attack and step inside the court. Similarly, sometimes when you hit a bad shot, you should put yourself more in a defensive position to give yourself time. So you'll see players adjust in the position, not just at the ball that's coming to them, but also at how well they've hit their own shot. So you should be trying that out yourself in your own game. And next time you're watching pro tennis like this on TV, you can be thinking, you know what, which position are they in? And when you are on court yourself, try and play around with getting in more of an attacking position, but also don't stay in attack. We never just go attack, attack, attack. If we attack and the player manages to get the ball back and manages to hit a good shot there, they've neutralized your attack. It's okay to drop down into that neutral or even a defensive position and then work your way back into the point. Now back to the guys in the studio.
Well, thank you, Alex, for that expert insights in play. Really great to have that. And hopefully viewers watching will have learnt some useful tips about their court positioning that they'll be able to bring into their own game. As this contest between Lumsden and Story continues. Story managing to see out that latest service game.
Yeah, that was really interesting because I know a lot of the viewers were having a little look at Ewan Lumsden's court positioning, and it's really obvious because he is so good at it that he makes it obvious to us watching just how much he's trying to push up the court. I know when I spoke to him at the end of the set, he was like, yeah, that is a real tactic of mine, because it's something that Story also likes to do. They're actually got quite a similar game style, so at the moment it is just Lumsden who's executing the better.
Mixing up the shots really nicely there, Lumsden, to get the winner. How much when play is going on, how easy do you think it is to keep yourself focused on your positioning? It feels to me, from the outside perspective, the kind of thing that I would go into a match thinking about, and then as everything else is going on and unfolding, that I start to sort of lose concentration on. How do you maintain that focus?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it all comes down to if you have that clear mindset heading into it, then you're going to be clear throughout the match, if that makes sense. Because I know a lot of juniors are told just keep it simple. I think when you complicate things, it then gets a bit muddled. If something happens in the match, then all of a sudden you've got too much going on in your head and you can't simplify your game. And I think that relates to movement as well. There's obviously a lot of movement patterns in tennis. You've obviously got open stance, closed stance, flow step on the forehand, flow step on the backhand. Volleys are a whole different story, pun unintended. But there we go. Like, it's just there's a lot going on. So I think it comes down to practice and repeatability and how much you've done it on the training court. That allows you to just do it. When you're on the court. But I think simplicity is key, for sure. If there's too much going on in your head, I know if that was the case for me, I couldn't have too much going on in my head. I just got overwhelmed. So yeah, but these guys are bright guys, so they could probably load a little bit more in their heads than I could.
And for those of you that were waiting for it, we did enjoy during that Alex Hyman's contractual forced pun that he has to make through each match. So obviously had him being sure in the first match, and now talking about a whole different story in this second one.
Yeah, an interesting question coming in from Ayush. When I'm close to the net and trying to attack a high ball with a forehand, I end up hitting it out or in the net because of the top spin, the way which is new for me, or maybe I should hit it flatter. Yeah, I mean, again, we'll ask this same question, we'll pose it to the real coach in the commentary box, Alex Slabinski's, when he's back up in commentary. But from my perspective, when I've got a high ball and I'm close to the net, you've got a lot of room to play with, so you can actually hit down. If you can see more of the opposite side of the court, then the more space you've got to be able to hit down. If you are back behind the baseline and you've got, a ball that's a bit higher, if you hit down, it's just, like you say, it's just going to go and hit the net. So you've got to hit with a bit more spin and a bit more height. Whereas if you are closer up towards the net, then yes, you've got that angle where you can hit it almost diagonally down. But the closer you are to the net, obviously, the more you're going to be able to do that. So hopefully that answers your question. I guess the higher you're up the court, the more you can hit flat. The further you're back, the more you traditionally have to hit with topspin.
Tips from the top from Alex Hyman.
And more top tips that come from top tennis training.
More top tips from top tennis training.
Top stuff.
Speaking of tip top, We have Story looking good on court at the moment on his serve. Leading 30-0. 30-0? 30 love. Goodness me, I've been put off my game there. 30 love in this service game. It's tight a second set as the first was.
Oh, wow, what a return. I mean, that was a squash shot that almost went over the net. I mean, if he had made that, I would have fell off my chair. Wow. That was an incredible return, so compact. What I love about Lumsden's return is that it's so compact. He allows himself to hit such good returns on such a fast incoming ball because his swings are so short, and that's a key factor in the return, in his returning game. Again, simplicity.
Speaking of squash, other racket sports.
Oh, wow. Has he made that? Sorry, Will. Has he made it? No, it's just been called wide. But that was such a nice dipping backhand pass that I thought had clipped it, and he's not pleased with that. Sorry.
No, I felt he deserved more on a shot like that, and I would tend to agree. Yeah, I was going to ask whether you find that the growing popularity of paddle is changing people's games in tennis. Do you find that people are bringing some skills and techniques through from that into tennis, or do you think at the moment that the skill sets are so different that maybe tennis influences paddle and not vice versa?
I think possibly it's a similar sort of idea to squash. I know I was always told that if you're playing tennis and if you're playing competitively, don't play squash because it's just going to mess up your strokes, because it's very different. And if you suddenly all of a sudden are playing tennis and you've come off the squash court, your tennis swing is going to be much hampered. So I think it's the same as paddle, because it is just a bit of a...
Yes.
I don't even know how to describe the swing. I don't know how you describe that. Like, it's just a bit... yeah, genuinely don't have the word. I would say the tennis swing is much more smooth. There's a process, and squash players are probably going to hate me for this, but it looks less like there's real thought gone into the stroke. There are different parts to a tennis swing. But so I'd say the same for paddle, for sure. And there's less involved. Obviously, there's a lot more volleying in paddle and things like that.
Just checking to see whether the chat is blowing up with squash players looking to have you pulled off air, but it looks like you've got away with that one for now, Alex.
But don't get me wrong, I love squash. I love paddle. Backtrack.
Story with the advantage.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so tight now, isn't it?
We are back to deuce. Story sent that down the right hand sideline.
This is real crunch time for Lumsden. I think he senses he's sniffing a break here. He knows that if he can get this, he's going to be in such a good position, and he'll be serving for the match.
Advantage Lumsden.
Interesting change up. You thought actually that he was going to go for the forehand drop shot. He looked like he was setting up and then opts to push it long, push it deep. Tried to catch Lumsden off guard, but no. Break points for Lumsden.
Yes.
Wow, what a way to save it.
Yeah. No messing about there from Ryan Story. The ace coming in clutch to move us back to deuce. Yeah, Lumsden knows he's within touching distance of securing this match. Story just holding on. let on that one.
Yeah, good question come in. Just asking how quick these guys are serving from Jordan. Yeah, good question, Jordan. We don't have a speed gun here this week, but from what I've gone off in the past, I've been at some top tournaments recently. I was at the Australian Open. I was obviously keeping an eye on this stuff for stats. And honestly, these guys are serving big. They're probably just below the guys on the ATP Tour, so they're probably serving 125, 130 miles per hour for most first serves. These guys will be serving at 120 consistently, I would have thought. I mean, let's get the thoughts of Alex Sawinski when he comes back on, and also some of the players to see they'll know how quick they're serving. But I think they'll be serving at 120 miles per hour consistently. Have you tested your serve, Will? Being the tennis player that you are, of course.
I would be surprised if it hit double figures. As Ewan Lumsden very frustrated there. Just got a rim shot on that last shot there, which couldn't get over the net. Meant that he wasn't able to secure the break. Story.
Talking basketball now, are we, Will?
Yeah, I was on basketball the other weekend, and just getting my sports mixed up there. But nevertheless, Lumsden not able to secure the break. Story levelling things up in this second set, and that's why Lumsden was letting his emotions get the better of him a little bit as he headed towards the Progress Tour banner at the back of the court. Gave it a little bit of a tap with his racket. He's got work to do again to secure this second set.
I mean, Lumsden will be a little bit disappointed having not broken because it's something that these players, they try so hard to break, and then all of a sudden things are back level. It's a nightmare for them.
Oh my goodness. What a sequence of shots from these two players. I mean, I would say that was 6 or 7 shots in a row where I thought the other was beaten. And yet they kept themselves in it, And in the end, Lumsden just putting it wide.
Yeah, it was the slide for me from Story that kept him in it so well. And he's just touching his hip there because of how much damage that probably did to those hips. But geez, that was a good effort. Brings up a love 30 advantage for Story, and now a second serve to look at and breathe down on. Oh, I don't believe he's missed that. You know, he would have backed himself to make that 99 times out of 100, I would have thought, that backhand return.
Psychologically, Alex, how difficult is it to reset yourself when you've been in a position that Ewan Lumsden was just in there, where he had break point, he would then have been serving to win the match. Now he finds himself having to come back in his own service game. Suddenly the dynamics totally shifted. How tricky do you find to reset on the fly?
Wow, what a drop volley. I mean, that is not an easy shot, but like you say, I mean, he's just showed it there. You just got to get back down to business. Yeah, stuff happens. He put himself up in a good position in that last game. Yes, he didn't quite manage to take advantage of that, but you know, he was giving himself the opportunity. That's all you can ask for of yourself. And yeah, he's got back down to business. He's managed to get himself back to 30 all in this game, and that was an incredible drop volley. But yeah, it's a testament to his mental strength, because I think that's what it comes down to, is your ability to reset, get over disappointment quickly. That's something that tennis players have to do so well, is respond quickly from tough situations.
Game Lumsden. Lumsden leads by 5
Wow.
games to 4.
Really, really strong. Such good serving to help him there.
Absolutely nothing that Story could do about that one. And rallying from love 30 down, Lumsden ends up winning this service game with 4 consecutive points to move him into a 5-game-to-4 lead in this second set. And it's his Story who will now be serving to stay in the match.
Yeah, good question again from Ayush. Ball bounces faster on a hard court or a clay court? Ball bounces traditionally faster on hard courts. It would have to be a very slow hard court to beat the the slow bounce of a clay court. Just down to sort of the grit on the court. Obviously, a clay court has all the grit of the orange stuff, we call it, the dirt. It is almost dirt. I mean, that's what it is, and that's the ball hitting the surface, and then of course it loses a lot of its pace, and therefore it's slower, whereas a hard court is smoother. There's less to stop the pace of the ball.
But then even within different hard courts, there can be quite a variance in the bounce that you get off the court, can't there, Alex? And how much does that impact the difference in speeds between different hard courts?
Sorry, just say the first part of that question again. I got distracted.
Different hard courts can provide a different variance in bounce, can't they?
Yeah, they sure can. This is apparently the players have been saying this court this week is playing quite quick, actually. Wow, what a shot from Ryan Story. That backhand line, beauty of a pass.
He will have enjoyed that one greatly.
Doesn't show much emotion out there. He is
No.
he is just locked in. But that was a shot to be proud of.
15-0.
Yeah, just coming back to your point. Yeah, hard courts can change in speeds as well. I know that on the tour, the Masters 1000s that have just taken place in Miami and Indian Wells, I know they've changed a lot at Indian Wells specifically. They've gone a lot slower. And also the balls make a difference as well. The balls can change from surface to surface and from tournament to tournament. So, yeah, it's a whirlwind. A lot for players to deal with.
Lumsden having to go quite a way off court to collect that ball and send it back to Story. Story, meanwhile, able to hold his position. Which you would imagine would give him a slight sniff of an advantage in this serve. Just really didn't get a hold of that one, Alex.
No. Almost went for a little bit too much on that line ball. Possibly didn't have himself set to go up the line and change the direction. But yeah, chances for Lumsden at 30 all. Now I might need to head down to do this post-match interview. Things could wrap up very quickly here.
They could indeed. Thank you, Alex, for joining us there and for your insights with the various questions that both myself and the viewers have had for you. As Alex says, we are in a moment of the match where it could rapidly come to an end. Lumsden at break point, set point, match point. Let on the serve.
Yes.
Lumsden finds the net. Trademark leaping return. Just getting a bit too low on him and into the netting. So we are at deuce. And we may well have Another game in this one. Oh, Lumsden just racing over to the left-hand side. His advantage side. Not able to dig that shot out and over the net. Advantage Story. A bullet from Story.
5 against all.
Not able to be dealt with by Lumsden. And we find ourselves locked at 5-5 in this second set. So we will have 2 more service games. And potentially, at the end of that, a tie break to come. Lovely winner from Lumsden there. Story moving to his right, thinking that Lumsden might go cross court. But Lumsden had played the decoy well. Got the winner down the line.
30 left.
And a sumptuous ace to follow up. 30 love.
Out. 30-15.
Real punch shot coming from Lumsden, but just too much on it. 30-15.
First service.
I'll have this one again.
40-15.
Story trying to dig that one out. Sent careering off balance. A second ace in this game from Lumsden is enough to see it out. He leads 6-5, having won the first set 7-6. And for the second service game in a row, Ryan Story will serve to stay in the match. But on this occasion, he'll be looking to force the tiebreaker. They ended the first set with a tiebreak. Lumsden came out on top in that one. But the fact that we are talking about a second tiebreaker potentially coming up in this shows just how evenly matched these two players are and what tennis they have put on for us so far.
Left 15.
Story had come up to the net with such pace that as Lumsden dropped that one over it, he just wasn't able, Story just wasn't able to find the control. All goes ricocheting off court. And it is Lumsden with the first point in this final game, the second set. Lovely slide from Lumsden, but it was always going to set Story up with the space to smash the winner into, and he duly does. 15-all. The hush falls again. Story had worked really hard to get himself around to play the preceding shot on the forehand, and then that gave him the perfect setup to just drop his next one over for the point winner. 30-15. Now it's his turn to fire an ace past his opponent. This to force the tie-break. Second serve. Interestingly, Lumsden really not happy with that. Yes, it was out, but I think he knew he was beaten if it had been in. He would have hoped to get this done by breaking Story rather than a tie-break. But a tie-break it will be. Lumsden into the net. 6-all in this second set. Lumsden just asking Story whether he can send the fourth and final ball over to his side of the net as he serves first in the tiebreak.
White.
Lumsden disagreeing with the umpire's call of out there, but no way of challenging it.
Lumsden.
Lumsden having slightly miscued a shot early in that rally. Did well to regain his composure. It turned into quite a long one. The end result of which was an unforced error from Ryan Story. He will now serve his 2 points with a deficit of 1. It was, of course, Lumsden who had to come back in the first set to force the tie-break, which he then won. Story had to come back in this set to force the tie-break. Can he repeat Lumsden's feat? Deft. And the passing shot from Lumsden. Really nice to see. The net result of Story's 2 service points is they each take a point apiece. Lumsden just checking something on the underside of his shoe here. sure whether perhaps he felt he was slipping a little bit too much in that last point.
3-1 Lumsden.
2-point lead now for Lumsden. I guess he has enjoyed so far in this tie-break and the opportunity to hammer home his advantage here.
Lumsden.
Which he does. 4-1. Points on both of his serves. And Story with a bit of work to do. Whatever happens in his next 2 points, he will be behind the next time Lumsden serves. It's a let first up.
5-1 Lumsden.
The margin continues to increase. A 4-point difference between the two players at the change of ends. 5-1 Lumsden, the winner of the first set, 7-6. Now just 2 points from winning this match.
At 5-2 Lumsden.
1 point back for Story. But he'll now face the Lumsden serve again. Lumsden really going for everything on that serve, but it's out.
To Lumsden.
A fierce rally between the two players. Story hits the net. 6-2 to Lumsden in the tiebreaker. Match point.
Lumsden.
Story rescues a match point and will get to serve.
What? Out.
And an exchange of shots that typifies this match. The two players both moving around so much on the court, firing rockets at each other that barely scraped over the net. In the end, it was Story having to reach far to his forehand side, low to the ground to redirect the shot to the opposite corner. And he found just too much on it in his desperation to get there, meaning that in the end, it is Lumsden who wins the tiebreak 7-3, and with that wins this second match of the day here at the Novellus Easter Bowl here at Kincoid campus. 7-6, 7-6. He had to come through 2 tie breaks to win that one, and indeed he had to come back in the first set when many of you watching felt that it was Stories to lose. But he did that really well, and from then on looked the more confident player in the second set. Arguably it was a surprise that he wasn't able to see the set out before the tie break. But as it is, he got it done in the decider, and by quite a comfortable margin in the end. 4 points between the two players at the conclusion of that tie break. So a 7-6, 7-6 straight sets victory for Lumsden in this match here. And we will shortly be hearing from Ewan courtside with Alex Hyman. He's just making his way over to the studio now. But do remember that you can also get involved and send through your questions for the players and for our expert coaches that we have here on the stream. And we will get those answered for you as we continue through the day. But for now, I'm pleased to say that the winner of this second match, Ewan Lumsden, is courtside with Alex Hyman.
Thanks, Phil. Ewan, congratulations. Second win on the board of the week. We spoke to you at the end of the first set. How did the second set, do you feel, went?
Yeah, it was quite similar. I mean, same score, 7-6. Yeah, I mean, sort of basically the same. Just was a break up, I think, and I had match point 5-4 and didn't get it on his serve, and then just a lot of long points. I mean, balls got heavy, so it wasn't easy to just, couldn't really play winners, impossible really, to be honest. So had to just play solid and, you know, defend well, and that's what I did.
There's a lot of talk on tour about the balls that are being used, and a lot of chatter around that. Yeah. The balls this week, how are you finding them compared to the balls that you usually use on the ITF circuit?
Yeah, when you use different balls all the time, but they're similar. They're Dunlops, but yeah, just because they're quite lively when they're new, and then they do get really, really heavy. So it's kind of basically a different game. So just have to adjust to that.
All right, well, that win takes you, or keeps you at the top of the Hotel Planner group. You must be pretty pleased with that going into day 3.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a really tough match today. So just rest and recover and play and see how it goes against David tomorrow.
Yeah. Right, we'll let you go. Get ready for the Dingles later on at 6 p.m.
Yeah, I'm looking. Let's go. The Archbishop, he better be ready. Let's go.
Oh, he's been warming up for a while. Yeah, good luck, Ewan. See you later on. Well, good to hear from Ewan Lumsden there. Let's have a quick thank you for our sponsors for the support for putting on this event this week. Welcome back. Yeah, a very, very impressive win for Ewan Lumsden. 7-6 over Ryan Story. You had a little look at the sort of court positioning Lumsden was using in your sort of coach's eye segment. How did you think he carried that on in the second set?
Well, I think the fact that he was just looking so aggressive and such an attacking player, both of them were pretty evenly matched out there, but Lumsden's position was just a little bit more inside the court, looking to take the ball on the rise, really taking time away from his opponent, and at the end that was pretty much the difference out there.
And Story, they're actually quite similar game styles.
Yeah.
So what did you think he needed to have done better to get the better of Lumsden?
I think maybe his depth of shot, so keeping Lumsden a little bit further back, stopping him from attacking, maybe mixing up a little bit of higher ball, lower ball, slice, just to keep him guessing not to get into that zone, because Lumsden was just zoning in and he was being so explosive out there on the court. It was actually a really good match in the end.
All right then. 2 matches done on show court here at Cardiff Met Tennis Centre in the Welsh capital. Lots of people watching on the live stream. Thanks for watching. Stay with us for the remainder of the day. The next match is Finn Bass against Alexis Cantor. So let's have a little preview of that match.
My name is Alexis Cantor. I'm 26 years old. I'm from Oxfordshire and I train in London. I grew up playing at the local leisure centre that was built shortly after I was born, in Abingdon. Grew up playing there, started with some mini red groups and took an enjoyment to it straight away. And then I had a coach there, Ed Izzard, who is a great guy, kind of helped get my enjoyment for the game from an early age and develop me technically. And then from around the age of 12, my dad took over as my main coach, and he has been ever since, and he's taken me to do some great things. Yeah, so I won the UTR here, and that was great. That's probably my biggest win in the last couple of years. I'd switched racket for that tournament to the Babolat Aero. First time I switched from the blade in a long time, and that seemed to help me, you know. Beat some really good players and was feeling really confident. I think my biggest achievement overall in my tennis career is being able to keep enjoying playing. I think, you know, you got the material results. I made the top 50 in juniors in the world. I played Junior Wimbledon, played Tsitsipas on the courts there, which was a great memory. But my greatest achievement is being able to keep enjoying it. A lot of guys don't. Yeah, I know everybody here pretty well. There's a guy standing right behind you right now, Ryan Story, who I've known for my whole junior career. Very funny guy, unbelievably good looking as well. Bass, the Ox, he's got a huge serve, so if he's on a good serving day, you're going to have to be confident, take care of your serve and just make sure you're focused every moment.
Hi, my name is Finn Bass, I'm 25. I'm originally from Hertfordshire but live in Cornwall now, and I train at Bath. Yeah, so where I grew up, I used to walk past cricket club, tennis club and bowls club on the way to nursery. And I think I was 4 years old and just said I wanted to have a go, and it started from there, and didn't really take it seriously until 12, but yeah, things progressed and here we are. Yeah, this year's been going pretty well so far. Feel like I'm playing better than I was last year. Had some good results on the board, and just looking forward to what the rest of the year has in store. Yeah, played a lot of top guys: Shapovalov, Draper, Dimoneur, Ketmanovic, Poprin. Lot of guys. Alexandra Muller, who I have a win against, who's top 40 now. So yeah, I played a lot of top guys throughout my career. Yeah, know everyone here really, really well. Well, some of us go over a decade back, so it's always nice seeing these lads, and they're all top guys, and looking forward to a good week of competition with them. Yeah, so just come off the back of playing on the ITF circuit for a few weeks, and just looking to get some match practice in and until my next tournaments, and I saw this event and it was sort of a no-brainer really. And it's a great way to, you know, continue match practice and at the same time earn some money, which is obviously for us tennis players pretty tough. Yeah, Alexis, great player. Again, we go way back. Got some good memories with him. Obviously a very good player and a lot of experience. Plays pretty aggressive. So yeah, it will be a good match for sure.
Well, welcome back. Good to hear from Finn Bass and Alexis Cantor ahead of this one. And now Finn Bass joins us on court side. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, feeling good. Just looking forward to getting out there and hopefully playing a good match.
Have you done any kind of different type of preparations coming into this? What do you do? You know, you've got a match coming up. Tell our viewers a little bit about how you prepare for a match.
Yeah, everything sort of stays the same. You find your routine, what works for you. Just been outside, physical warm-up. Obviously, you want to get your eating times correct and everything. And yeah, that's how I get myself ready.
And I mean, you've got some electrolytes in there, is it? What advice would you have for players getting ready for matches? What have you specifically done to improve your performance on that side?
Yeah, just make sure you got the right electrolytes, water, and I've got a couple bananas. So it's always important to keep fueling in your matches, keep the energy levels consistent.
All the best with the match.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks a lot, Finn. There we go. Yeah, not interesting. Did you ever use SIS as a?
At one point, I was sponsored by a company called Musashi, then SIS. Yeah, the Maxi Muscle I used at one point as well. I mean, they're all pretty similar in what they do, but now you have to be so careful in what you take in that you have to be careful. So
you do indeed. Alexis, come and join. Come over. We just spoke to Finn. How are you feeling ahead of this one? Because you've both come off a win from yesterday too.
Yeah, feeling good. A few nerves. There's always nerves. So looking forward to it. Be good.
I think nerves are sometimes a good thing. It makes you focus, brings you into the match, and it means that it really means something to you. In terms of preparation, the previous Finn just told us about his food intake being a big part of the preparation. Tell us a little bit about how you prepare in terms of like when do you eat, what type of diet you have during tournaments and before matches.
Well, I'm vegan and gluten-free, so quite unusual.
Limited.
Limited, yeah. But it helps me feel more light and energetic, and everyone has things that work for them, but that works for me. And I try to eat at least an hour before I play, otherwise, you feel too heavy on court sometimes. And then on the court, I've got electrolytes, bananas, towel, all that sort of stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, good luck out there, and we'll be watching you from the box.
Thank you.
Yeah, all the best. Good luck with the match.
Thanks.
There we go then. If we have a look at their head-to-head, so Finn Bass is actually the #1 seed here this week. Alexis Cantor is the second ranked in their group. From what you've seen, who have you been impressed by this week?
Yeah, I think both of them have got good qualities. I think Finn Bass probably the slightly bigger hitter, whereas I think Alexis can be a little bit faster maybe on court, a little bit, if he can make it physical out there, get the points long, then I think he's got a good chance, and Finn will want to take the ball on and be a little bit more aggressive and take the ball away from Alexis, not almost want to dominate the points a little bit more. So I think that will probably be the difference, is who gets the first hit at the ball and whether Alexis can start to get those points longer, and like he did really well yesterday, is coming forward, finishing it off at the net. Let's see if he can do it today.
And we've spoken a little bit about this over the last day or so, but Alexis Cantor really likes these courts. He likes these conditions. He won here at another Progress Tour event a few weeks ago, took out James Story in the final. We've mentioned that. That was really impressive. How important do you think past history at events is?
Oh, it definitely plays a part. You come to an event that you've won before, you feel like it's your tournament. You feel at home here, and even potentially there might not be any difference, but because you've done well here historically, you start to feel a little bit more at ease. You maybe will feel like you deserve to win, or you've got a little bit something extra in this place that gives you a bit more luck. So I think it can only be a positive thing.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully we get some more insights from you when the players are mid-match. How did you find the coach's eye first time around? It was obviously quite a clear tactic from Lumsden that he was using. How did you find being down here and talking about the players?
Yeah, I liked it. I think the more we can make it interactive for you guys, get on court and show you what these guys are doing, and bring it back to your games and see how we can improve your tennis while you watch the pros play, and see whether we can give you some advice that you can start to recreate in your own practice sessions, your own matches. That's what we're here for, and that's why we do this.
Yeah. And a final reminder, Dingles, 6 p.m, be there. You don't want to miss that event, it's going to be exciting, right?
Let's do it, I can't wait.
There we go then. We're all ready for this third and final singles match of the day here on the show court at Cardiff Met Tennis Centre on King Coyd campus. But for now, we'll let you get back up to the commentary box, but back up to Will Shepherd for now for this one.
See you then.
Thank you, Alex. And thank you, Alex. Great to have your insights and discussion as always. We are 2 matches down, 1 to go for the singles that we are bringing you today. Of course, the Dingles competition to come later on this evening. And we are now, though, looking ahead to the matchup between Finn Bass and Alexis Cantor. Fairly similarly matched in age, these two. Bass 25, Cantor 26. And 2 players at the top of their game. So really looking forward to this clash. And we've seen a number of aggressive baseliners through the day so far. Perhaps only Shaw, who plays in a more all-court style. We have 2 more baseliners, 2 more aggressive players coming at you.
Well, it's modern tennis here. You know, you gotta be aggressive from the baseline. You have to have an all-court game, I guess. Be good at everything. It's no longer enough just to have one weapon, maybe just a serve or something like that. You need to be able to back it up with other shots because players are so good. Everyone's training hard, and these guys are going to be in good form today.
Well, speaking of that form, we of course just saw Ewan Lumsden win his match 7-6, 7-6. Both these players coming up have defeated Lumsden recently. For Bass, it was in the doubles when he won the Glasgow doubles title with James Story earlier this year, winning against Ewan Lumsden and Hamish Stewart in the second round, and then going on to take the overall title, while Alexis Cantor, he has beaten Lumsden in singles in the semi-final of the Progress Tour 25k in February. He then beat James Story in the final. It's, of course, the same James Story who Bass won his doubles title with in Glasgow. So Bass and Cantor coming up shortly. And Alex, your thoughts ahead of this match just moments away?
Yeah, I think quite an evenly matched match. It's going to be interesting to see who will be the more aggressive, who's going to play their game style better, and see who comes up on top.
So we'll be expecting to see Bass looking to come forward and finish his points at the net. But he would consider a big weapon of his to be his ability to change up his rhythm. He's also a big fan of the slice shot. Alexis Cantor, if he was not a tennis player, thinks he might be staying in the sporting arena as a golfer, or maybe taking a completely different direction and becoming a property investor. Well, if you do well in tennis or indeed golf, that could set you up to then make a move into property investment. It wouldn't be the first sportsman to go down that line.
When I was younger, funny story for you, when I was younger and doing the national camps, we had Andy Murray and Judy Murray was there traveling with us as part of the team, and one of her favorite things to do would be to predict what players would be if they weren't tennis players, and she always predicted me to be a pro wrestler. I'm not sure that kind of works with me, but that's what she said, a pro wrestler.
Was she trying to lure you into a wrestling match, do you think?
I hope not.
I think I would back Judy Murray in a wrestling match. No offence to you, Alex, but yeah, I wouldn't want to get into one with her. I think
no.
I think she'd be quite a formidable opponent.
I don't know if it was like wrestling, like the WWF wrestling that she meant, the showmanship wrestling, or the real pro stuff. I think she meant the showmanship one.
I mean, if you had to, where would you be looking? Towards the more entertainment showman style, or going to the Olympics and the Greco-Roman grappling?
No, I can't see myself doing either, to be honest. But yeah, she even had a nickname for me. She was gonna call me Slabber, the Slabber.
Okay,
yeah.
that sounds like she was thinking more along those WWE lines in that case.
Yeah.
Well, we are underway in this one, and it was great to have your questions through that previous match. Lots coming in, especially from Ayush Sharma, and both Alexes did a great job answering those questions. So keep sending them through, and we will continue putting them to our professionals, both off court and those that are currently on court.
We had a question actually about what speed the guys would be serving at. I think probably somewhere between 110, 120 miles an hour. I would expect the better servers. So yeah, between 110 to 120 seems to be about right. Second serves around the 80-mile mark.
I mean, for mere mortals that haven't made it to the professional levels of tennis, it's quite difficult to imagine a ball coming at you at that speed and having the time to read its path through the air, to react to it, and then not only that, but to actually play an effective return. How do you even get yourself to that point where you can respond to a serve at that speed?
Yeah, and I've played actually some big servers in my life. I played against Sam Groth, who is the biggest server in the world, at 163 miles an hour. I played against Kevin Anderson, who's a big server, regularly serves over 140, 150s. Played against Karlovic, who is one of the biggest servers as well. And one thing that you find with these guys is you just have to have a good split step, so you have to time the split step very well when they make contact. You have to reduce your take back, so you're just blocking the return back, and you end up having to guess a lot with your positioning. So you have to almost predict and hope and try and read the serve a little bit to try and go into one way, because there simply isn't time to land, make a decision, and then go. So a lot of the times you're guessing, or educated guessing, judging by the way the throw is, or the way they're positioning themselves. And yeah, just having that low expectation of I'm just trying to block the ball back and get myself into the point. So yeah, it's not an easy task. So for these guys, they'd be thinking exactly the same thing, and trying to get themselves into the point. Try and get it deep. If you can get the ball onto your opponent's weaker side, like the backhand, then you're going to be in a good position. But even just to make the ball back on the first serve is the number one priority. Now on the second serve, you can look to attack a little bit. You can maybe even get around with your forehand and look to attack. So that's where it's important that you know what you're going to do before the serve, and you make that decision and you stick to it.
More great insight, Alex. Thank you for that. So we see Bas looking to prepare for his opening serves of this match. Cantor holding in the first game. That's from Rock in Cornwall, where I have been on a couple of family holidays as a kid. Lovely bit of the country. Some nice summer weather down there usually, so I'm sure he will have benefited from the opportunity to play outside a little bit more than some players from the north of England or Scotland might have done.
Try to go for a big second serve there. It's important to keep hitting through your serve, so if you're not making any double faults, you're probably not going for it enough, so sometimes it's a good thing to see, a little double fault sneak in there because you know you're going for it, and keeping your opponent honest, keeping them from attacking you. Got the first serve there on this occasion, set up an easier kind of shot, and then was able to follow it into the net. I think it's a play that we're going to see quite a lot from Finn Bass today. Took a bit of pace off there. Finn Bass tried to make it. Whenever you feel like that, like you're being a little bit tentative, you tend to miss. So you have to trust the shot and go for it. Almost mistimed his footwork a little bit there, I think.
Bit of a pause here to go and tidy up the court, collect the balls for Finn Bass.
Of course, no ball boys in this event.
It's good to see the humility of the players at this level. They will go and pick the balls up themselves.
And then we'll get them to clean the courts afterwards as well. You know, like on clay courts, you have to sweep the courts after you play. Luckily on the indoor hard courts, you don't have to do that. I'm sure these players would be used to sweeping the clay courts. A big passing shot there down the line from Alexis Cantor.
A really nice way for Cantor to bring up break point.
Yeah, it's the right point to do it on, to make a passing shot like that. Although for Finn Bass, if he's approached into that backhand side, he really shouldn't be getting passed down the line. Like, that's the #1 rule, don't get passed down that line. Even if you get a racket on it.
Bass able to keep his shots a lot flatter than Cantor was on that latest rally. And in the end, the error from Cantor floated way over the court and into the back wall. Deuce.
If you have just joined us, or maybe you have been with us all day today, make sure you check out that serve technical guide that we've pinned at the top of the live chat to improve your own game, your own serves, and get you guys serving like the pros. Make sure you leave us a little comment, get involved. We'd love to hear from you, where you're watching us from. Let us know which country you're watching us from and whether you are enjoying the action out here. We certainly are.
Yeah, we've already had a comment referring to the amazing quality on show here today. And, I've loved the two matches we've had so far, Alex, and hoping that we have more of the same in this third one. Bass winning his opening service game, having been forced into deuce to come back in that one, and would suggest that these two players are also very evenly matched.
And if you are just joining us, make sure you've also subscribed to the channel, press the notification bell so that when we do go live again or release any videos, you can be the first one to find out about it. So do subscribe. Nice slice battle here, and a drop shot from Finn Bass. Great hands there. That wasn't an easy shot.
And of course, if people subscribe to the channel, Alex, then they'll also be able to benefit from lots of coaching videos that are on there as well.
100%, yeah. We've got over 1,000 lessons that you guys can watch to improve your own game, as well as even a practice session of me and Federer you can watch. There's all sorts there. I think we've got you covered from every angle there. You can work on your tactics, your fitness, your footwork, your technique on forehands, backhands, volleys, you name it. So do get involved and check out some of our other videos. Found it tough to control that serve. Took a slightly too big a swing on it. Needed to get that backswing a little bit more compact, block it back, and then get into the point rather than trying to overhit it.
Scrambling to get to that one, Bass, and that was always going to open up the opportunity for Cantor to fire the winner down the court. And it's Bass's turn to go hunting for the ball behind the banner. We were discussing in the last match, Hyman and I, the frustration when you've just lost a point and then you've got to go and shake the ball out of a net or pick it up behind a sponsor hoarding or something like that, and it just adding to the anguish that you're going through.
Well, sometimes it gives you the time to reset as well. So I think I'd almost encourage, when I do coach a player, when you've had a point that you lost, go back to the net, go to your towel, reset, gives you time, breathe, and then you're ready to go again. Otherwise, you can just be in that react mode. So I think it's a good resetter sometimes.
Cantor coming back from love 30 down in that game to see it out. So the first break in play of this opening set. Who do you think is going to be the happier at this point, Alex?
Well, pretty evenly matched at the moment. I think it's going on serve. I think Bass will be slightly more frustrated, I guess, that he didn't take a chance to do a little bit more in that return game. But he will, no doubt, put it behind him now and really focus on trying to hold here again to get back on the level terms and see if he can go a step further on the next return game. It's a great view for you guys back home to be able to watch the match from behind the player, where you get to see the speed of the ball, the construction of each point from that back behind view. It's a great one to watch.
Disagreement between Cantor and the umpire, with the umpire having called Bass's serve in there for the ace. And it seems it's a battle as old as time, Alex. The disagreement between players and the umpire, or players and line judges. And in this situation, they're not going to change their minds when there's no way of reviewing the call, and yet still the debate often takes place.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult as a player to keep a level head when you feel like the umpire has taken a point of you, when you feel like you deserve the point, like you've won it, especially if it's an important one. They're a bit more difficult to shake off when it's a mistake on a big point, and they do happen, those mistakes. Unfortunately, it's part of the game. Now I know there's some tournaments that are starting to introduce automatic line calling. But I think it's an actual dimension almost to the game, where a bad mistake, how does a player respond to that? Are they able to continue playing and so on? Usually the better player wins regardless of calls, but of course if that call happens on a seriously important point, it can really change the match, because very often the match is decided by a single point. So it can really influence a match, and when prize money or ranking points are at stake, it can be very frustrating. So I can totally understand and be on the side of a player arguing against the umpire. I mean, I've done a fair bit of arguing myself when I was playing on tour, and my coach would always try and tell me not to do it, but it's so tough in the heat of the moment because you know that they're not going to change their mind, but it's a tough one.
Do you think you could ever see yourself crossing the paints, climbing those steps and umpiring yourself?
No way. I couldn't do it. I mean, I can do it, because if you play tennis, you can umpire, but I think, I'd want to be involved. Even doing commentary like this makes me want to be out on court, hitting balls. So, I might even get out there again and do a little coach's eye to get you guys thinking a little bit about your own technique. If you have watched the previous one, let me know what you think, whether you enjoyed it. If not, you can scroll back and try and re-watch it. We do have a question here from Endgame. Do they play with the same set of balls the entire match? And the answer is no. So we do have a change of balls. Do you have an idea when the change of balls come in?
I believe it is after 9 games.
9 and 11? Or is it just once at 9?
Is it? That's a good question. Is it 9 and 11?
It probably is 9 and 11, yes. Because usually the reason the first one is slightly less than the second is because you have that warm-up, the initial warm-up, which slightly wears out the ball, and then you obviously have the 9, and then the next one would come in at 11. The balls do get quite fluffy here, so they do change speed. So getting those new balls can be a real relief for a player if they're looking for power and looking to get something out of their serve. But for a player that's looking to stay in long rallies and frustrate their opponent, someone who's a bit more of a grinder, it can be a frustrating thing to have new balls come in.
Well, speaking of long rallies, that one of the longest that we've seen so far, and Kanter really furious with the result of it. Choosing to use his racket on his own head instead of the ball on that occasion.
Great passing shot there from Bass.
And when was 9 and then 11, once you've got past that first change, when was that decided to be the optimum time to change balls?
I think during the bigger events is 7 and 9. So actually, usually you get a much faster change at like the Grand Slams. It's 7 games, then 9 games, then every 9 games. But yeah, here we have 9 and 11. So it all depends on the conditions and the balls that you have available as an event. But yeah, I think like the high-end pro tournaments will probably do a 7 and 9 change. I hope that answered your question, Endgame. If you have any insights on ball changes, you can also write in a little comment. We do read them. We do respond, as you can see. It's a great approach by Finn Bass, getting in, making Alexis Kanter come up with the goods, and he couldn't on that occasion.
Bass taking the opportunity to collect the ball there and have that extra moment to compose himself that you were talking about earlier, Alex.
Much happier on the forehand side, Finn Bass. That looked a little bit tight on that backhand. A really good rally though. Both players hitting a lot more speed on that, getting a lot more speed on the ball, a lot more power. Really going for it, testing each other. And yes, that break in between points is very important. It's being able to put a bad shot behind you. The good players do it very well. Able to quickly bounce out of a bad situation and reset.
Currently, all going relatively to scripts for both players. Kanter with the point advantage on his own serve. Each player having held so far.
We have had quite long games actually. Being only at 2-2, feels like we've had quite a lot of tennis already. Long rallies. It's going to be a physical match today. Both players refusing to miss. Commentator's curse. Just as Finn Bass misses a forehand.
Perfectly timed. Kanter moving to 40-15 as Bass mops his face with the towel. Well, Bass pulled a point back in that one, but it wasn't enough. Cantor getting the win. 3-2 in this set of holds so far.
We have a comment here from Andres Vasquez saying they hit the ball so hard and clean, it's amazing. It does, yeah, definitely. These guys have been playing tennis for many years at the highest level. Both world ranked, of course.
I mean, speaking of the top level, Finn Bass has had exposure to some of the greatest players of modern times. He's served as a hitting partner with players like Kyrgios, Milos Raonic, Gaël Monfils, Gilles Simon, and was Andy Murray's hitting partner during his run to the 2016 Wimbledon title. And that's one, it's a Wimbledon that many of us in the UK will remember very, very fondly. Following up from his 2013 triumph, and then went on to win again in 2016. And of course we look now to see who could inherit Murray's crown as the next British Grand Slam winner.
Looks like Jack Draper might have that chance, being the next one in line. Having an amazing season so far.
That latest extended rally on this hard court reminded me, I was thinking only of the grass courts of Wimbledon when I said the UK's latest Grand Slam winner, Emma Raducanu, of course the most recent one from the UK to have won a Grand Slam, the US Open. She continues her search for a second.
Struggled for a while to get into form, and now started to find some wins again. But then recently I read that she's taking a little bit of time out of tennis to try and reset. I don't know if this is injury related again, of course struggle with injuries, or whether it's just something to refresh the mind and come back strong. Getting ready for the summer season with, of course, Wimbledon, where she'll be looking to do well.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, if it's to refresh, I can't imagine the pressure that she must have been under. The British press, they love to build up our athletes and they love to tear them down as well, and she was really built up after that amazing success at the US, and arguably has been given a pretty tough time in the media since.
A little bit tight on that backhand there. Just forced it a little bit too much, didn't extend through the shot. We got the error into the net. We have a question here from Ryan Stefani. Is Bass using the 1619 or the 1820 setup for his tee fight? I'm actually not sure, so we're going to have to research that and come back to you in our next stream. I'll find out. I always chose the 1619 over the 1820. I find that the 1820 gives more for control, but slightly less power, less spin. So it's for the bigger hitter, which Bass is. so he could potentially be using the 18-20. What a great response there from him.
40-15.
Big return from Cantor, going straight into the feet of Bass, who was able to react and redirect the ball. And Alexis had no chance really, he just looked at the ball with shock. Great play from Bass.
And it brings up his opportunity to hold here once again. Chances of another long rally. Well, we could have finished this game off with an ace. But
Okay, best. 3 games all.
3 games apiece in this opening set. Nothing to choose between Bass and Cantor. It was the last match we had on this court. Went to tiebreakers in both sets, being won in the end 7-6, 7-6 by Lumsden. This set so far looks to have the same written all over it. Both players still searching for that chink in their opponent's armour to be able to break service.
Fifteen love.
So guys, we have one of the players here in the box, Charlie Swain. Of course, oh, we've got another player. We've got both players, David Quail as well. So we have 2 players on site now.
Nice to join you. How is everything? Got a good matchup here. Can you hear me? Is this all working?
30 love.
Yeah, I think so. I think we should be live. Everybody should be able to hear you guys. So you both played 2 matches out there now.
Yeah.
Why don't you talk us through it a little bit? So Charlie, how was it for you?
Yeah, today, I mean, really tough match out there. Marshall just makes so many balls, and yeah, 3 out of 10 battle. Managed to save a few, 1 match point, sorry, at 5-4 in the second set. So I thought I, mentally fought really well there, especially out of the way. Not much attention on us. So yeah, it was really nice to get a win under my belt.
Nice. And what were you telling yourself at that match point for viewers watching you? Out here playing these matches and maybe playing their own matches. What goes through your mind when you're facing a match point and trying to claw your way back into the match?
I mean, I think when I have my match points myself, I know that you get you get a bit more nervous and you're less likely to go for the big shots. So I'm just telling myself to, make them play. It was on my serve today, thankfully. So, just make them play, and they're more likely to be passive, which is going to give you an easy ball, or they're going to miss because they should be nervous. So yeah.
And what would be your game style? Would you say you're an aggressive baseliner? What would be your focus?
Yeah, I'd say I was aggressive baseliner. I think as we saw against Finn yesterday, I didn't get to the net too much when I think I had my opportunities to. But yeah, need to start progressing that bit of part of my game a little bit more.
Well, this is definitely a good platform for it. You get to play more matches here, and we'll hopefully get more coverage of them and see how you get on. David, So how was your match? And talk us through your 2 matches so far.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday's one against Story was a bit of a one-sided affair from Story. I mean, he played, for me, outrageous, like, so well. I mean, everything I did, he just seemed to, like, have an answer to. But, yeah, I got back on it today. Just kind of reset a little bit. And then, yeah, had a good little battle out there. So I know you were commentating on that one as well. But, yeah, it was tricky. I mean, I feel like it wasn't the cleanest tennis when you watch, you know, kind of Story and Lumsden. Second match, that was, you know, unbelievable tennis. So I feel like it was one of those where you're just kind of doing what you can on the day to get, you know, kind of through it. You know, there's some good spells, but Michael's tough. Like, he's just gonna, you know, he's gonna bring it to you. So I feel like I, you know, did well with what I had today, and then, you know, served well when it mattered.
40-30.
And got over the line. I mean, the third set I started to really find my groove. But yeah, I'm happy with it ultimately. You know, got over, you know, the kind of struggles that I was facing and got it done. So
yeah, it's interesting. You talk about, you know, not playing well sometimes and having to kind of play more of a scrappy game out there. You know, how would you say in terms of your expectation? How often would you say you feel that you're playing great, and how often do you think, well, actually, you know what, a lot of times it's not quite working for me, but I still have to get through this match?
Yeah, I mean, for me at the moment, I mean, I was a little bit low on confidence, you know. So I mean, the acceleration is what I'm kind of finding is the one that's kind of wow, it's a tough point. So I was just watching that point.
Game counter.
You know, I kind of decelerate a little bit when I start to get a little bit unconfident. But yeah, I mean, it's just for me at the moment, just playing a lot of matches and just trying to get through, you know, the kind of area I'm at where I'm trying to be more aggressive, you know, try and step up the court. I think at times I went a little bit passive, so it's just all these things I've got in my head and I'm working on with my coach that is, you know, trying to improve. But the only way to do it is just to get out on the match court and do it. But yeah, I mean, some days it's like that where you're not playing your best, but you just kind of got to find what you can to get over the line. But you know, when it mattered, I think I actually played all right. It was just, I think when I was watching the boys, you know, on after us, I was quite like surprised at how well those boys were playing.
Well, sometimes watching and actually playing yourself, it makes you feel like you weren't playing as good. It certainly didn't look that way from here. It felt like you both were giving it a good go. You were playing well. And in terms of like, this is a question to both of you guys, how many hours, you mentioned you're doing a lot of training at the moment, and you know, so how many hours of tennis do you guys play a week for those viewers out there who are possibly, you know, juniors who are trying to get into playing professionally and want to know how many hours a professional would train, and that includes maybe tennis and fitness. Yeah, so why don't you talk us through it?
I mean, for me, I mean, I don't know about you, Charlie. I mean, a lot of people are different, but for me, I mean, I like to get a minimum 2 hours on the court, really a day. I mean, it doesn't always like have to be that intense. You know, it might be like, you know, an hour and a half of good hitting and then, you know, a lot of serving practice. But yeah, I like to go minimum 2 hours, maybe like maybe 2 sessions of an hour and a half in the morning, an hour and a half in the afternoon. But then sometimes I like to mix up and just go straight 3 hours and, you know, kind of replicate a match. And then, you know, do a good gym session, maybe takes 2 hours. So, I mean, total maybe 5 hours of training, so you know, 6 hours of training on court and gym work. But then also the recovery comes in that as well, you know, when you're doing your stretching, you know, say you like ice baths or, you know, slow cycling and, you know, that kind of recovery. So, yeah, I'd say it's training days and training weeks are a little bit like a work day, you know, a little bit like a 9 to 5 to make sure that you're firing well when it comes to tournaments, and then when you compete, like the days feel quite short because it's just warm up, match, and then recovery.
Yeah, and I think people don't quite realize just how much dedication is required in order to progress to the top of the game. You know, you have to think about your diet, you have to do your fitness, your recovery, your stretching, your tennis. It takes a lot of time and effort. You know, it's not simply given to you. So, you know, and there's a lot of players that are doing exactly the same thing worldwide, and you have to try and do better. So, and what about for you, Charlie? What's your schedule like?
Yeah, I feel like sorry. I feel like I relate a bit more to the juniors. So, obviously I have school, so that takes up a fair amount of time, and especially with currently this year I've been revising for exams. So, Yeah, I mean, last week I only played 3 times, I think. So, but I'm doing fitness every day, so that's why I can last for matches for 2.5, 3 hours now. So, yeah, I'm in the gym every day basically, and tennis I could do more, and I feel like that's why I'll make a few more errors. But yeah, I'm playing 4 times a week, I'd say, right now.
Okay, and in terms of fitness for those players out there who want to know what to do in the gym, you mentioned you do gym work. Do you do things that are on court and off court, or is it more in the gym weights, or is it more like aerobic and running cardio training? How is your fitness-based training?
Yeah, it's actually on all of those things that you just mentioned. I'm doing on court for 1 to 2 hours a week, and there's a lot of variety in my plan. And I do weights, I think 3 times a week. I'll get on the assault bike. I'll do interval running. So yeah, I've done swimming as well. So yeah, there's a lot that I do. And yeah, variety makes sure that I find it entertaining, and it doesn't get like mundane. So
and
yeah,
for interval running, talk us through that. So for those of us who don't know, I guess interval running is where you sprint for a certain time, then you come off the machine, you sprint again, and so on. So what speed do you do it at? How many sets do you do? Give us an example.
I think a classic is like a 20 on, 20 off. Because for tennis, obviously, you have 25-second breaks, so it's all about making it realistic to tennis scenarios. So I'll do that for 12 reps, I think, and then depending what I'm doing, if it's running or whatever, assault bike I'll probably go for 30 minutes of that. So that would be 2.5 sets. So yeah, it depends on what I'm doing, but typically it's related to tennis, breaks and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And that now obviously you do have the 20 seconds off between points. I remember actually seeing when Murray was doing a lot of the interval training, he used to do 30 on, 30 off at one point, and then when he got fitter, he got to 40 on and 20 off. So that was like recreating those long rallies, and then that would be like you put a sprint speed. So that's putting the maximum sprint that you can do, which for him, I think he was doing it like speed 20 or something. And then at one point he was even adding some incline to that. So you're doing 40 seconds on, 20 seconds off, and 15 sets of that. And it becomes really difficult. If you're sprinting for that 40 seconds, that 20 seconds break goes so quickly, then you have to get back out. Then it recreates, as you said, so much of the tennis points that you'll see out there, and it gives you that confidence that you can last in those long rallies. So definitely something that a lot of players out there should be doing. Do you have any advice, David, for any players out there who want to improve their training, improve their plan, things that they should be working on, something that you focus on a lot in your game?
Yeah, I mean, for me at the moment, the thing that I find has helped my game a lot is to have that intention to be aggressive. I think when I was coming out of juniors and was quite a not passive player, but just made a lot of balls. And I think the biggest difference in the last kind of couple of years playing on the futures is the aggression and that intention of playing is in the men's game, that you have to be aggressive because there's just no. Grinders don't really exist anymore. I don't know if you found the same, Charlie, coming out of juniors, but my training has changed to be kind of playing with more intentions to get to the net, or to try and actually hit winners, and because I mean, for me personally, I've always struck the ball very well and moved very well, so I've always had quite a good foundation of I could just make balls and be a little bit like a Murray, and kind of get into those gritty long points. But then one of the biggest differences I've found is trying to go out and do something, and try and win matches rather than hoping that guys lose the match. And it's one of the things that I played Sinner twice in juniors, and he had that intention of he was just going to go out, he didn't care of the results, but he was going to try and play big. And that was kind of one of the biggest learning curves for me, because I was like, this is a guy that's doing it completely different, you know, and the rest of us, to be honest, going through the junior circuit, we're just grinding, making balls, and we got decent rankings, and you know, and then you had someone that was just so different and was playing, you know, basically on the baseline, hitting every ball as hard as they could, you know, and then it clicks, and you know, guy's world #1 now. I mean, he's not doing too bad, but it's, yeah, I think playing with like an intention and a bit more of an idea of how you want to play is definitely important. So I think like if I could go back to like my junior self and kind of give myself some tips, I would definitely, you know, kind of try and create more of an identity rather than just being a little road runner. But I guess, you know, like, you know, for my size, I'm, you know, like about 6 foot, so I'm not a huge guy like Charlie. He's a big boy and a big server. For, you know, for those that can't see Charlie, you know, he's a tall lad. You know, so I think also looking at kind of what your strengths are, and kind of, yeah, getting an identity, I think, and you know, how you want to play. I don't know if you would agree with that.
Yeah, I think for me, I personally found like some of the players, like I've practiced with some players like Monfils, with Federer I've trained, and something I noticed with them is they will go and hit winners out of nowhere. So you can just be hitting, and then they would hit a winner, or they'd hit a drop shot, and they'd do it quite often. So they're not scared of breaking up a practice to practice a shot that they want to work on. So, you know, so often we will be going and just hitting from the baseline because we want to get rhythm, and there's certainly time for that. But then getting rhythm, but then also being able to accelerate and change that tempo from just rally ball into, right now I'm attacking, now I'm back to rally, now I'm going to drop shot. That ability to change between the shots is such a big thing to practice, and I feel like if I was to go back, I would work on that a lot more, where you know, I just would recreate a little bit of those kind of shots where, you know, maybe you'd get very good at hitting, but actually how good are you at changing pace, changing tempo, and playing the, you know, using your hand to do a drop shot and so on. Like sometimes I almost don't have the confidence to do that because I don't want to break up a good rally with my practice partner. But I think you have to be a bit selfish almost with your practice sessions, and as you said, work on your strengths and work on the game that you want to play. And when it does click, like you said, for Sinner, having, you know, he was playing from the baseline, close to the baseline. You can see it now when he's playing his matches. He stands really close in, and he's able to accelerate the racket and hit hard through the ball. Have that trust in your shots, and I think it only comes through practice. He does that on the practice court, and then he has the confidence to go out there and do it in matches. So yeah, I think it's a really big thing that players out there should be doing. And you guys, right now, have you got any tournaments planned? Are you going to any events after this? Not at the moment. You've got exams.
No, I've got exams planned into my schedule. No tournaments, I'm afraid. Yeah, what about you?
I'm playing the UTR next week in Loughborough, and then closely followed by the Nottingham 25Ks. Yeah, so for me, it's actually based mostly in the UK now for the next few weeks, which is quite nice because I get to be a little bit closer to home. But yeah, that's, you know, the plan. And then I was going to look at going away, maybe to Sharm or Monastir, those kind of classic futures places, you know, that are, or, you know, running every week of the year that you know you're going to get into every week as well, and, you know, can grind it out there. So yeah.
And we had a question here actually from Endgame. He said he knows at this level not many players afford full-time coaches to travel with them. At this tournament, is coaching allowed? Well, we don't have coaches. You don't have a coach here with you, both of you guys. No, so so usually, yeah, it is quite difficult to, you know, travel with a coach. And when you do go to tournaments like Sharm el Sheikh or Monastir or anywhere that you travel, do you come with a coach, or do you usually just go by yourself or with a team? How does it work for you guys?
For me, I mean, I've gone a few times with a few friends, and we've all shared a coach. I mean, I was based in an academy in France, and we were working with a coach, so we all shared. So I've done that a few times, but for the UK futures, I normally bring my coach, who's based up north, called Jim Edgar. So yeah, he's travelled a lot to the UK tournaments to watch me play. But you know, when I was in Sharm a few weeks ago, and it was just myself, you and Lumsden, and my doubles partner called Rob Cowley. So yeah, we didn't have a coach, but we were all like watching each other's matches, and it's good when you travel with other players because, you know, you've got, you know, someone to watch your matches, and, you know, like friends to kind of
support you a little bit.
Yeah,
make feel sure like you're part of a team,
doing the right things as well. I think when you're in those places alone, you can get caught up with kind of getting a little bit sloppy sometimes if you don't have someone to kind of keep you in check. I mean, for me personally, I need, someone to just kind of, someone to give me a bit more of an edge and, to kind of push me a little bit, when it comes to fatigue and everything like that.
Game. First set, Canter.
Is that set point?
I think that was set point. It's a first set to Alexis Canter, 6-3. Have you guys played against either of these guys?
Yeah, I played Alexis in a British tour in Edgbaston at the start of this year in the semi-finals, and I won that 13-11 in third set.
Oof.
Yeah, so Alexis and I have played a few times over the British events. I mean, either British tours, there used to be UK Pro Leagues. Played once in that before. So yeah, I mean, I think head-to-head we might be 2-2. So we've played, a few times, but I took the last one, just pipped it. Yeah, I think I saved one match point or two maybe. So yeah, I did like Charlie Swain today, saving match points and winning tight in the third. Yeah, have you?
Yeah, I've played Alexis twice last year. Played him in Progress Tour in Cromer on the grass. Served really well that day. And then I played him in the final of Edgbaston in British Tour, and I lost 6-1, 6-love. Might have had to serve underarm the whole time because I'd done something to my ab, but he would have won regardless. He was playing really well that week, so yeah.
I've actually got a fun story. Actually, I have played Finn Bass, and it's because on the Saturday I was warming up Novak Djokovic for the semi-finals of Wimbledon, and on the Sunday I played Finn in Nottingham and lost. Yeah, so it was
slightly different opponent on the other side.
Yeah, it was different turnaround. I think we're on court 7 at Wimbledon on the Saturday, and then left to go and play the futures, and then Finn did me, I think, like 3-6. Got into a really good breaker in the second set, but yeah, Finn was playing well. I mean,
and what was it like practicing with Djokovic?
Oh yeah, it was unbelievable. I mean, that's probably one of the highlights of kind of I'm a big tennis fan and love just being around tennis, and that was probably one of the highlights of my life, really. I mean, to warm up someone on the biggest stage and to get see them and to play with them and in front of a lot of people as well. But yeah, it's crazy. I mean, when you see up close, what the attention to detail that they put in, and kind of trying to take things and bring it into your your own game and your own lifestyle. It's phenomenal. His attention to detail, because he was playing Musetti, so he's asking me to return like Musetti, to slice backhands, and we played a few points, and like he's asking if he goes to my backhand side if I can try and chip return, so make it realistic to how he's going to be playing his next match. Whereas a lot of the times when I'm playing futures, leading up into this, I was just kind of going through the motions in warm-ups and just kind of going through it and not really thinking about my next opponent in that much detail. Whereas it was a bit of an eye-opener seeing all those guys that was warming up with and training with, how dedicated they were to finding out about the matches they were going to play and that difference in level. But yeah, so there you go, fun little one with Finn.
So we have a little word from our sponsors, Hotel Planner. They're helping you guys this week with the hospitality. So important for the players and anyone traveling. So Hotel Planner is one of the sponsors of this event, as well as Novellus. And Top Tennis Training, of course, us hosting the event, the Progress Tour event, which of course runs many events like this. Have you played many Progress Tour events in the past?
I've done just the one in Cromer, as I mentioned earlier, and yeah, got to semis of that, and they always run really good events. So yeah, it's a pleasure to come play another one.
And this week, of course, is sponsored by Novellus, and we have been a great partner to this event, and hopefully more events like this in the future. And what's in terms of an event like this, how important is it for you to be able to play them, like these kind of events that they're organising now in England? Do you use them as practice for your professional events, or can you simply just go on tour and play one of these?
Yeah, I mean, I really try and prioritise them. I mean, for me, I use them as almost like a cash funding to go and play all the futures. So I mean, for me, playing this week 3 matches minimum in the Dingles, as well as getting paid for it. Because I think one of the topics that everyone knows, futures tennis to have a problem with is the payment and the prize money. So this allows a lot of good players to get paid for playing matches, and then allowed to to use that money and go and play on the professional circuit to see how high they can go. Because the Progress Tour. I remember playing Jake Fernley in one of the Progress Tours, and now he's top 70. Is he? Yeah.
Really gone up the rankings.
I did take that one 10-8 in the third. So that was crazy. It's at Chroma, the same
You're
tournament.
next.
Yeah. So it's funny, he was back from college and he's played one of the Progress Tours. Finn playing college tennis, and Charlie's about to go to college as well. They're really good events, to get the matches in, and to get, at the end of the day, the best kind of practice and the best way to improve for me, I feel, is to play a lot of matches. You can be great in training and it can all fall apart as soon as you get to a match. So for me personally, the best I feel is when I'm just kind of so match sharp.
Yeah.
Really is. That's how I feel. Some people prefer to train more than play matches, but it's all preference, I think.
And in terms of, you mentioned the costs involved and associated with playing professionally on tour, what would you say is the budget for anyone that wants to be able to play for a year on tour with hotels, traveling? Obviously coaching is a little bit different because you can have different types of coaching, and when you're traveling with a team, the costs can spiral. But if you are just to pretty much do it alone and train at home in an academy or someone with, and then you travel, what would be your cost for the year that you would need to save up or make?
Yeah, it's always tricky because everyone's quite individual with it. I would say to go and play like a year of futures, you're probably spending around, you could probably help me get a good guess, but around 30 to 40,000 probably a
something
year.
like that.
You've played, what was your highest ranking? Top
260 of my highest, yeah.
Yeah, so you probably have a better idea than both of us, because you've done it at a high level. But yeah, I think that it's probably around that mark, and this is a challenge as to how you raise that money. So for me, it's a lot of UTRs, a lot of Progress Tours, a lot of paid hitting around London. Trying to find those solutions to train and stay competitive, but also keep that money coming in. And then obviously futures is, you're looking roughly, if you're going to go to Sharm el Sheikh or Monastir for one of those tournaments, you're probably looking at about £700 or £800 for the week.
Yeah.
That's probably minimum. That's probably not really including the flights.
So about £1,000 maybe with flights, and it's, you have to put that into perspective. If you're going to do 15 weeks, you could be £15,000 down that you have to try and make back. And for me, I used to play a lot of club league matches in Germany, in France, and that's how I used to save a little bit. So perhaps it's something that you guys could consider as well. But I know it is a difficult topic, especially for when you're just coming up the rankings and prize money is not the highest at future level. But obviously events like this definitely help up and coming players and players that want to play on the tour, save up a little bit, and definitely gives you some good match practice as well.
Yeah, I think what Charlie's doing, going to college is something as well that I think is a great pathway. I really think what you're doing with that is a great move.
You're going to American college?
Yeah, I'm going to South Carolina in August, I think. So.
Nice.
Yeah.
And what made you decide to go to college in the US?
I genuinely, I've had it set on since I was like 13. I saw like a little YouTube video. And I think it must have been like Stanford or something, and massive crowd, team event, and obviously choosing tennis over something like football, which I really enjoyed. I've sort of missed that team aspect, so whenever I get the opportunity to play in a team, I've always loved it, and I think I've always thrived on it. So college sort of was a no-brainer for me. So yeah.
I guess it gives you the education as well as a structured program where you get to play tennis, have a team, teammates, and recently there's been quite a few players coming out of American universities who have done well. So I think it's a great way to go, 100%. Well, guys, I guess you have things to do today to recover from your matches. I'm going to let you go. Thank you for joining us today in the box. And I'm going to try and get back into Alexis Cantor and Finn Bass and see what happens here. But it was great chatting to you guys, and good luck in your next matches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you later.
All right. See you later. What it's like to be a pro. That's good, guys. Just let us know. All right, perfect. So as we rejoin now, Finn Bass against Alexis Cantor. Cantor 6-3 up, 40-15 now on his serve. 1 love down on serve.
I assume, Alex, that at some point in this second set you have made the pun that Alexis seems to be cantering towards victory.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's been playing really well. Looks to be in great shape and winning a lot of the long rallies. You know, I'm finding that he's been very aggressive. He's handling the pace of Bass very well. So it's going to be interesting if he can maintain this level. He's going to be very difficult to beat.
Do remember that, of course, you can catch up on all of the results on the website that you see there at the bottom of the screen. So we got the results on that website from yesterday, from the matches that have taken place so far today, and we will continue to have that updated through the rest of the week, where you can also see what fixtures lie ahead in this one.
And we have a comment here from Endgame. Enjoyed the interview, great interview with the players. Glad you enjoyed it. I think it's a different concept where we can give you insights into a little bit more into what goes into becoming a pro tennis player and speak to the guys involved in this event. So hopefully giving you something, a slightly different perspective on tennis that maybe perhaps you wouldn't have known.
So,
love.
Bass opening his account in this latest game. 15 love up. Cantor poised at the balls of his feet. And he sprung into that one. Ultimately, it does end up with another point for Bass.
And I will be looking to bring, hopefully, another little coach's eye segment for you shortly. Where I'll try and jump on court and talk through a little bit about the topspin and flat shots that we're seeing the players produce. And see if we can give you a little bit of advice, some tips for your game.
I know that Ayush Sharma, who's been active on the chat, will be really pleased to see that segment. Sending in questions that Alex Simon was doing his best to answer earlier on about topspin and flat shots.
And guys, if you do have questions about the game, your own game, anything that you're watching, maybe questions about the pros, anything that you want to know, do leave a comment in the live chat or in the comments below. We'll try and answer them as quickly as we can and give you some of our insights. If you haven't done so already, make sure you've subscribed to the channel, press the like button, press that notification bell so you don't miss out on future lessons and future broadcasts like this coming to you in the next few days as well. Of course, we will have that Dingles event coming up as well that you can get involved and watch. I'm certainly looking forward to it. It's going to be very different, something that I haven't seen much. Didn't even fully know the rules, so I'm looking forward to finding out more.
Yeah, we will be giving you an explainer of the rules when that comes up, accompanied by an on-screen infographic to help break it down for the visual learners. And yeah, I'm really excited for that. It's definitely going to be a different tennis experience and one that could well catch on and maybe some players out there who haven't tried it at their own club will be keen to then take it into their club and have a go themselves.
Start a little Dingles movement.
So counter to serve. Cantor, ranked 1088th in the world at the moment, trains out of the Unique Tennis Academy in London.
Out. 15 love.
And his best tournament result actually came here in Cardiff. The UTR win. The Futures semi-final. This is other big tournament achievement in his career to date.
15 all.
Searching for the ace. There, Cantor. Finds the wrong side of the line. Ace so aggressive up to the net.
Out. 15-30.
Cantor unable to deal with that aggressive style of play on that occasion. Finds himself behind 15-30 on his own serve. Perhaps annoyed with the end result of that rally and having a real talking to himself. Perhaps feels there was no need for him to have lost control of that final shot and sent it wide. Lofted shot gives Bass plenty of time to select his winner.
30-40.
To which Cantor had no answer. Break point for Bass. As he works to try and come back in this one. 6-3 first set win for Cantor. That's much more like it.
Juice.
From the man from Oxfordshire. Forces juice. A real textbook shot to do so.
Advantage Bass.
Clinical from the Cornishman. Break point once again. Bass content to take the pace off this. Consecutive shots in which he's done so. Draws the mistake from Cantor and gets the break. 3 games to 1. He leads. The advantage now with the marginally younger man. Both these players have cracked the top 1,000 in their career. Cantor reaching a high of 773rd. Bass 626th. That was back in 2018 for Bass. He's had the shorter journey here this week. Training as he does in Bath.
Love 15. What?
Latest serve attempt from Bass, nearly taking out our legendary photographer, Robertson. Oh, lovely stuff from Bass.
15 all.
A deft little nudge over the net that clipped the white tape as it went. And that just taking all the pace off meant that Cantor had no chance of getting there. Whether he would have made it if it hadn't clipped the net, it is hard to say. It was such a well-played shot by Bass.
Out. 15-30.
One, not so much as Bass gives himself some coaching tips, and you can see that he's disappointed to have followed up the previous winner. Something with a little bit less control. Again, onto a second serve on this advantage side of the court. Cantor furious with that latest forehand, sending it down the line, but sending it way too long, and snatches up his towel. The yell that he let out, the sign that he knows he could do so much better, and a recognition that had he managed to land that one in, he would have moved to break point. A crucial break point, given he was broken himself on his last service game.
Hot. $30-40.
Well, a double fault from Bass will hand that break point to Cantor. So, a slight outburst on the previous shot may have ended up being a little premature. He could still break back in this one. And he does.
Game Cantor. Bass leads 3-2.
Bass still has a lead in this second set, but it has been narrowed to a single game. And Cantor has the opportunity in his next game to tie up the set. Look at the focus on Cantor's face there, clearly in the zone, which contrasts with Bass's frustration that he wasn't able to consolidate his original break. And you can see there's quite a few of those shots that he would have liked to have back. Both players taking the time to pause, to collect their thoughts, to aim to go back out and perform an even higher level than they were just previously. Just taking on a small nugget of energy in the bite of banana that he's rationed himself to. Cantor rocks back.
Love 15.
And finds the net. Unforced error. And if you're wanting to know more about why that error was made, then the place to do so is with Coach's Eye down by the court with Alex Slabinski.
So guys, it's time to do another Coach's Eye segment, and this time we're going to discuss the topspin versus the flat shot. Now you'll see both of these players using both of these strategies. Hitting topspin requires a low to high racket trajectory. So have a look when they're in the rally, see how low to high they get underneath the ball. How much brush are they getting on that ball?
First service.
Just going to wait now until they get a rally going. See how much brush there is on that ball. How much topspin is applied. So on that one we saw a flat shot. So flat balls are usually a linear trajectory shot. So what I mean by that, we take the racket back, and as the ball comes, we want to have a linear trajectory going through the shot. This gives you the maximum optimal power on the shot, and it's used mainly on those short, higher balls. Now, topspin is used for the lower balls, obviously, to lift the ball, but it also gives you consistency, because the more we can make the ball rotate, the more it will dip on the other side. So use it in your own game. The flat one for that aggressive power shot, and then when you're defending, you're going to use more of a topspin shot.
30 all.
Here it's important that you have a loose wrist, so make sure that you're not too stiff, you're not holding the racket too tight. You have to have a relaxed hand so that you can get underneath that ball and allow the racket head to move around your hand, generating that topspin. The flatter shot, on the other hand, can have a more a more controlled wrist, where you're not rotating the wrist as much, but all the movement is coming from your shoulder, so you're having a much bigger lever to generate that power. Both of these players will be using the topspin and the flat shot depending on the situation that they're in the rally. So try it out yourself in your own game and let me know how it goes. Now, if you haven't done so already, make sure you also subscribe to the channel so you get more tips like this in the future, as well as press that notification bell so you don't miss out on future lessons. Now back to the match and the commentary in the box. See you soon.
40-30.
Great to hear once again from Alex Slabinski down on court side. One of many innovations that we are bringing you here at the Novellus Easter Bowl, part of the Progress Tour. This tournament coming to you from Kincoid campus at Cardiff Met University.
Game Cantor.
And Cantor's service game. It was being played out during that Coach's Eye, and he managed to hold on that.
Here.
So we see Bass preparing to serve once again. tied up 3-3 in this second set.
Love 15.
Just getting over the top of that a little too much. And a long walk to the net to receive the ball that he put there. Cantor
Love 13.
able to dominate that rally. Barely movement laterally required from him. Again, Bass finding a net.
Hot. Out. Love 40.
Greater whip in the shots from Bass than from Cantor. But it's not helping Bass right now. Cantor with 3 break points. Remember, it was at 3 games apiece that Cantor moved ahead in the first set.
Out.
Well, that's 1 break point rescued by Bass. Cantor searching for back-to-back breaks in this second set. 2 more chances. Long from Cantor, and Bass
30-40.
with plenty of time to get his smash in. Cantor did well, to be fair, to get something on Bass's shot, but it was not enough to get it over the net. 2 break points gone. Last one remaining, or we will be at deuce. Cantor so disgusted with himself that he has let those 3 break points slide. He tosses his racket out of his hand as he walks back off the court.
So I'm now back in the box giving you commentary. Hope you enjoyed my little segment on court on the topspin versus flat shot. Obviously both players using the topspin to great effect and flattening it out when they're attacking and getting into the net. So make sure that you're using both of those plays, both of those techniques in your own game and practice them in your own practice sessions.
Advantage. Canter.
And thank you for keeping those questions coming. And we're going to go to your coaching nous again, Alex. We've had a question in about the fact that so many of Bass's shots, even some of his first serves, seem to be ending up in the net. It's obviously the way he plays is an aggressive style, but we've got Otro Temps asking, shouldn't Bass's coach tell him to aim a couple of feet higher over the net and if needed, to have a bit more topspin?
Well, I guess on the first serve is usually you're going for power, so I wouldn't recommend doing topspin. I mean, you can if you're missing way too many serves and actually get one in and get a little bit of shape on that serve. I think the main bit for him is driving up into contact and having a high contact where he can get it over the net on that first serve. But when he's doing ground strokes, we just had a really good point up there, which he won, so we had a reaction there. But
he absolutely loved rescuing that, that break point, the fourth break point he's had to contest in this game.
But going back to from the baseline, obviously having good height over the net does help, but you do sacrifice a little bit of that power. So it's finding that perfect balance between height, power and topspin, because if you spin too much but you don't give enough height, the ball goes short. If you got high but not enough topspin with power, it goes long. And if you don't give power, the other player attacks you. So you always are playing with all of those to make sure that you find the optimal balance between power, spin and height. And I guess that's the question that Finn will be asking himself. If he's missing too many balls in the net, then it's time to get the ball a little bit higher and apply a little bit more topspin. But you certainly don't want to take your foot off the accelerator, because his game is about hitting the ball hard. It's about being aggressive. He certainly doesn't want to become just a grinder who's making balls. So you have to play within your own game style while changing a little bit depending on how you're feeling on the day.
Now it's Cantor's turn to let out a roar. Bass was the man holding the advantage going into that point. A long exchange. Cantor, the winner in the end. We're back to Juice.
Was really fast to that ball, Cantor. A quick player, very light on his feet. Bass perhaps didn't disguise his drop shot enough. Gave Alexis the opportunity to get up to the ball and pass him at the net.
Amazing to see how quickly the temperament and the emotions can shift from these players. Cantor from absolute delight after the previous point to real fury after this one.
Yeah, it feels like he took his foot off the accelerator a little bit there. Feels maybe he felt that he was too tentative on it. It didn't certainly look like it, but Finn Bass stepped into the court and was able to generate a lot of power there. And perhaps a little bit too defensive there from Cantor.
Out.
Which cost him the point.
Bass needs 4 games to 3. Second set.
4 break points that Cantor has let slip through his grasp in that service, in that latest game, won by Bass. And how much may that cost him as this match continues? Would have been a chance to really hammer home his advantage. He would have been leading 4-3 with his serve to come. As it is, it's Bass now leading in this second set.
Otro attempts, just replying to your comment. We did cover your question. I hope you heard our long response to your question. So yes, we did cover it.
I think he might be referring to Bass hearing his question and his point.
Oh, I see. He heard. Yes, I think he heard your advice that he's starting to play with a little bit more shape. And naturally, a good player will adjust. You know, you'd never want to make the same mistake over and over. Sign of a good player is adjusting your game, even by a little bit, and then possibly, you know, once you get a little bit more confidence again on your shots and you've got into some longer rallies, then you can look to flatten it out again and see how that goes. You certainly don't want to be missing balls and giving your opponent some cheap points, which could be so costly, especially at this point in the match.
Cantor needs to rediscover that composure.
Lab 15.
An effective block return there from Bass, which stayed so low, made Cantor defend with a slice and eventually allowed Bass to have a big forehand, getting Cantor on the run, which forced the error.
And are we going to see a real shift here, where only moments ago Cantor was looking to assert total control over this set and over this match? Bass 2 points up against the serve. Make that 1 point.
15-13.
Bass will be disappointed he didn't make the return there. At least make it back, ask the question.
Out. 15-14.
Break point up for Bass. Both these players very animated in their reactions to their success or failure, especially so shots that they wish that they could have again. Probably more so than the players we've seen on this court so far today.
Well, I guess, yeah, it just shows how much they want to win. And the more we get to the business end of this match, where every point decides the outcome, the more pressure there is, the more reactions we're probably going to see.
Out. Game Bass.
And there, a mistake that shouldn't have really
That is
happened, shouldn't have gone
5
down the
games to
line. That's
3,
a
second set.
cross-court ball. He wasn't set up properly for it. Went too early down the line and suffered the consequences with a mistake. Break. 5-3 to Finn Bass. Having faced a number of break points in the previous game, now serving for this set.
Great position for Bass to be in, and it shows how fast a tennis match can swing.
Love.
It's a difficult thing now for Kanter to deal with mentally, knowing that he could have had this match already wrapped up and in control, and now he's having to battle through, potentially facing a third set.
It's one thing to go long later in the tournament where you've not got further matches coming up, but on day 2, you've got the chance to wrap your match up early and have that bit longer off court, all the better.
Reduces that court time, saves the body a little bit. But he's not down here yet.
15-all.
Finn Bass has got Ultimo in his corner. Ultimo saying on the chat that he thinks Bass is going to make the comeback and tie up the match.
Well, the set so far.
He says the set, yeah, but I think whether that it's taken a while for that comment to come through.
Now guys, if you haven't subscribed already, make sure that you've done that. Press the subscribe button and that notification bell so you don't miss out on future lessons, future broadcasts and future videos from Top Tennis Training, so we can bring more content like this to you in the future.
Disappointing advantage for Bass to let get away there. Just needed to drop that ball the right side of the net, and there's no chance of Kanter getting to it. Just wasn't able to do so. 15-30 now. Worked his way up to the net so well there, Bass, hasn't he?
So confident when he's at the net. Just look, the volley looks so secure. There's no way he's missing that. You know, sometimes you see a player, they come into the net because they're forced to come there. He looks like he's coming in there for as part of his game plan. It's all by design. Huge forehand there from Kanter. I think he watched my flat trajectory, flat shot lesson I did earlier, because that was flat as a pancake, full power down the line winner. Boom.
He is certainly not done in this set.
How is Finn Bass going to respond though? Needs a first serve here to to neutralize that positive response. Great drop shot there to have the confidence to go for that drop shot in that point. It's a break back point. 5-3 down in the second set, having won the first. Not to have to go into the third set to do a drop shot. Sign of a confidence player. Of course, having played many matches and recently won an event as well. He feels like he can do it and do it well, and he certainly did.
He really did, and it's left Bass frustrated. It's left him giving himself some more coaching points again, and looking concerned about something on the bottom of his shoes. He's tried to hit off with his racket. He's tried to scrape off against the surface of the court over by one of the sponsor boardings. Cantor will serve after this break to level up the set.
There we see him having a little banana, trying to fuel himself for the match. Got his electrolytes drink as well.
Time.
Of course, during the long matches, long exchanges, you'll be losing a lot of liquid from your body. So the electrolytes help your body to retain some of that liquid, the salts that are required, so you don't cramp. So all the pro players will use an electrolyte supplement in their drink of some sort.
Seeing them sit there at the bench, it reminded me of those days of watching Nadal and the very fastidious routine he went through with his water bottles.
Lining them up.
Yeah. Were you a player of great superstition or not so much?
Yeah, definitely. I think most players have some sort of superstition, and I actually had to mentally break mine because I used to have one where I didn't want to step on any lines. So if I stepped on a line, I felt like I was going to lose a point. And I would, every time I went to collect a ball or be walking on the court, I wouldn't step on a line. And sometimes even during the point, I'd find myself not wanting to step on the line, and then I'd miss a shot. And I thought, right, this is becoming a problem. So I need to actually start stepping on lines and break that. So I literally physically was walking on lines, and every time I stepped on it and being like, no, I'm not going to get affected by this. And eventually I stopped thinking about it, which was quite a relief actually, because it starts to take hold of you almost. But I did have a lucky t-shirt lucky shirt that I used to use that would guarantee me a win, which I tried to save for the later rounds of the tournament. And sometimes I would, if I went further, then I would wash it and use the same shirt because I thought it was lucky. And I also had an unlucky one that I had to dispose of because I felt like it wasn't giving me the wins.
Do you still have the lucky one at home? Is that framed? Is that hung up somewhere special?
It only comes out on like the special occasions. If I make a comeback, I'm sure the shirt will make a comeback as well. Or maybe I'll have to find a new one.
Could do, yeah. Well, signal the new era of your career.
Exactly, and got a new sponsor now, so I don't think they'd be happy me still wearing the old stuff. So I'd have to find a new shirt to give me the luck, or maybe make my own luck. Oh, great drop shot there. We saw got quite a bit of height over the net, but because of that backspin, the ball just stayed in place. It was so difficult for Cantor to reach, even being a fast player, because he was expecting for it to be a normal shot, had no chance, no time to get there.
Yeah, especially with Bass so far back on the court to play a shot like that. Really well disguised.
Surprise element.
Cantor, 30-15.
Really aggressive play there from Cantor. Made sure of that smash. Nailed it down.
They've done so well to move Bass out of position in the setup. But he wasn't leaving anything to chance. That final shot.
If you have just joined us, make sure you let us know if you're watching us, if you're watching this match, are you enjoying it? Who do you think will win?
Cantor, 5 games all.
And Cantor does level up this second set at 5 games all. Relatively routine game from him on his serve there.
So much more confident in attack, Bass. The moment that Cantor can get him moving side to side and get him on the defensive, can really cause him problems.
It'll also be interesting, Alex, to know where people were watching this stream from. It's one of the great advantages of streaming, whether it be to YouTube or to Twitch, is that people can watch it wherever they are in the world. Don't need to worry about network rights. So hopefully we are picking up viewers
internationally.
Internationally, yeah. Bringing them to Cardiff and Cardiff Metropolitan University's tennis centre.
And we have a question here from Ryan Stefani. They clear their non-dominant arms so quickly on the forehand. It's almost like they're waving at the opposing player. Does that help with weight transfer? I don't think it helps with weight transfer. I think it helps more with the rotation and putting your shoulder into the shot and having a quick rotation of the shoulder so that your arm can follow and you can generate power. I think the weight transfer happens through the legs and the hip going into the shot.
30-15.
Well, nice to know that we are international. We've travelled across the Irish Sea. We've got Catherine Kelly watching from Ireland and cheering on Finn Bass. She is in his corner. I have no doubt there'll be a lot of Alexis Cantor friends, family and supporters as well behind their man. As Cantor not able to get behind that shot, ends up on court number 1. And Bass with the opportunity here to see out his serve and know that at worst he will be taking this set to a tie-break.
Didn't seem to get a very good bounce there. The ball skidded down. He's looking at the court. Didn't bounce up at all. Had to make a last-minute adjustment, which caused that ball to stray long. Of course, on hard courts, the bounce is a little bit more predictable, usually. Whereas on clay courts, now obviously we're coming into the clay court season, you get a lot more bad bounces. You have to make last-minute adjustments with your legs and your body to make the shot. But on hard courts, you expect it to be
Game best.
the same every time, and sometimes it doesn't quite go your way. But he was able to close it out there with that big serve. Goes 6-5 up.
Absolute bullet of an ace, that one. Does have some real power.
We need to have a
behind his
speed
shots.
gun here on this court.
We do, yeah. I wonder if the local Heatherley Cardiff Police have a speed gun that they could send down here. We'll rig it up. See what numbers we're talking about. What's the fastest you've ever clocked on the gun?
132 was my fastest. I did it in Italy, in Bergamo, in the Challenger.
What car were you in?
Actually, funny enough, I think it's probably my fastest I've ever gone in a car as well, on the German Autobahn. So it was all done legally, but yes, my serve, 132 mile an hour. I was playing against Rockus from Belgium in a Challenger. Usually you don't really get the speed gun on normal tournaments, like the futures at the low end. Challengers are very rare as well, so only at the big ATP or Grand Slam events do you get a speed gun where you can test your serve. And even that only on the big courts. So it was quite a novelty to be able to measure the serve speed at a Challenger.
Well, the next question then is, did you win the point on that serve?
No, he actually made a return. He got the return back. I remember it. And I think I lost the point. And I looked at the speed gun and I was like, oh my God, I hit my fastest ever serve and it still came back. He was one of the best returners. That was his strength. I think he made it to top 50 in the world, so he was a good player. And the winner of that match was to face Gasquet. So having lost that one, I was pretty gutted because I would have loved to face Gasquet.
Speaking of serves, it is Cantor serving here, looking to force the tie break.
Threaded the needle with that backhand down the line. I don't think I'd have the confidence to go for that. Another big serve down the tee. Making it rain out there with those heavy, big serves. An area of his game that he's definitely improved. Having done a few sessions with him a few years back. He was never the biggest hitter. He's always quite consistent. And now has added a new dimension to his game.
Bass able to pull one back there, though. He made that fairly effortless.
Made that look easy. That serve was right into the slot, though. Didn't have to move too much, just stuck the racket out, redirected the power.
40-30.
Cantor forced to just underarm it back to Bass, which set the Cornishman up for the winner. 40-30.
And there, if you watched my segment on the court zones, Alexis Cantor deep in that defensive zone, trying to scramble back every ball that he can, and eventually Bass was able to put it away. A great point by him.
Cantor looked to be on the back foot from the very beginning in that exchange.
All set up by that chip return that went so deep and forced him to be on the back foot. But it's able to claim a quick point back. There's nothing more satisfying than losing a long point and then just being able to serve a big serve and claim it back like it never happened.
I mean, it's interesting that that's what he was doing in his first 3 points in this game, and then he's allowed Bass back in it, and then shown that he can do it at the drop of a hat.
Out. I call out.
Well,
what seems to be a close call there, but
I call out.
Definite disagreement. The umpire, obviously further from the bounce of the ball.
Sorry, maybe I did it too loud, but
what did it look like to you from here?
If I was pressed, I would have said out.
Tiebreak.
Where are you standing on it?
I just watched the replay there, and it looked slightly out to me.
It's okay.
From here, I would have said in, but having seen the other camera angle, it did look slightly out. No Hawkeye here, of course. No instant replay.
Well, here we are at the tie-break. It's the seventh set that we have had on our show court here today, and the fourth of them to go to a tie-break, which really underscores the level of competition between the men we are watching in this tournament.
One zero. Best.
Did his best there to try and rescue the point. Cantor covered a lot of miles in that on that long run, but didn't get any reward for it. Has the ability to slide on a hard court, Cantor. Something that Djokovic does very well sometimes on that wide stretch ball. Something that you see a lot on clay. Not as much on hard, but good movers are still able to do it. Slightly flatter shoes needed. Slightly more worn out.
2-0, best.
Really good passing winner from Bass. So he looks to send this match to a deciding set.
A decent approach into the correct side, just sat up slightly. That slice didn't quite penetrate through the court enough, didn't stay low enough. Allowed Bass the time to wind up and make the passing shot. And there again, that slice
3-0 Bass.
putting him in trouble again, giving time to his opponent. Something that he hasn't really used that much, only for the drop shot, but now 2 points in a row gave the initiative to his opponent to attack, and Bass happily took it.
Four zero Bass.
Every single one of the 4 points we have had so far in this tiebreak have gone the way of Finn Bass. He looks to make it 5.
And I wonder if Cantor's now remembering those 4 wasted opportunities to break early in the set. Is it on his mind now? As he looks frustrated out there. He's not able to compete in this tiebreak. 5 down. Needs a few quick fire points. A big serve, but Bass able to get so much power on that shot. 6-love. Looks like we're heading into that third set after all.
It certainly does. Bass just one away in this tiebreak as we come to the change of ends. The tiebreak, Cantor knows he shouldn't even be in. Though such as the seesaw nature of that of this second set, there were points where Bass looked like he might not need a tiebreak to secure it, but now that he's in one, he's getting through it as quickly as possible. Can he whitewash Cantor? 7-0.
Big second serve, went for it. All or nothing, 6-1. I mean, if he can get 2 points here on Bass's serve and scrambles it back to 6-3, then has 2 serves of his own and produces 2 big serves, we could be at 6-5. So there is still that opportunity to come back, but he needs 2 here, which is certainly not an easy task.
There were a lot of ifs in what you just said, Alex.
Ever the positive one.
Bass will be hoping none of them come true.
So there's still a chance.
Game.
Not in this set for Alexis Cantor, there isn't.
Sets 1-1.
Bass winning the tiebreak 7-1, winning the set 7-6, and forcing a third. We will go deep.
Yeah.
We will go the distance in this one.
Both the players coming off the court now. Little toilet break.
Second set Bass 7-6.
We don't have a
1-1.
clock on the court to find out how long the match has been going on for.
Just trying to
certainly had a few long rallies and many long games. So
that first set definitely went on for a very long time, didn't
Yeah.
it? That was that point where it was 3-3, and it felt like we could have been into a second set almost with the length of it. No one will be feeling that more than the players themselves. So try to take a quick look at their body language as they came off court. Cantor not giving much away, having been animated with racket in hand. It was Finn Bass who allowed himself a wry smile as he came beneath our gantry here. Just a reminder that the Novellus Dingles Challenge is on at 6 p.m. tonight. We're going to have 4 teams battling it out for the Dingles title. We'll be bringing you 2 semi-finals, the winners of which will then contest the final. Lots of fun to be had with that one, but also it's going to be a competitive occasion. So where Dingles perhaps traditionally has been played more just for fun, we are integrating it into a competitive tournament here. So really eager to see how that will go, and we'll see the lineups here. We've got the Ox blue team, David Quail and Finn Bass, versus the black team, the rookie of Michael Shaw and Shawshank, Charlie Swain. No, it must be the other way around, the way those names are written there. Shawshank is Michael Shaw. And that will be followed by semi-final 2. And the Dynamo and the Archbishop teaming up on the white team, and Rocky and the Stods teaming up on the green team. I think the biggest question I actually have for you there, Alex, is which nickname do you think is the best?
The Archbishop.
I like that one. So here are the rules, and we'll come back to the nicknames in a moment. Fast-paced, action-packed game that crosses the boundaries between singles and doubles. So we start with 2 singles matches, cross-court, 1v1, with all 4 players, 2 balls in play. The umpire will call dingles when the first dingles point ends. That's when a singles winner is hit or error is made, at which point the game transfers into a doubles match. The teams are trying to be the first to 21, and they get those points by winning either the singles or the doubles. It's 1 point for winning a singles match, a singles rally, and 2 points for winning the doubles. So every single rally will see 3 points handed out. It could all 3 be to the same team, or it could be 2 to the team that wins the doubles and 1 to the team that wins the singles. First to 21, you don't need a margin of 2. It is that first team to 21, and should they hit 21 at the same time, it is whoever scored the most points in the final game of Dingles. So whoever gets that all-important doubles point, in effect, will win. Excited to bring you that shortly.
Out.
And you said about Judy Murray's wrestling nickname for you. Do you think that would be the nickname you would pick for yourself if you were playing in this Dingles, Alex, or have you got another one up your sleeve?
Oh no, I'd leave the nicknames to you guys. I don't know.
What do we think for Hyman? Alex Hyman. We call him the poster boy on our course because he does it all. Presents, commentates, directs, produces, edits. It's exactly the kind of student you would put on a poster.
Out.
Bass giving everyone listening his own review of that shot. And just repeating it for good measure.
Got a question here from Endgame. Thanks for sending through your question and being involved in watching us and watching this broadcast. These players in top 1,000, what do they lack skill-wise to be in the top 100? Well, yeah, the difference between 1,000 and 100 is, yeah, it's quite significant in terms of level, but it's not as significant as you think. So there are certain aspects that the top 100 guys do extremely well. They usually don't have, they don't give away many cheap points. So there's a lot fewer errors. They are able to play at a much higher tempo. So the hard shots that we're seeing today that sometimes end up in mistakes are usually a little bit more consistent on the top 100 level. They're able to adapt their game a lot better to different game styles. So they're able to manage against a big server, manage against someone who's an aggressive baseliner, and play against all the various types of players. So they're very good at adjusting their game, reading the game. Their positioning is possibly a little bit better. And some of them are, well, most of the top 100 guys are extremely fit as well. So they're able to outlast many of the top 1,000 players simply because they are that much fitter. Their training routines are usually even more vigorous than the top 1,000 guys. And yeah, I mean, but a lot of these guys who are top 1,000 now might be top 100 soon, you know, and it's a lot to do with confidence. And as they build on their level, so does their game improve. But a good question there in game.
Got a few of these guys fairly young, but these two into the second half of their 20s. Is there a point at which you would say it's probably not possible to crack that top 100 if you haven't already?
I think now you have players playing through their 30s a lot more often. So I would say before, I would say that the optimal age would be around that 25, 26 years old. And after 28, you're looking to wind down in your career. But myself, I retired at 27. Well, took a break at 27. Still on my break now at 38, 39. Yeah, I think
30-15.
It's a tough one.
Never give up dreaming, I guess. Never stop working.
I think there's no reason why someone can't break through. You certainly do see it. They break through at 32, 33 sometimes. I mean, Federer kept playing until he was 38, 39 as well. I'm not sure. Djokovic, of course, is still going, and he's 38. Born in 1987. A year younger than me.
15.
Still on tour, still playing.
Well, if they can do it.
If they can do it, it can be done. And Djokovic has still got it. He's had his injuries. The injuries do creep up on you the older you get. You may get mentally better and you feel like you can do it, but the body says no. So there will come a time in their career where they will have to either adjust the way they play or face the consequences of injuries. And that's always a difficult part of a tennis player's journey. But yeah, I think they still have enough years to break through.
Really nice cross-court backhand winner from Bass to close out his first game in this set.
Oh, I'm not sure.
I mean, do you think we're seeing with the likes of Federer and Djokovic and Nadal, do you think we're seeing that ceiling, albeit a much higher ceiling than we previously thought existed, in the age that a tennis player can get to and still be competing for Grand Slams, competing at that very top level? Do you think we've seen a ceiling that won't be exceeded, or as physios and treatment gets better and more sophisticated year after year, is that upper age going to continue to be pushed?
Well, I think 40 seems to be like the absolute limit at the moment in terms of singles. I know a lot of doubles players are still going through their 40s and still are able to compete. Obviously, you have less of a court to cover. The game is a little bit less physical. So you're able to keep going. So a lot of those older players are still on tour past 40. But I think in singles, because of that physicality element, you do tend to decline slightly at that age. So I think we're unlikely at the moment to see players carrying through and doing that well past 40. I'd be very surprised. There's also an element of how long can you keep playing and doing what you're doing. You know, a lot of the times you'll have families, you'll have your personal life that you're sacrificing for so many years that eventually these players say enough is enough. But if you're always on the brink of making it and you feel like you're close, like you can almost get there, it certainly gives players motivation to keep going, and different players have different motivations. For someone like Djokovic, obviously he wants to win one more Grand Slam, to be the ultimate greatest of all time, men or women. So he's chasing that, the history books, and I think he still can do it.
Out.
But if he doesn't do it in the next year, I don't see him carrying on and keep doing it. So let's see what happens.
As you say, it's a huge sacrifice to make in terms of family, in terms of friends back home living more normal lives, so to speak, to be on the tour for so many years. I guess when you've been doing it as long as Djokovic and Federer, you've probably almost forgotten anything different.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, they have the luxury of taking their family with them sometimes. For the lower end guys, they're not financially able to do that. So you end up not seeing your family for weeks at a time, not seeing your friends. You lose those important relationships, and people do things without you, and then they stop inviting you to things after a while because they think you're away. So you lose that social aspect of it, but you end up making a lot of friends on tour that you know, like for me, I still keep in touch with many. So you do make some friends, but you lose some old friends in the process. So I think you have to try and find the balance, and that balance is a difficult one. Certainly don't want to be going out too much. Diet is an important thing. Sleep. Training. The amount of hours these guys spend on court. Fitness.
Game Cantor. Cantor leads 2-1.
It's a full-time job, full-time commitment for these guys. So if you want to be the best, you have to give up a lot of make a lot of sacrifices. And players that are not prepared to do that, how can you win against a player who is? If you know that they have, out-trained you out there, outplayed you, out-trained you for the last few years, and you're stepping out on court against them, mentally they feel like they're gonna win, and you feel that on court. You feel players who have done everything right. It's very difficult. You want to feel like you deserve to be out there, you deserve to win, and you have to earn that away from the match court. It all happens on the practice court, away from the limelight. Meanwhile here, Alexis Cantor is 2-1 up on serve in the third set.
Time.
Winning that last game, courtesy of a bit of a slip into a half split from Finn Bass as he tried to collect that ball far on the juice side of the court. Wasn't able to do so. And he will now serve.
Love.
Cantor there frustrated he wasn't able to generate a bit more power on the shot.
So it's one of the things I do really enjoy about tennis, Alex, is the contrast between a player's emotion immediately after the shot and then the calm, nonchalant sort of delivery of the score by the umpire as they watch the player. One who's got everything riding on the outcome and another who has to have nothing riding on it.
Oh yeah.
Out. 59.
That was an umpire. I think he's still going. And even in my matches, sometimes I still remember the way he would say, like, deuce. Like I'd be a break point up, and then I'd have this long rally and I'd miss and I'd be screaming, and he'd just quietly go, deuce. No.
Unable to return on that occasion. There's Alexis Cantor. Just slightly bodied by the serve. It's tangled up. Allows Bass to move to 30-15.
Out. 40-15.
I wish I could do another poll, but it looks like they only allow you to do one poll per live session. So I'd love to hear your thoughts, guys, on who you think will clinch this match.
40-30.
Bass really wants that one again. Okay, maybe thought that Cantor was going to put it wide, just as he'd done on the previous point. Cantor managing to make the immediate correction. That's that landing the right side of the line. Narrows his deficit. 40-30 now.
Fought.
Second serve needed.
Game best. 2 games all.
Both players holding serve from 2 games that each of them have had. 2-2. After the second set went to a tie-break, 7-1 in the end by Bass. 7-6 score in that set. This match now waiting for its moment for one player to grasp it decisively by the throat and stamp their name on it.
If you haven't done so already, guys, make sure that you press that subscribe button and the notification bell. We are going to be doing live sessions like this for you in the future. We will be releasing more videos, more tutorials for you to improve your own game. Hopefully get you guys playing like these guys on screen right now. So do subscribe to the channel.
30 love.
Bass again, inspecting his shoe.
You okay?
Umpire just checking in on him.
$40 love.
I say, just spotted the time. I think we're going to be going straight into the Dingles. Given it's 5:45 already, be surprised if this match finishes up in the next 15 minutes the way it's been going.
Definitely not. Straight into the Dingles. In fact, let's make these guys go straight into the Dingles, straight off the court on the third set. Dingles time.
I mean, that's the next variable to add into it, isn't it? Two exhausted players.
First service.
As long as they're not on the same team, then we're all right.
Yeah.
What?
Is it a knockout event?
It is. Two semi-finals.
Yeah.
Winners through to the final.
Big forehand there.
40-15.
From Bass, fully deserved that. Stepped in. Unleashed on it. Down the line, perfect play. Not much Cantor could do about that one.
At 40-15 up though, you wonder whether it was a worthwhile expenditure of effort to get frustrated about that point.
Has a return on that point. When I see my opponent getting frustrated like that, it makes me feel like, oh, I'm still in it. I can still get to them even when I'm behind. They don't believe it. So yeah, I think it's something for Cantor to work on. Perhaps is not showing the opponent his frustrations.
3 games to 2. Final set.
But in this case, safely through, 3-2 on serve. I see some new watchers have joined the stream. Welcome, guys. You've come at the right time. We are deep into the third set now. Some great tennis. A lot of emotion. A lot of break points saved. Both players doing their best to hang in the match and get something out of it. Not sure if you guys were able, those of you who have watched the whole stream, were able to see some of my coaching on court, where I'll do a little segment. So far we've done one on court positioning and court zones, and the type of shots you should be hitting from different positions of the court. And the next one we did on the topspin and flat shots, when to use this each one, and some technical tips for each. Hopefully you guys got to see some of it. We'll be doing more little segments like this, coaching, on-court coaching from me. So look out for that over the next couple of days.
Out. 15 love.
Great play there from Bass. Coming forward. And again, a solid volley. And this is where that playing more doubles, which I know that Finn Bass does, having won some tournaments in doubles. It has definitely
50
helped
all.
his net game and his confidence in coming forward, which is certainly helping him in this match.
Certainly looks the more composed as this match goes long.
Although a mistake there, an unlikely mistake inside the court, didn't quite execute that backhand. Held back on it.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it's while he might be showing that demeanour, he's not been able to make it count on the scoreboard yet in this third set.
$15.30.
Bass at 15.30 down. We'll be on to his second serve. Crucial moments for Cantor to potentially wrest this set in his
15-40.
direction. He has 2 break points.
$30.40.
Bass pulls one of those break points back. As we have said, we're hoping that the Dingles will follow this match, which is of course the third one that we have seen running long today. If you came for a feast of tennis, you have certainly had it delivered to you. The Novellus Easter Bowl.
Out. Juice.
That long scream from Cantor is the sign that we are once again at juice. 2 break points that Cantor had going awry. And so the start of the Dingles likely to be later than previously advertised, but we will keep you updated as accurately as possible as this match progresses.
Out.
He missed that wide.
Enter.
A costly miss. Set that up perfectly. Just the execution. Tried to guide it, I think, too much, which caused the error. Had the time to overthink it.
Well, he's now going to have to think about winning 3 points in a row. how to do so. If he is to hold his serve. And it's the first of those.
And a big serve there. Second serve went big and then came forward as well, being brave on that. And not an easy half volley that he did there. Redirected it so well. And Cantor frustrated, and rightly so. Didn't play a bad point there. Guys, if you're enjoying this stream and you've just joined us, or you've been watching us throughout the whole time, make sure that you've subscribed to the channel, press the notification bell. I've also created a little super chat goal if you want to get involved on the super chats. It would definitely help the channel and help us bring more content like this for you in the future. But for now, it's advantage to Finn Bass and a chance to level it off at 3-all.
Out.
Well, you will remember those 4 break points
3 games on.
in the same game of the second set that Cantor let slip. Another 3 in this game in the third set. How critical will that be come the end of this one?
Such an important stat of break points converted, probably the most important stat. And if you're 0 from 7, from the last 7 for Cantor, he'll be disappointed with that. Mind you, on some of them he didn't play badly. It's due to Finn Bass's amazing play that we find ourselves now at 3-all in the third. Would love to hear your thoughts, guys, what you think and who you think will win this match, who will clinch third set. Will Finn Bass be able to claw his way back and win it? Or can Cantor stay mentally strong after losing some of those break points, after so many chances to go ahead? Can he maintain his level and composure to win?
It's Bass that's currently leading in the chat in terms of supporters declared behind him. So it would be great to see some support too for Alexis Cantor.
Out. $15.30.
And another huff coming from Cantor as Bass moves ahead in the 7th game of this set. Cantor up to the baseline.
30 all.
Aggressive play there from Cantor. Coming forward, something we haven't seen much in the last few games. Reminded himself of his game style, what's got him here, what he's said he's worked on and improved in his game. It's good to see him coming out with it on those important points now when he needs it most, and got the reward. Just wide. Tried to influence the umpire
30,
there
40.
with a come on, but the umpire was having none of it. Just wide. The right play though.
You could really hear the effort the two players were putting into their shots there. Tiredness, no doubt, setting in for both of them as we move past 6 p.m. here in Cardiff.
And going into our Dingles time.
Yes, indeed.
Can really hear the sound of the ball when the players are fully going for it. A nice pop echoing around the centre. Amazing play there from Cantor to make the passing shot. Bass had to come forward there. Didn't quite connect on it, but was a difficult shot to hit, so had to make do with that forehand, which stayed quite low. Had to use a fast arm with spin, hit it quite deep, but inspirational passing shot from Cantor to go cross and win the point. Back to deuce. Let us know in the comments if you're enjoying this match as much as we are. Who's your pick for the final set?
Advantage to Cantor.
Cantor.
Bass finding only net as he moves forward up the court, and Cantor a point away from continuing this set of holds. Nice to see Cantor nodding there, recognising that he had been beaten by a better shot.
I thought he did really well there. He had good height, good spin, which seemed like enough power on the shot, but Bass just cut into the court and produced an incredible forehand cross court. Not much you could do about that. Good serve from Cantor, and an even better return from Bass. Tried to follow it into the net, apply pressure, but Cantor stayed strong. Made him play the volley. Wasn't an easy one. As you guys watch this match, you're seeing the players, how important the first serve is, how important their second serve is, sets up the point. If you want to improve your own serve, we've left a little link for you at the top, pinned in the top comments. for a step-by-step guide to improving your serve, which you can download from the comments section.
Cantor leads 4-3, final set.
Well, currently this set looking to go the distance, just as the last one did.
Of course, a win here would guarantee qualification from the group for either player.
Bass favouring an all-white racket with Cantor going for the black and fluorescent yellow. Are you a player that favours a colourful racket, or do you like a more classic design?
Well, I think Cantor's not going by the design; he's going by the racket. He's changed to this Babolat racket recently to get a bit more power, more powerful racket, which he's trying to develop a little bit more of an aggressive game style, and his racket seems to provide that a little bit more for him. And Finn Bass is using the Technofiber T-Fight. Of course, some of the players are using that, like Medvedev and Iga Swiatek. Also quite a powerful racket. Haven't played with it myself yet. I have got it. It's been sent it to try out by Technofiber, which we're going to hopefully do a review for you guys.
How well has Cantor done to win that point?
That was amazing. The ball was way over his head. He ran, got it back somehow. Not a bad effort from Finn Bass in order to hit that drive volley. Didn't quite direct it as well as he could have. But then Cantor able to hit with power and keep it low, making the volley so difficult for Finn Bass. Producing some magic here, Cantor, when he needs it most. Love 15. Getting really pumped up now. Love 30. Taking his game. Really going for it, going for his shots, not holding back, nothing to lose. Looking a lot freer there on court than Finn Bass. Let's see if he can maintain it for this game. Of course, he has been in front on many occasions already on the Finn Bass serve. And Finn Bass was able to claw back every time. Already 7 break points that he saved in this set alone. A great passing shot there. What do you guys think about the format? Are you enjoying the live stream of a pro tennis event? Something we haven't really done before, something different. It's great to be involved in doing some commentary, watching some tennis, and giving you some insights as well on court. Let us know in the comments. There again, Bass being aggressive, coming forward, and it's back to 30 all.
Just as it always looks like Cantor might be starting to put Bass on the ropes. He finds a way back in. And so it has proven to be again in this game. Just on those questions, Alex, if people think of them through the night, can they message the Top Tennis Instagram account and send them through there? And
well, this stream is going to appear on our channel, so it will stay there as a video, so they can still make a comment under that video, which we will see, but they can also go on Instagram and follow us and submit some questions if they have. We do try and get back to you, but yeah, under this video you can comment, and we can do our best to answer your burning questions. Alternatively, if you are looking to improve your game, your technique, and any issues that you have, you can also join us on the tennis holiday, which we're running. We're doing one in Crete shortly in a few weeks' time, and one in Spain, one in Malta, and even a clinic during the US Open in New York, hopefully. So plenty of opportunities to get on court with us and improve your game.
Well, from love 30 down on his own serve, Finn Bass has rallied to close it out. And we are at 4-4 in this third set.
Huge forehand, inspired forehand, inside out. Got his body weight out of the way. Full power, no holding back. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Frustrated Alexis Cantor always feels like he's so close. So near yet so far away. And both players are finding some inspiration to hit some amazing shots. A down the line winner there from Cantor.
Interesting to see the two players' different reactions to shots that they win and shots they don't, with Finn Bass tending to replay them.
What a return. Feels to me like maybe Cantor's not quite getting enough on that second serve, not quite enough spin to take the ball out of Finn Bass's hitting zone. Way too comfortable for him in order to hit that shot. And straight away in trouble after the serve. And then it hasn't really got a chance in that point. All to play for in this game.
Thought for a moment Cantor was going to throw his racket into the court. Thankfully, it's just the ball that he hits into the padding on the back wall. His signs of frustration at conceding 2 break points at 4-4 in this final set are clearly evident for all to see.
It's now his turn to try and recoup some of those break points and see if he can do it.
No, he cannot. I thought we might be in for a slightly longer rally on such an important point, but straight into the net.
On a first occasion, so many break points not converted, and Finn Bass takes his first chance.
Sometimes all you need is one. Hey, Alex?
Well, I need many, but the older you get, the more you need. But yeah.
I would need more than I would get, so could be worse.
And now we have a change of balls, fresh balls coming into play, of course, favouring the server here. Fresh balls flying through the air a lot quicker, giving more speed on the serve to the server, and a more difficult return for the returner. Sometimes can work in the returner's favour. If the returner is finding good rhythm, the server will tend to find the ball returned to their feet a lot quicker if they are not serving well enough. But for these guys, I see both are serving pretty well with good speed, so I see it favouring the server on this occasion.
Well, what a time to have new balls in that case, as Finn Bass serves for the set, serves for the match, as we look towards the end of this latest odyssey here at the Novellus Easter Bowl.
And you can see him bouncing the balls just to get them a little bit more used on the court. And you will have a first serve. You'll take the freshest ball in order to get as much speed, and then you'll get the fluffier, slightly fluffier one just to keep that second serve in. Have a slight talk with the umpire there. Not sure what happened. Don't think he could hear the call. Wanted it a bit louder. And there you see that new ball flying a little bit long there for Alexis Cantor, straying long on the return, and it's 15 love.
Finn Bass wanting all 4 of those new balls to choose from. Selects his preferred 2.
Out.
And again, mistiming that shot. Cantor, again, those faster balls bouncing off the court a little bit more. Didn't quite get in position with his feet. Got jammed up on that and still tried to hit it unsuccessfully. And it's 30 love, 2 points away from victory here. Finn Bass, can he do it?
He certainly looks the man in control right now. Match point up for Finn Bass, thanks to an excellent ace.
Nearly broke the back fence with that. That went straight in like a bullet. Fast serve. We do need a speed gun. Just wide. Alexis Cantor looking at the referee. Two first serves. Cantor gets it back though.
And there it is. The win up for Finn Bass. A game to love, to seal it in the third set. He wins this match with a great score, 3-6, 7-6, 6-4. And the longest match of the day on our show court comes to an end, Alex. Alexis Cantor, frustrated, goes to pick up that towel. He knows that perhaps it was those break points, 7 of them in a row across the final 2 sets that he let go. That's ended up being the story of this one. Your thoughts, Alex?
I thought it was a great match. It was certainly very good quality there. There was few unforced errors, only, you know, on a few maybe big points there at the end from Cantor, where I'm sure some nerves and emotion came into play. Knowing that he hasn't converted some of those chances, let them slip, and the frustration of losing the chance on the first break point that he was facing, he ended up losing. So I mean, all fair play to Finn Bass for staying in the match and fighting. Definitely wasn't an easy one. Both players playing extremely well, producing some amazing tennis throughout the match.
Alexis Cantor heads to the dressing rooms, while Finn Bass, on at least his second, maybe his third banana, heads over to Alex Hyman, who is courtside with the winner.
Finn, a very impressive win. That was hard fought, wasn't it?
Wow. Yeah, what a battle. What a match. Yeah, struggling to think of many matches where I think both players were playing exceptionally well. I don't know if I looked like it out there, but it was a lot of fun. I was just trying to stay really calm. I thought I did that really well. I thought Alexis was playing fantastic. He's a good friend of mine. I've known him for so many years. I always know what he's capable of. Yeah, credit to him. I thought he was playing unbelievably, and that brought the best out of me as well. I think we brought the best out of each other as well. Sport, tennis is brutal, man. There can only be one winner, which is brutal. But I thought the main difference was I was a little calmer and showed less emotion throughout the whole match. Yeah, just managed to come up with some really good stuff at big moments.
What did you think it was when you did lose that set? What did you need to do to change things around? Tactically, was there anything you changed?
Not really, no. I thought I needed to bring my slice into play a little bit more, and serve a little bit better. I just thought he was playing really well. Thought I just switched off on 2 points, and that was that. I actually thought I played a decent set, and yeah, that's tennis. And you make 2 unforced errors in a service game, and you know, Alexis was playing incredible the whole match and hitting some really good winners, and that's your game gone, and that's your break. And I thought he was serving really well as well. So it's just, you know, it's a couple points here and there. So I didn't really, I didn't panic at all.
Yeah. No, it seemed like you were calm, collected. Obviously, emotions were still high because this was a crucial match for both of you, having won yesterday too.
Yeah, it's obviously a huge match. You want to go into the last day of the round robin with a 2-0 lead. But I honestly wasn't thinking about that at all. I was just enjoying the moment, enjoying the battle, and I just know matches like that are going to serve me really, really well for the rest of the year and you know, on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, no, a massive congratulations, 2 wins from 2, and good luck going into tomorrow.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks. Well, thanks very much to Finn Bass for that one. 2 wins from 2, living up to his #1 seed status here this week at the Novellus Progress Tour Easter Bowl. That concludes singles action today here at Cardiff Met Tennis Centre. But don't forget, we have a very, very exciting new format. It's the Dingles event, a brand new format coming to the Progress Tour. All players have been getting ready. They've been getting ready for this for a long time. And there's been a lot of chat behind the scenes as well, because this is going to be hard fought. So stay tuned as to when the live stream will be beginning. Stay tuned on the Top Tennis Training official Instagram and of course on the Progress Tour Instagram. But that will be happening live on the Top Tennis Training YouTube account tonight, live from this very court. So stay tuned, and that's it for the singles action today.
The Progress Tour presents the Novellus Easter Bowl. It's showtime.